Well, it says it's 4 o'clock, so we'll go ahead and get going and call the meeting to order. Patty, do you have something to add to the festivities?
Yes, Mayor, I'll go ahead and start with this. So good afternoon and welcome to the April 22nd, 2025 Salinas City Council meeting. We're now calling the meeting to order. Spanish translations. This meeting is available in Spanish for members of the public in attendance and on Zoom. Translation devices can be obtained in the foyer. Buenas tardes. Esta reunión está disponible en español para los miembros del público que están de los miembros del público presente y en Zoom. Las unidades de traducción se pueden obtener en la entrada de la rotonda.
Okay, thank you. All right, Zoom webinar participation is available for members of the public. The Zoom webinar ID and link are available on the posted agenda on the city website. And with that, will everyone please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. Patty, why don't we go ahead and call the roll?
Councilmember Barajas?
Present.
Councilmember Barrera?
Here.
Councilmember Diarrigo?
Present.
Councilmember De La Rosa?
Here.
Councilmember Salazar?
Here.
Councilmember Sandoval?
Here.
Mayor Donahue?
I am here.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right, I've got all sorts of stuff in red ink on this one, so I've got to follow this. All right. Before we get going on general public comment, and a note, just a reminder that the following public hearings have been continued to May 6th, 2025, and will not be heard today. So those will be IDs number 25-110, ID, which pertains to a conditional use permit, ID 25-036, City Development Impact Fees Annual Adjustment, and ID 25-120, which is also pertains to a citywide schedule of fees and service charges. So we will take those up on May 6th. With that, we are now open for public comment on items that are not on the agenda and that are in the City of Salinas' subject matter jurisdiction. Comments on consideration, public hearing items, and the consent agenda should be held until the items are reached. Public comments are limited to 2 minutes per speaker. And with that, so please be mindful of anything that pertains to rent control, sewage, et cetera, that comes later. So this is just general. If anything else happens to be on people's mind in this city, this is the time. Is it rent control?
What I gave you, is that part of this?
Yeah, no, the rent piece comes later. This is just general public comment.
You know, I think I want to say it now, or no,
Yeah,
I'll say it at
no,
that time.
Yes, yeah. Trust me, I'm a strict constructionist tonight, so, all right, but thank you. All right, so, general public comment, open for business.
All right, good after eve, everyone. I hope you had a glorious Easter Resurrection Day. And I pray all is well today. It sounds like there's a lot of people here. There's a lot going on. And I just want to, I pray blessings and peace over all of you as you begin this, because I think you're going to need it. I'm Kimberly Bryant, and I am here to give you the Lord's Prayer. Mayor, city attorney, city manager, city council, city staff. It is the Lord's Prayer, and if you know it, please pray with me. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever and ever. The Lord bless you and keep you. Make his face shine upon you. The Lord turn his face toward you and give you peace. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. All right, next up.
Ditto. My name is Sharon Field. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and everyone else. I have lived in Santa Lucia Village for over 30 years, and I was only going to stay in Salinas 2 years. But I want to talk about something that came up a few meetings ago. I was wondering why my water bill was so expensive this October, November, December, January. I take my showers at the gym, I have my sprinklers off, and I do about 6 loads of laundry a month. So as I was doing taxes, I was going back through my bills, and here's what I discovered. California Water in 2024 had a 73% increase. So far in this year, it's had a 15% increase. Monterey 1, which is the sewer, which I believe goes back to what I call the sewer people and the storm drain people that came, in 2022 had a 40.5% increase. In 2023, a 14% increase. In 2024, a 13.9% increase. Now, I'm one of those people that's in the middle. I'm not wealthy enough to say, oh, well, no big deal. And I'm not poor enough or low income enough to get any type of subsidies or low income. So I get to pay, as do many other people here, right in that middle when these things go up. And my retirement only goes up between 1.6 and 1.7% a year. So it's getting a little tight. So I hope that when you consider bonds for these various projects that are millions of dollars in the hole, that you'd really think of other solutions, because I understand that they're out of their enterprise money and their grants and things, but it really is squeezing some of us really tight. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. All right, next.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Bianca Arizmendi, and I'm a community outreach assistant with the Community Development Department here in Salinas. I'd like to invite everybody to join us for the East Area Specific Plan Workshop, which aims to establish a vision for new residential neighborhoods in Salinas. This workshop is where you can learn more about the project, share your ideas about the future development of the area. Your voice matters, and this is a great opportunity to get involved in shaping our community. The workshop will take place Wednesday, April 30th from 6 to 8 p.m. at La Paz Middle School. We'll have food and everyone is welcome. Flyers with registration info are available in the front. We hope to see you there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy Earth Day.
Hi, Eric.
My name is Eric Peterson. And if things were going the same as they have for over 30 years, we'd be having Police Community Advisory Commission, a committee meeting tomorrow night. But, as the notice says, canceled, which is, there's hundreds of people, hundreds of residents served on that committee. Some police chiefs like Kelly McMillan really took it seriously. And it's been a part of our culture for over 3 decades. We need to bring it back. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
Good afternoon. Pastor Smith, New Hope Baptist Church, East Side, Salinas. And this is my first time approaching you, Mr. Mayor, and the new City Council. And I see a couple of faces that are still here from my last election. But I wanted to come and to thank you. And that's very unusual, because usually I'm here telling you what a horrible job you're doing in the council. But I actually come to say thank you and the mayor, our councilwoman Del Rosa, then our police chief also, because for the last couple years, our community has been held hostage by prostitution, sex trafficking. And I actually just wrote a letter to our councilwoman, and I want to read it. I have a minute here. Thanks to your leadership and the support of the chief of police, Acosta, who allocated necessary resources to address the issue of prostitution and drug activity in our community, our streets are finally becoming what we prayed for: safe, livable, and filled with hope. For too long, our community has really felt abandoned, trapped in fear and despair. But now our neighbors can step out. I just left here. Our neighbors are actually out on the streets. Our children are playing in the streets. They're coming out their home without anxiety, and our children are once again playing in their front yards. I don't know who allocated the actual resources that we were now receiving and have received, but our police department is there every day. I've seen our police chief actually in the neighborhood, and so it really has transformed how our neighbors are viewing the place in which they're living. And so once again, I want to thank you. I don't know if it's your leadership. I don't know if it's your leadership. I don't know if it's coming from the chief of police. But whatever you're doing, keep it up. Because once again, our residents are not feeling like hostages in their own neighborhood. And so I'm here to say thank you. I don't know if I'll say that again, but thank you, thank you, thank you.
Appreciate it. I will share with you, we have a pretty sharp police chief. Thank you. All right. Next.
The only reason I'm here because I use your phones and I use your emails, and I figure that's the easiest way for you guys to get a hold of me. Nobody gets back to me. The streets of Salinas are pathetic. They're substandard. Go after work here, after this your meeting, go to Homestead and Central. They okayed that as being okay. One side is one big pothole. The other one has a ditch across the whole end of the crosswalk. How is anybody supposed to get their stroller, or if you're an 88 person, get your thing across the street? So the work is pathetic. And I just said I would help take it over, and you see a change. I don't have a degree in it, but I know I could do a better job than what's being done. So I don't know why Renee doesn't tell Jacobs to do his damn job and get Marcos and those guys to be able to do something and do better than what they got. But you're taking credit for things you do not do. I get so many, I've done over 1,500 service requests. Hundreds of them come back to me as completed, and they did nothing. They didn't do one damn thing. Those ones I just told you about, they said that they'll continue to do potholes. You can look at both pictures I've sent to Renee, and I've sent to Jacobs, and I've sent to whoever else. And you can see there's a big pothole at the beginning of the street, of the crosswalk. So they're taking care of our work they did not do. In my day, you'd be fired. No ifs, ands, or buts. So I don't understand why these workers can't do their job. Give them more money, and I've asked for a forensic audit about where the money is going for the streets. And I've yet to get one, and Renee said I can't get one. I'm asking for one. I want to see where the money's gone for roads. And Donahue was here in 2008 when you guys took the workers from 14 to 5. It's still 5. So what council gets blamed for not putting them back up to 14? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next.
Good afternoon. My name is Liz Camacho. I'm a District 1 resident. Today we're coming. I brought my kids. My property borders Natividad Creek Park. We utilize the park multiple times a day. And the bathrooms at Natividad Creek Park has still not been fixed. We're going maybe over a year now. I understand that there was some contractor issues, but the porta potties that are available are disgusting. They don't get serviced enough times. I welcome all of you guys to go over there and take a look at them. This weekend, Easter weekend, we had a lot of people use the park, and there's garbage everywhere. So if I can, at least the community nearby, if we can get a status update on the bathrooms when they're planning on getting fixed. I tuned into the Library and Community Services Commission meeting last week, and there was no real update, no real ETA. So that's all we're requesting. Thank you.
And thank you for coming.
Hello, Wes White, Salinas Monterey County Homeless Union co-president. I just wanted to bloviate a little bit. Yesterday I got an award for the Izzard Charles Dreadman McCall Award, the Community Hero Award. So, and that's a lot to do with the continuum of care, how active you've been and positive. So I already know that y'all have been being illegal for doing sweeps and stuff, and we need to do things by the book, especially, like you see what the county's doing, you see what the coalition's doing. We need to be in compliance and congruence with the California ICH, with Interagency Council on Homelessness, which also says, provide people a place to be, kind of like shelter-in-place days, 400 square feet in a structure, running water, laundry, shower, electricity, a place for them to be, even parking spots. Like it's affordable housing. It's already what they have. They only become homeless when the jurisdiction comes and takes everything away. So we need to do things better. We started the Project Room here, or we pushed hard for a position paper on sweeps with the Coalition of Homeless Service Providers. And even in 2019, they're like, we can't be doing it this way. And then COVID happened. and from COVID, and doing the flagpole for 6 months where I protested every night for a safe place for people to be right here in City Hall until there was an ordinance passed to make sure that it couldn't happen. There are solutions, and it's really easy. Opening the bathrooms 24 hours a day would eliminate a lot of, a health and safety concern. Whose health and whose safety? Because those folks deserve some health and minimal safety standards. So where is that? How come it's always been neglected? We got no money to help you, but we got all kinds of money to get rid of you. So we need to stop the sweeps, and you need to stop being illegal. Let's follow the rules.
Okay, thank you. All right, any more public comment? Okay. All right. Oh, is there one on Zoom? Okay, go ahead, please.
Zoom participant with phone number 9902. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Nina Beatty. Salinas has made a terrible mistake by allowing Amazon to build a distribution center here and on farmland in Monterey County. This is a sweatshop company. Some have called it a slave system. When San Diego County adopted their working families ordinance requiring prevailing wage and paid sick leave, Amazon decided to leave. And workers are injured at double the rate of other warehouses. Is Amazon receiving subsidies from Salinas or the county? Is Amazon constructing a data center here? If so, it will require huge water inputs and energy. Is or was there a non-disclosure agreement with Amazon? Is Amazon grooming the kids in Salinas Unified School District schools as they have in other areas to work in their warehouse? Of course, not Palma, York, or RLS. Has Amazon co-opted community nonprofits through donations and bought off community leaders as they have in other communities? These distribution centers negatively impact small businesses, depress area wages, impact housing, affect working conditions at other warehouses. I mean, if Amazon can get away with it, so can we. Offload costs onto the county and nonprofits, use water use, and especially if there's a data center, there's air pollution from the warehouse and the constant stream of delivery trucks falling out onto the crops. Yummy diesel flavor on my lettuce. There's vibration and constant noise from the trucks and damage to roads, and the county's already concerned about road damage. Who's going to pay for that? Amazon becomes another special interest to control local politics. And taking farmland out of production and changing land and zoning laws, that's very unwise. When the public buys from Amazon and Whole Foods, they support a company that harms people, their workers, our community, and the environment. And I ask the public, if the City Council won't, to oppose Amazon coming to Salinas. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Patty, is that it on Zooming? Okay. With that, we will close general public comment and turn things over to the city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Council, with respect to the Levine Act, do any of you have any campaign contributions to disclose tonight related to any item on today's agenda? Councilmember Barajas?
No.
Councilmember Ferreira?
No.
Councilmember Diorigo?
No.
Councilmember De La Rosa?
No.
Councilmember Salazar?
No.
Councilmember Sandoval?
No.
Mayor Donahue?
No. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Chris. All right. With that, we will proceed to the consent agenda. Matters listed under the consent agenda may be enacted by one motion unless a member of the council requests a separate vote or discussion. Members of the public may comment on the consent agenda items collectively during their public comment. Please note items 25-108 and 25-137 financial claims have been tabled. Would any council member like a separate vote, discussion, comment on any of the consent items?
Yes, I'd like to pull ID number 25-112.
112? Okay. All right. Anything else to my right? Andrew?
25-129.
Okay. 129, just 129? Okay, thank you. Tony, did you have anything? No, sir. Okay, to my left. Nothing to my left? Okay, Aurelio.
So under consent, ID number 25146, recent financial claims report, April 8th. I'd like to ask for a separate vote on that. I will need to recuse myself. As previously mentioned, I work for Catholic Charities, who will be receiving payment for services.
Okay, thank you for that. Hold on just a second. So do we want to deal with that?
Yeah, Councilmember Salazar stepped out of the room with that one, back in the room.
Okay, so have him step out now. Okay. Aurelia, we're going to ask you to leave the room,
Okay,
and we're going to vote on that.
Susan.
Okay, do I have a motion to rescind 146? To approve. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, Patty, can you call for the question?
Councilmember Barajas?
Yes.
Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember Diarrigo?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Rosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Salazar? Recused. Councilmember Sandoval?
Abstain.
Mayor Donahue?
Yes.
Motion
Okay.
passes.
Very good. Okay, that's taken care of. All right. With that, wherever Aurelio is, Ali Ali Amkan-Free, you're back in the game. All right, before we head out to the public, Jose, your question or comment on 112?
Yeah, on 1112, I have a few questions pertaining to this project in particular. So for this particular project, we're adding, we continue to do emergency repairs for Sherwood Hall is kind of where I'm getting at. And I think at some point we need to start having a discussion about the long-term viability of the city's essentially subsidy of Sherwood Hall ongoing. It really doesn't generate enough revenues from my understanding, and I'd just like a little bit more clarity on the financials and the way that we operate Sherwood Hall.
Okay. Let me have the city manager.
Yeah, very briefly. So Sherwood Hall, a few years ago, was part of the Salinas Plan. So the Salinas Plan was an effort to look at how to improve efficiencies, how to reduce costs and other things in the city budget. And a lot of those recommendations have been implemented. This is one of the last remaining pieces to look at what we do with Sherwood Hall. I would tell you that where the city is right now, we're looking at trying to get a sort of comprehensive report to the council on options, costs, and so forth, so we can make some longer-term decisions. So that's what's going on there. In the meantime, we do use Sherwood Hall for some activities. Kristen can sort of help provide a little bit more. It's not generating revenue to offset the cost, that is correct, but it is a resource that the community uses to do events, to do meetings, and we've had concerts there and other things like that. So the short answer to the question is coming to you probably over the next 6 months with a report on kind of what are options and get some direction to move that forward, because it is draining city resources. So I don't know if you want to add a little bit more to that?
Yeah, it is definitely used on a monthly basis, and we're actually heading into our busy time. I just checked about some available dates in May, and we only have 11 available. So it's being used 20-plus days in May. So that fluctuates throughout the year, but it is used as people come forward and want to use it for weddings, meetings, dance recitals, those kinds of things.
Do you happen to know off the top how much revenue Sherwood Hall brought in the previous year?
I don't have that off the top of my head, but that's certainly something we can pull.
Okay, definitely. Also, just furthering elaborating on kind of the need to have this conversation, right? So just in emergency repairs alone, we've had this council, not this council, but the city council over the last year in 2024 and this year in 2025 have had emergency repairs totaling somewhere between $736,000 and $739,000, right? That's not exactly chump change, right, when it comes to finances. So again, just want to communicate to our residents that we are looking at everything holistically, and in terms of where we invest our resources long term, I definitely think that we need to have that conversation, and I appreciate that we're already bringing this back. But either way, would still request that we have that discussion. But when we have that discussion, have a really good in-depth understanding of the financials, of how much it's bringing in and what are all of our options, right? Whether it is really truly city ownership and control of that property and administrating it, or whether it's best to sell off the property, what are other options in terms of management and operation we have that aren't as cost prohibitive and draining resources essentially from the city.
Yeah, and if I can add to that, Mayor and Council, the biggest cost component has been the HVAC system and the boiler and everything having to do with pipe replacement. That in itself has been almost $900,000 over since 2024.
Yeah.
So it's been just that, because it's an old system. And so we hear you, and we'll bring a discussion to you.
No, yeah, definitely. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Jose. Okay, Andrew, 129, you're up.
Yeah, I'd like to get a presentation regarding the fireworks enforcement plan.
Hi, Sam Clemick, your fire chief. Does she have some questions?
Oh, yeah, if you could just go over I think this is a topic that every year, especially after the 4th of July, we have a lot of residents contact us. So if you could share about our plan for this year to address potentially illegal fireworks.
Sure. Well, our overall goal remains the same, is that we're trying to change the social conscience here with the use of fireworks. This plan changes slightly from year to year with the nuances of what's going on in the community, adding resources, changing resources, changing approaches based on what worked the year before. So we always take an after-action review of all of our operations and come back to this council after the fact with a hot wash of how it went. So based on what we've learned over the previous years, how to more efficiently enforce, nothing materially is going to change this year. We will have a lot of undercover resources deployed. We'll have a lot of drone work deployed. We'll be doing a lot of administrative citations, and police department will actually be doing citations on the go as well. We have teams deployed throughout the city that will be monitoring complaints as they come in, and that happens starting really right around June 5th when we start to get those complaints. And we will be issuing our letters to individuals that have received violations in the past or where we've gotten reports in the past, essentially letting them know that they're on our radar. And we respond to those complaints in advance of the 4th of July with a warning letter, and then finally with our patrol efforts as we get into the holiday itself. It is on a Friday this year, so we're expecting an uptick in activity. Most of the outreach that goes on as part of the fireworks ordinance and the sales of Safe and Sane, the public information that's put into the bags as folks are purchasing Safe and Sane fireworks, reminding them of what the penalties are for illegal fireworks, as well as our social media outreach campaign, our local news, TV, radio ads, as well as our interviews that we do prior to the event. It's all hopes to bring people aware of what's at stake.
Sure, and from the police department's perspective, I know there was some concerns last year about the allocation of resources for enforcement. I mean, if you go out there on the 4th of July, there's no need to go to Monterey for a fireworks show because we have one. So what is the police department's perspective or plan to address illegal fireworks this year?
Good evening. Thank you for the question, council members. So we're going to work collaboratively with the fire chief, as he mentioned. We're going to do a lot of outreach, education, information way ahead of time through our social media platforms. For as far as the deployment side of enforcement, we're going to have allocated resources throughout the city for visibility and presence. We're going to use some technology. Hopefully we can utilize that to capture some of this activity and perhaps deal with the administrative side of citations. But if we can do it safely and we have the personnel and capacity to do so and we see it, then officers will take action if necessary. But we're going to be strategic in how we deploy resources and then work closely with the fire department. Should something come up, we're going to try and free up officers in a two-man car capacity in some areas so they could be actively engaged in driving around and being responsive, right? So that we can educate folks and let them know that we are here, we're not going anywhere. We don't want the perception that you could freely conduct this type of activity, but at the same time, pending allocation of resources and personnel, that will be our goal during that particular Friday, moving on through the weekend.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, I know last year we did a great social media campaign, and I'm sure we'll do press releases. I know there's Nextdoor. All those are great outlets on how to inform residents about what's safe and how to report illegal activity. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. That good? All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you, chiefs. Let's see. With that, we will proceed out to the public for any comment on the consent agenda in terms of a collective comment.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Jose Guerra, Montebello Community. I want to comment on 112. I'm just kind of curious why it's so expensive. I know we've come up with this solution, I think last year, and it wasn't solved for this system. And are you replacing it or repairing it?
Comments.
FYI, that's my comment, sir.
Okay.
My comment's the question, so you guys can answer it later.
Okay, thank you.
And then also on the 129, the fireworks warning, I mean, what outreach have you really done, the fire department and the police department? Because I haven't heard of anything. I've seen the drones out there pretty much, and that's it. And I'm not sure we're citing people like we should. Cite them. Why give them warnings? Cite them. When you cite somebody, believe me, they'll listen. And they'll pay their fine, and they will come forward again and do it. And then one other thing, I don't appreciate that you, Mayor, you have taken our time away from the agenda on, collective comment agenda. I think that's unconstitutional. That's my opinion, of course. But I think it's wrong for you to do that. I know you have the power to do that, but I don't think you have the right to do that. But thank you. Have a good day.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other public comment? No applause. We're not a show.
No, of course not. But you are making decisions over other people's lives, and you should be able to do that and on a prima facie, transparent, accountable, good intention part issue. So, I mean, if you're saying something controversial or trying to limit people's comment, I already made this apparent, and I'm glad you changed the format a little bit, but you should be able to allow public comment for every agenda item, either individually if they want to say it, or if you have questions first and then bring it out to the public before you make any kind of votes on any of it. You've been doing it. Public comment used to be 3 minutes, and now it's down to 2. Same with the county. You just keep curbing and curbing. This collective comment is wrong. I do appreciate a little bit better of structure, but you're supposed to go stepwise, the whole agenda comment per person, and you're going to limit us again all throughout the evening, all throughout the future. Like what is it? Are we children? Is this a school board meeting? I mean, where the parents are just shunned and it's not that big a deal? Well, this is a much bigger deal. How much of a budget are you guys in charge of? You're the county seat. You should be the epitome of dignity and integrity and forthrightness. I mean, we got a lot of love, rich in land, rich in values. Like, show it, be it. Don't try to suppress people. That's just wrong. And I've already brought this up a couple of times, dude. It's like you're just going to do what you want.
Is this
it's just going to be tyrannical.
Does this pertain to the consent
This is pertaining
calendar?
to the entire consent agenda and the way that you do business. This is a point of order of how you're not following procedure, and including us, the public, your constituents who pay you money to give it to private interests anyway. So at least afford us, everybody, let us speak, let everyone speak. You don't try to suppress their voice.
Okay, thank you. No, we're not going to do that. This is not a TV show. So please respect the process. Anybody else on the consent calendar? Okay. We will bring it back to council, see if there's a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved.
Second. All right. Patty, call for the question, please.
Calling for the vote on items 094, 147, 079, 081, 089, 112, 129, 136, and 144. Councilmember Barajas?
Yes.
Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember Diorigo?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Rosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Salazar?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval? Mayor Donahue?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, with that, we will proceed to public hearings and continue to May 6th will be a condition 2510, which is a conditional use permit to establish and operate a proposed off-sale alcohol-related use at an existing food and beverage sales at 695 East Alisal. We will also table 25036, the development impact fees annual adjustment, and then 25120, fiscal year 2526 citywide schedule of fees and service charges and annual update. Those will be taken up on May 6th. With that, we will proceed to the consideration item, and we will look for Lisa Brinton and a report on the residential rental registration and rate stabilization program implementation. Lisa?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. This administrative report is on the residential registration and rent stabilization program as requested by the City Council at its last council meeting. So back in April 2023, the City Council adopted a rental registration program which requires the registration of all residential rental units. Then in September 2024, the council adopted a rent stabilization program, which was comprised of 3 ordinances. A rent stabilization ordinance, which limits the amount and frequency of rent increase. A just cause eviction and tenant protection ordinance, which establishes criteria for lawful evictions. A tenant anti-harassment ordinance, which prohibits behaviors that harass or intimidate tenants. To implement the program in November, the council took further action to adopt registration fees, a budget, which was for 6 months for the 24-25 fiscal year, because the program was to go into effect in January 1st of 2025, and also added a workforce allocation modification, adding 2 staff members. Now, the summaries and links to all the ordinances are on page 2 of the staff report. In terms of a program budget, the workforce modification allowed the hiring of an admin analyst and an admin aide for a total of 3.2 program staff to operate the program. Salaries, benefits, software, supportive services, including a hearing officer, education and outreach, as well as indirect costs, were all factored for a total of $655,250. And the total budget actually was offset from rental registration fees already received, as well as United Way funds to offset one of the staff positions. At that time, we were also granted a $205,203 loan from the general fund in terms of, for startup, because we knew we weren't immediately going to have the revenues coming in from the fees. So we received that loan from the general fund with the intent that it would be paid back should revenues exceed expenses as the program was implemented. In moving on to implementation, in the months of November and December 2024, staff focused on vendor selection and platform development. That included selecting Ptolemy in November, as well as working with them to set up the platform and launch it by the program start date of January 1st. And through Ptolemy, there was software used to be able to identify the potential rental properties via criteria versus age of the building. Staff also worked to build a robust website and resources online on the city's webpage, and that included summaries of all 4 ordinances with links, frequently asked question commentary, which was updated, forms, definition, as well as tenant and landlord resources. Notices and petition forms that were required through the ordinances were developed and posted in both English and Spanish. And we also worked with our consultant who assisted us with the ordinances EPS to develop an allowable rent increase tool with user guide to assist the landlords to understand the amount that the rent could be raised. The program successfully launched on January 1st, and we continue to work with the city attorney to develop and refine forms and notices and procedures and legal coordination. In terms of outreach and support, from January to April 14th, we stood up a dedicated phone line, email, and established regular office hours of 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. and 3 to 4 p.m. daily. And when we sent out the notices of delinquency to unregistered properties, there was a definite spike in response as they received the notices. So we added evening office hours in February 2 times from 4:30 to 7 to provide additional in-person service to support answering questions as well as actual facilitating of registration. In total, during this period, the support provided of the 3 staff are 7,086 phone calls, responded to 833 emails, and supported 532 individuals in person in appointments. So fees collected to date, so there are 2 fees. The ordinance, the resolution established a $45 flat fee for rental registration. So this is just for all residential rental units that fall under the rental registration ordinance. For those units that fall under the rent stabilization ordinance, the fee is $170. A unit that falls under the rent stabilization ordinance does not also pay the $45. So they're separate fees depending on which ordinance applies to them. So to date, we've collected $1.4 million, just over that as of this date, and that number continues to increase. And here you'll see the breakdown between the rent registration and the rent stabilization units. In terms of program data, as of April 14th, we had 10,728 units registered. Of those, 7,131 are rent stabilized, and 3,597 were non-rent stabilized. Now, this number continues to grow. So to date, now, as of running a report this afternoon, we are over 11,000 units registered. Fees, as I said, was just over 1.4 million, and that equates to 47% of the units. Now, it should be noted that in many cases, there were property owners that received the notice and came to us stating that it wasn't a rental property, that a family member was living in there. There were unique circumstances that did not make that unit a rental property. So we did note that 470 property owners have communicated that their property is not a rental. To date, we have 5 pending landlord petitions and 1 pending tenant petition. Now, before I go on to the challenges that we learned, there's a slide that is missing. So I do want to point out that on page 8 of the staff report, we indicate our expenses to date, or as of the April 14th date. So while we've noted that 1.4 million are our revenues collected to date, as of April 14th, our actual expenditures were $232,479. Now, again, that number continues as we continue with implementation. I bring this up to then just acknowledge that our revenues have covered our expenses, and therefore the general fund at a certain point can be repaid the upfront loan to start up the program. In terms of challenges and feedback, so one of the first challenges received was just interpretation of the ordinance requirements. It was a lot to understand. There were 3 different ordinances. All of them had unique requirements and criteria, and just challenging to understand. So we just answered a lot of questions and tried to clarify the criteria through our frequently asked questions. And then there was the use of the registration process and the platform. And really, one, which was corrected immediately. So on January 2nd, we received a concern about the information that we were requesting in terms of the tenant and certain information. We corrected that by January 3rd and clarified what information was required to be registered and what was optional. Second, not everyone is comfortable with technology and getting comfortable with the platform. We also found that at certain points, the editing functionality of the platform provided challenges, and individuals would get stuck, and we would need to assist them to move forward. We also accommodated large property owners. That many properties have 100 or more units on the property, and you have to register each unit individually. So we worked out a process for them to work with Tuolumne for them to provide a spreadsheet, and then it was entered for them on the back end by the consultant. Other feedback received from the landlords included just the amount of fees being charged, the impact on rate of return in terms of the rent increase limits, the timing of the CPI. CPI data lags, and so it wasn't available in a timely manner to be able to provide the 60-day notice and be in compliance with the ordinance in terms of the increase. There was also questioning as to how to be compliant with the sub-metering requirement, the length of 5 years for the right to return period, and the relocation, the amount of relocation assistance required for just cause. So this evening, we're asking the council to receive this report and provide staff direction. There are 3 options for the staff to consider, for the council to consider. 1, direct staff to continue to implement all 4 ordinances and return with a program report in October 2025. 2, direct staff to modify and bring back to council for consideration any of or all 4 ordinances to clarify requirements and/or address concerns. And 3, direct staff to return to council as soon as possible with draft ordinances to repeal any or all of the 4 ordinances. That concludes staff's report, and I'm available for questions.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. Okay, any questions? I will, to my right, Councilmember Sandoval.
Sure. Lisa, can you talk a little bit about the outreach and the time frame from when we started this process of the ordinance to when we approved it, and kind of a little bit about the community engagement and outreach?
Yes, so back in the summer of 2024, we formed a technical advisory committee. That was one step, representative of property managers, landlords, developers, as well as community organizations representing tenants. And we met a handful of times to discuss the ordinance, receive feedback, as well as review the technical analysis prepared by the consultant, Economic Planning Systems. We also conducted 2 community meetings that were held in the Armory, in which the community received an update and was able to provide comments on the ordinance.
Okay, thank you. And then I know there's been some concerns about future development, about how this would impact future development. Could you speak to how this rent stabilization ordinance, or does it impact future development?
In terms of impact to future development, future rental units would be required to be registered under the residential rental registration ordinance. So they would be paying a fee at this time of $45 per unit.
As far as the rent stabilization ordinance, does that apply to future developments?
No, it does not. It only applies to units that are developed before February 1995.
Do we have any data to support, or have you heard of any data to support the claim that rent stabilization has impacted future development in other communities?
When we looked at with EPS, they looked at comparable programs that were successful and their best practices. So we have not followed up or heard any. With all the programs, there was a ramp-up period. It wasn't overnight success, but we have not heard any specific reports in terms of detriment to the housing market, tenant protections, et cetera.
Right. In your staff report, you spoke a little bit about there's been some landlord petitions and one tenant petition. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Could you explain what exactly a landlord has a right to petition?
Sure. So the landlord has a right to petition, one, if their costs are exceeding, like their insurance, just their costs of maintaining the property are exceeding the amount of rent, they're not getting the rate of return, they can petition. That's one reason, just to protect their rate of return. Second, if they've had a capital improvement that warrants an improvement to the property and therefore a higher rent. So those are the two means by which they can petition.
So when they petition, if the petition is granted, does that exempt them from having that rent increase, the rent cap?
So they are able to then go above the 2.75%, but it's still capped at the state limit, is my understanding.
Okay, I know we've received some concerns about people saying that, some landlords not saying they'll be able to maintain their properties or, keep up with rising costs, but there is an option for them in order to make sure they recover
There
the
is a
costs.
petition process, which also includes the notification of the tenant, and then it's processed through a hearing officer.
And other than the website, what have we done to inform landlords of what steps they can take to mitigate some of their cost increases or some of the concerns they may have?
In terms of landlord resources, we haven't provided specific advice in terms of how they can lower their costs, only a form to petition when they do incur higher costs, how they can petition a higher rent amount.
Okay, and what are tenants able to do when they petition the city?
So they can petition the city if they feel that there is poor conditions or improper treatment. Or
Right.
they're also being charged an incorrect rent amount.
Right, and so if we were to repeal these tenant protections, is there a benefit to tenants, or would they lose some rights since we approve that at a city level?
So I believe, and I'm going to speak to the city attorney, I believe there's certain rights that would be maintained under state law.
Yeah, that's correct, Lisa. So the city's ordinances are in some respects more restrictive than what state law provides. And so if the ordinances were repealed, I'm speaking specifically about the rent and stabilization ordinance and the tenant protection and just cause eviction ordinance. If those are repealed, it would revert to state law, which has some slightly reduced restrictions compared to what the city has in place currently. So that would be the difference, council member.
What are some examples of less restrictive that we would, in essence, what rights would, what protections would be lessened?
Well, starting with the rent stabilization, certainly the amount of rent increases that are permissible under the city's ordinances are much lower than what's provided in state law. With respect to the just cause eviction and tenant protection ordinance, there are some requirements in there that are much more restrictive than what's provided in state law. in terms of the noticing that's required. For example, the relocation assistance under the city's ordinance is 3 months as opposed to 1 month. So those are just two examples of how the city's ordinances are more restrictive.
All right, so when you talked about the tenants able to petition the city, so let's just say they have mold or they have bad carpet that's causing somebody to get sick. They petition the city and they say, I'm living under poor conditions, and then what happens?
So we would collect the information, and then we would notify the landlord that we had received the petition. They have a certain period of time, I believe 30 days, to respond, and then we send it over to the hearing officer. All the information from both parties, if information is received, for the hearing officer to make a determination.
So in essence, this gives tenants the ability to report unhealthy conditions or something that hasn't been fixed. Maybe they don't have a stove working or a refrigerator, and then the city would help mitigate that. Is that correct?
They could report it. Primarily, the petition process for tenants is when they feel that their rent has increased higher than the allowable rate. They can also report unfair and improper, unhealthy conditions. Unhealthy conditions would also then be researched by our code enforcement division. And it's not necessarily something that is evaluated by the hearing officer. They're focusing more on the compliance with the ordinance and the amount of rent increase.
Okay, so there's a potential that we would lose that benefit to tenants about getting their issues addressed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Recently we approved, was it the Central Area Plan? What was the one we recently approved? The new housing development.
A central area,
Central area
specific
plan.
plan, yes. We approved the first tentative map, yes.
And, I know we have a possible developer here in the area. Other than that plan that was brought by the developer, how many other developers are ready to build in Salinas? Like they're ready to submit their plans and ready to go?
So we currently have 11 applications in the future growth area in various stages. Some are in the pre-application phase, others are moving to the actual application phase. And I'm excited to say that the central area plan is quickly moving towards its final map phase. So we really have the range moving forward, and we're continuing to create that opportunity through the development of the East Area Specific Plan.
Okay, and when we were in this process with the TAC committee and the community engagement, I know that a lot of the tenant organizations like CCA and BHC, Centro Binacional, all came up with a percentage that they wanted the council to approve, which was less than what ultimately was approved. Did the other, the realtors or the other members of the TAC committee ever come with a proposed percentage of rent increases that they would like to see?
I am honestly trying to remember if there was a specific percentage put forward. Was it two? It was 2%.
I'm sorry, what was that?
So
No,
the tenants, 2%, correct? And then the landlords, I'm not recalling a specific percentage.
Neither am I. I only recall the percentage with respect to the, request from the tenants' side, which was 2%.
Okay, I know the last ordinance that was repealed in the city of Salinas, correct me if I'm wrong, was the cruising ordinance. When we repealed the cruising ordinance, there was pretty extensive outreach. I think there was community meetings and I think there was even the formation of a committee. Is there any plans as this discussion is moving forward to host those community meetings so tenants and landlords can know what's exactly going on?
So depending on council direction, staff would then formulate an appropriate community outreach approach and strategy.
So are you saying that depending on the direction of the council, there'll be outreach or there won't be?
Correct, there will. We will develop and implement outreach depending on the direction provided by council.
Okay, so we don't have like a standard outreach. Now we're going to do this. We're going to have this community meeting or shoot this engagement out.
We're a fairly well-oiled machine when it comes to community outreach and understanding the components. So we would be quickly able to mobilize in terms of organizing community meetings, putting out information online via flyers, social media, et cetera.
Do you remember the timeframe or the time we spent doing community outreach for the repeal of the cruising ordinance?
I was not directly involved with that ordinance.
Yeah, I'm just concerned that if it's the direction of the council to do this at the next meeting, that they're, basically we're saying no community engagement. Is that kind of what I'm hearing?
So let me answer that. It's hard for it's hard for us to have community meeting if we don't know what we're meeting on. So for us, based on your direction, then we will respond accordingly. So I don't remember I wasn't here for the other one, but it would be hard for us to meet with the community because what are we sharing with them? So I think it'd be more appropriate after today, based on direction, then we will activate accordingly and have them as many meetings as we need to have. But we do need direction from the council.
So would it be appropriate to host community information meetings, or not if the direction of the council is not? I mean, if we hear that they want to move it forward in 2 weeks, it would not be appropriate, or we will not be able to formulate a community meeting, is that correct?
I need direction from the council because this is a policy called by the council.
Right.
So I'm not ducking the question, I just need direction from the council, and then we will respond accordingly. It's not for me to say based on council direction, without council direction, what's appropriate or not appropriate. We typically, for example, where would that stop? So I do need some direction from the council because my concern is having community meetings without direction will actually cause more confusion and more unnecessary work and reaction. So I think to be very clear, it would be great to have council direction and then we can move accordingly.
Okay. Do we know how many short-term rentals, I know we're talking about the shortage of housing. Do we know how many short-term rentals we have in Salinas? Because those are exempt from the ordinance, is that correct?
Yes, and short-term rentals are not allowed in our community.
Thank you for that. And do we have, well, I guess we're going to wait on council direction because, I was trying out some of the tools and attachments in the, how to calculate your rent. And, you have to have Excel in order to open it. And I could not do it at my work. And so, some of those tools, I understand that the council may have a different direction, but I hope that we could address some of those issues.
Improve the tools. Thank you.
Yeah, those will conclude my questions for now.
Okay, thank you. Tony?
Thank you. Ms. Brenton, I appreciate you're a well-oiled machine. The communication is critical in this because whether you're a landlord or a tenant, a renter, I believe communication is key. Your report talks about the organization process aids in maintaining accurate records of rental units and facilities using effective communication. As I hear you right now, I guess financially the city is already doing well. I mean, you paid the loan off to the general fund, but what kind of feeling are you getting out here to the people that we're serving? How effective is our communication in answering some of these critical questions that they may have?
I would say it's very strong. I do want to recognize rental registration staff who are here in the audience, Laura, Cassandra, and Aquantis.
Yes, please. That way the people can know who they are.
They really deserve a lot of credit for the successful implementation.
Thank you.
We had a very tight timeline to make of January 1st. This was adopted in September. We came back to establish program implementation in November, and it stood up on January 1st, 2025. That in itself is an accomplishment. And the fact that we have beaten our projections of 30% registration by 20%, and we're at 50%, is really a testament to the outreach and the efforts of these three individuals in implementing the program and their commitment to follow through.
Yes. Thank you. If we can look at the slide that support provided, if we can look at that slide, please, and as I'm asking for it.
I apologize. I'm having a really hard time hearing. Can we turn up the volume?
What? Can you hear me now?
I can. Much better. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to get very close here. Ms. Brinton, on this, as we're looking for the slide, this council is being challenged to making a very aggressive effort to increase the housing supply. You know, in listening to some of your comments earlier, how effectively, I know you're talking about that we have 11 applicants at different levels. How are we doing as far as looking at the supply and demand, the housing shortage? I know a lot of times from this council, we may hear there's a lot of things that we can't do because we either short-staffed, no money or whatever, but what is it that we're doing right in order to provide assistance on the house supply?
So I think there are a lot of things that we're doing. One, under the city's purview is establishing land use and zoning designation to provide for all types of housing. In our housing element, we identified over 8,000 units could be developed throughout our site inventory. This was relying fairly heavily on development in the future growth area, but also increasing densities within our current city limits. We really have focused on permitting of accessory dwelling units and improving our permitting processes. That's the other component that is under the city control, is streamlined permitting process to facilitate development. Also, we've been proactive in terms of site assembly and pre-development. For example, we have funded land acquisition and pre-development costs for the acquisition of 98 Kip Drive, which will be 100% affordable senior housing project, as well as 3 accessory dwelling units that are going to be developed by Chispa. We also have been really focused on land assembly and pre-development site assessment and pre-development endeavors in Chinatown, so that we can then undertake the dirty work, so to speak, so that these sites then are ready for development, which is targeting housing. So that is really the city's active role. We are not a developer, but we are the ones that lay the groundwork between our land use, permitting, and in some cases, gap financing.
Yes. Well, thank you for that information. Ms. Britton, I want to ask you a little bit about Assembly Bill 1482, and as I ask you this question, if you can let the public know a little bit about what that's about. But with AB 1482 that's already in place, do you think as a city we're adding more restrictive policies on landlords that will eventually hurt the renters, the tenants?
So, as City Attorney Callahan indicated before, our city ordinances in many cases are more restrictive than AB 1492. And, at this time, we don't have specific, situations that I can report in terms of impact, but Mr. Callahan can elaborate if there are any further components he'd like to add. But at this point, bottom line is, yes, it is more restrictive. Do we have data pointing to consequence? Not at this time.
Yes. And in the short time that we've had this ordinance, any good fruit, anything positive that you can think the outcome has, it's been a few short months. I mean, 3 months, a little bit over 3 months. Anything that you can say that you see a positive change somewhere?
Well, I think there is, anecdotally, there is on the tenant side security in terms of the frequency and amount their rent can be raised. There is a process in place, not only for the tenants, but for the landlords, because I think if we look at these ordinances as benefiting one side or the other, it's divisive. The intent is to have an ordinance that protects both sides. And so I would say there are protections both ways.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. In your slide here under support provided, it's up there on the screen. The 7,000 plus phone calls answered, 833 mails responded to, and 532 in-person appointments. I mean, it's a lot of numbers here, but how effective has this communication been? Okay, so 532 people called for an appointment or something. Did 532 people leave satisfied with the information?
So I'll be honest, when we had the influx in February, there were some dissatisfied customers, in terms of confusion regarding the notice they received. And with 3 staff, there was an inundation of individuals coming in during office hours, and staff did their best to, one at a time, identify each customer's individual needs and address them to the best of their ability.
So with what you just said, would you, because this is, whatever this council decides on doing, there's going to be a lot of questions, a lot of confusion, a lot of different things, and people are going to be financially impacted, emotionally, different ways, physically. Some people are going to probably get physically sick because of, sometimes you can't sleep because you can't pay your bills. It's a hard thing to go through. But is your department adequately staffed to be able to, you say right now that we continue maybe with the limited staff, do we need more staff to make this really work?
So in my opinion, we've gone through the heavy lift. And so with the implementation of any program, there's that heavy startup and initial implementation that first year, getting everyone comfortable with the process. And so you will have these peaks, but then we'll hit our lulls where we can be more proactive and provide more proactive, outreach in terms of resources and communication with both tenants and landlords. So at this point in time, I do feel that we're adequately staffed to go forward, especially since we've gotten over that initial peak of registration.
Ms. Britton, and not knowing the outcome of this council as of yet, what do you see the next steps? There's a lot of people here with expectation of whether you're a landlord or a renter. What can these people leave with an expectation that our next steps, what is it that we're thinking about doing, regardless of what the outcome is from this council?
So at this point in time, from the staff perspective, we continue to implement the program until we receive direction from council, and until action is formally taken one way or another, we will continue to implement the program. So there are 3 options. One, to continue to implement the program, leave the ordinances in place. We come back with another report in October. The second is to look at modification at components of any of the ordinances and bring those back for consideration. Again, we continue to implement the program until any change is formally made through the ordinance process. And if it's removed, if the direction is to come back with an ordinance to rescind any or all of these ordinances, again, we continue to implement the ordinance until any new ordinance goes into effect, rescinding the program.
Yes. And Ms. Britton, my last question here, under landlord and tenant petitions, and you did talk a little bit about it already, but so there is something that landlords can do as far as when they're having a hardship, because you know what, on top of having to pay for your property, there's a lot of cost involved, as you already know. Costs is sometimes utility taxes, everything, a lot of things.
Insurance.
Insurance, the upkeep of the building, the roof, whatever. So when a landlord is having a difficult time, you said there's a petition that they can file for some kind of a fair return. And then on the same thought, on the tenant, on the renter, that they're able to do a petition for rent reduction. Can you spoke a little bit about it, but what is it, something tangible that they can do here when they're having the financial hardship?
On which side?
On both sides, whether it's the landlord,
Okay.
whether it's the
So,
landlord
for
or the...
example, a landlord, their insurance triples, or they can petition to incorporate that into a higher rent increase to continue to maintain a fair rate of return. Let's say a pipe breaks, or they need to, remodel the bathroom because there was a flood from a pipe bursting. They can provide the receipts of that expense for that capital improvement, and then pass that amount through via a rent increase. On the tenant side, if they feel that a landlord is inappropriately increasing the rent higher than what's allowed, then they can petition that as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Jose.
Thank you, Mayor. So to start off, when did we begin outreach for this specific ordinance? Can you just walk me
For the
very
rent
quickly through
stabilization program, we received direction in August of 2024, and we began our outreach at that point in time in terms of forming a technical advisory committee, and I believe our first community meeting was in September, end of August, and then we had a second one in September.
Okay. And then in terms, I have a point to this in terms of, I'm going to tie this into RHNA, our Regional Housing Needs Allocation. In 2023, where were we at in terms of progress for that? We just received our housing element update.
Yes, so I believe it was just over 200 units that have been produced in 2024, the majority of which were accessory dwelling units that have been permitted.
Okay. So is it correct that in 2023 and 2024, we only permitted and completed 369 units to date for the current 6th cycle for RHNA? Is that correct?
Correct.
And is the total number of units, our goal, 6,674? Is that correct?
That is correct.
So would that mean that our shortfall of units is 6,305 units?
Yes, I'm not very good at math in my head, but yes, you subtract the number.
Okay. I'm going to go through some math with you very
Okay.
quickly, okay?
I'll try to visualize.
Of the goal, our goal for the 6th cycle for very low units was 920. And given that we're 2 years into that cycle, that would mean that we want to be at around the quarter mark, right? Quarter mark, would that be correct?
So really, the housing element for this cycle was adopted at the end of 2023. So 2023 was part of the last cycle, so 2024 is the first year of this cycle.
So in that case, right now for this cycle, we would kind of want to be at the 8th mark then, would that be
Yes.
correct? Okay, so of the very low units of 920, 1/8 of that would be 115. Of the low income units, that would be 75. Of the moderate income units, that would be roughly 212 if you round up. Of the above moderate, of the 3,462, that would be roughly 435, adding up to a total of roughly 836, right? So we've only permitted and actually built 369 of the 836 where we're trying to be at, right? And if that trend continues next year, if we don't break ground on any additional units, we will be 1,303 units behind. Would that be correct?
Yes, doing the math based on the table.
Okay, perfect. So in the same time that the previous council has focused on this ordinance, have we had any emphasis on the supply side demand in terms of policy for getting more housing production online?
So we have, adopted a new housing element that went into effect in 2024. We continue to work on our general plan update, which is shifting to place types and increasing densities throughout the city, as well as preparing a specific plan for the east area. As we also partner. For example, we are a partner with the county for the development of affordable housing multifamily project on county property there at Laurel, adjacent to the Share Center, which will be a phased project bringing, I believe, around 150 units.
And can you elaborate on where the city stood in terms of the last RHNA cycle? Where were we at in terms of meeting our goals?
We did not meet our goals, but our goals were much lower. So we were much closer based on the goal that was set at that time.
Okay. Can you elaborate on what are some of the consequences should we not meet the RHNA allocations moving forward?
Yes, so there could be penalties in terms of being denied future state funding or having funding that has already been allocated rescinded. I do want to highlight that we are a pro-housing city. We were the first in our county to receive pro-housing designation. We have established a local housing trust fund. We have dedicated our pro-housing implementation plan funds as well as our permanent local housing allocation, all these acronyms, towards building or supporting homeless services and the homeless services pipeline. So we have dedicated tens of millions of dollars towards this effort. It is a long process.
How many times has our local housing trust fund been tapped into?
So we have committed funds for Division Street. I want to say, and housing staff may need to help me, that I believe the commitment is just over $3 million combined land acquisition and pre-development costs, with the opportunity to potentially come back for construction costs.
And the contribution that we gave to Monterey Bay Economic Partnership for the Monterey Bay Housing Trust Fund, do you know if any of our partners in our city have tapped into those funds as well?
I would have to defer to the city manager. I do not believe so.
Yeah, I don't think so, but that's something we're following up on.
Okay, thank you. And then does state law currently outline the frequency of rent increases, not taking into account the city's ordinance?
Yes, they
Does state
do.
law kind of dictate that? How often may rent be increased under state law, and what are some of the rent increase limits?
Is it twice a year?
Twice per year, council member, and up to a maximum of 10%.
Okay, thank you. And then does the city's rent stabilization ordinance, kind of specifically the number of rent increases and the maximum annual amounts, apply to month-to-month leases as well?
Sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing.
The answer to that question is yes. The
Yes.
city's ordinance allows one rent increase per year, and at the lower amounts of 2.75%?
Up to.
Up to 2.75%.
Okay. And then under state law, to whom would a tenant report any violations, whether it's in terms of violations for their lease, for renter protections relating to rent increases, or health and safety violations, or just upkeep and maintenance? What would be the state's default for seeking remedy for that?
So, Councilmember, that would be a private cause of action that the tenant, for example, would bring against the landlord. They couldn't, under state law, come to the city and ask the city to enforce, because we have no jurisdiction currently to enforce AB 1482 or really any other state law in this discussion.
And that was in part why the ordinances were being considered, so that there would be an enforcement component.
Have we as a city ever provided any funding to legal support providers in our community to serve Salinas tenants when bringing these types of violations, since it is a private cause of action?
Yes, we provided funding for mediation.
Mediation, okay. But have we provided, what that mediation?
Through legal services. Mhm.
Okay, awesome. In our staff report, we mentioned a $205,000 loan from the general fund required to help cover some of the startup costs. Do we expect that to be returned to the general fund?
Yes, given the fact, as I mentioned, our fees collected is exceeding the cost of the program, yes, that would be repaid.
Okay. And then why were government and nonprofit-owned housing units exempted from this ordinance? Were we approached by any particular group?
So with respect to the deed-restricted units, we were approached specifically by CHISPA, who asked that that provision be added as an exemption. With respect to the others, the intent was to create as broad a net as possible in order to capture as many units as possible, which is why you have those more limited exemptions in the city's ordinance.
Can you elaborate a little bit more on what some of those concerns from CHISPA or nonprofit housing providers were?
Just the ability for them to charge rent on deed-restricted units was already so tight. Having any additional restriction beyond what state law provides would just make it almost impossible for them, is what we've heard.
So to understand correctly, our nonprofit housing providers told us ahead of time that this ordinance would be too restrictive for them to be able to continue operations. Would that be correct?
More or less, yes.
Okay. And then in this particular case, are religiously owned units also bound by the ordinance in terms of maintaining rent stabilization and having to be registered as well?
So there are a couple of exemptions in the ordinance for convents, for example, or monasteries. I think it gets a little complicated as it relates to religiously owned properties because there is federal law that regulates the city's ability to regulate religious land uses, and so that's sort of a complicated question to answer, except to the extent that there are those two exceptions that are written into the city's ordinance, Councilmember.
Okay. How does our ordinance on just cause and evictions kind of go into the field of contract law with existing contracts and leases that tenants had with landlords, and some of these other nuanced changes that were made, such as being able to add in family members, switching them out one for one without notifying the landlord?
So I think your question is whether or not this violates a private contract, and in my opinion, it doesn't, because state law specifically gives the city the authority to regulate, as it's done with respect to these ordinances.
Okay, thank you. Are we on the hook for all platform costs with like our online service provider and our data providers through the end of the designated period?
So we have upfront costs, which we have paid to onboard. Those would be annual costs. Should we continue with the platform provider as well as maintaining hearing officer services? They would be annual costs going forward. But those costs have been incurred to date.
Okay, so since they've been incurred, so what I'm understanding is we wouldn't be able to recoup those costs depending?
No.
Okay. And then would the same apply for the cost for the hearing officer as well?
So those costs, there's a not to exceed amount, but it's billable as by hour. So we would only be paying for the costs already incurred.
Okay. Has the city ever gone about a campaign for, something similar to what the county did with immigrant rights on tenant Know Your Rights campaign? Have we ever embarked on that or done any community outreach pertaining
No,
to
we
that?
contract with ECHO to provide tenant support services. Yeah, that is an area where we could definitely expand and improve on our outreach.
Okay. For this ordinance, did the study done by the consultant analyze? Let me kind of preface it with this. Our two primary sources of revenue for the city are sales tax and property tax, correct?
Yes.
Yes, right. So did the study done by the consultant account for, given that rental properties their value is assessed based on rents received, did it account for a decrease in the real assessed value of the property and the subsequent decrease in collection of property taxes for the city?
It looked more on a rate of return. Would there still be a rate of return? So the study did do an analysis as what the impact would be in terms of could a rate of return be maintained?
So we only focus on the rate of return. We didn't
Correct.
account for other economic factors and conditions pertaining
That
to
is
this
correct.
ordinance. Okay. Was there a particular reason why we didn't analyze or include further consideration of all these other factors when making this ordinance?
What do you mean by other factors?
External factors, like, for example, when it comes to passing along costs, right? And in terms of how businesses are financed, we've heard from several landlords that they have to make, improvements of several tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, sometimes even millions of dollars to get properties up to code and make the improvements needed to, have the units be in livable and good conditions, right? So when you're financing something typically through, a financer or a lender, they're going to look at that and, in terms of being able to secure that financing, you wouldn't be able to secure that loan. A financier, a lender
Based on
wouldn't.
the demonstrated revenue?
Based on the rent, correct?
No, so don't recall that calculation being performed. They looked at a straight rate of return and allowed the petition process for these situations where there was an increase in capital investment to be able to recoup that cost through increased rent, higher rent.
Okay. And then the underlying kind of theme of the series of 4 ordinances is tenant anti-displacement. Are there any other policies that you know of that have been implemented, maybe not by the city, but that have been implemented in other jurisdictions, maybe even out of state, that focus on tenant anti-displacement that aren't rent stabilization?
You could approach it from the other side, which would be rental assistance. So yes, the city, we ourselves have, through grant funds, been able to provide rental assistance either through the payment of a deposit, first month's rent, even application fees. And we also, through grant funds, have been able to pay the arrears of utilities as well as rent to keep individuals in their home.
Okay. And then, did you know that the city of Seattle, about 6 years ago, implemented a similar rental stabilization ordinance? Did you know that they saw recently a decrease of 19% of their overall rental housing supply?
No, I'm not familiar with the Seattle model. We looked at models in California.
Okay. Well, speaking of California models, City of Berkeley, when they first adopted the ordinance, in the subsequent years, they also experienced a 4% decrease in overall rental supply. A 4% decrease in rental supply for Salinas based on the 8,330 projected units that fall under the rent stabilization ordinance. A 4% decrease would be roughly 334 units completely lost off the market, right? That's considering that Seattle was still building units at the same time that these units that were a little bit older were taken offline, right? So that would be 334. If we even saw just 1% decrease, that would be 84 units lost. And if we felt the full impact of a 19% decrease, that would be 1,583 units completely lost, which would, I'm guessing, displace at least 3 to 8 times the number of residents from Salinas. Does the cost formulation, what's the reason why we allowed for a cost increase factor in terms of rent that is below inflation?
So it was geared towards, really, a lot of it was driven by community that was supported by the analysis of EPS and comparable communities. So our analysis, the study, it looked at comparable cities. So we didn't, as Salinas, didn't compare ourselves to Berkeley. You know, we compared ourselves to Oxnard and other communities of a similar demographic. And so in looking at their programs, their data, what they were charging, that is how we found ourselves in the middle. Also through the public conversation, what we heard from the community.
Okay. And did you know that the city of, again, we're talking about rent stabilization, but I think we also need to analyze it from a more holistic level. So bringing in the national conversation, what other jurisdictions are doing, just to think creatively so that we're not just thinking within the confines of California, but really being explorative into what can be done in other jurisdictions. And the city of Minneapolis out in Minnesota actually did a really good job of focusing on supply side housing policy that deregulated a lot of their housing restrictions. And in that same 5-year time period that Seattle saw a 19% decrease in housing supply, Minneapolis experienced a 14% increase, and which effectively stabilized rents, not for a specific group of people, but for entire residents citywide. Did you happen to know that?
I'm not familiar with that study, no, but I would agree that we have an opportunity with our zoning code to streamline processes, which would then facilitate the development of housing and focus on the supply side. So we're headed that direction.
earlier, some of my colleagues asked a question about, what were some of the options on the table. You mentioned 3 options, right? Keeping the things as is and waiting for a report in October, full-on repeal, or tweaking things. Is there an alternative option to maybe not just tweak things, but pursue things like rental assistance program or tenant opportunity to purchase ordinances, things like that?
Yes.
Yes,
Our
absolutely.
options relate specifically to the ordinances that we were asked to bring back. That doesn't mean direction can't be added in terms of rental assistance.
Okay, thank you. That concludes my questions.
Okay, thank you, Jose. Aurelio?
Just like to thank staff for their presentation, and I think I'm going to try to keep my comments short. I appreciate all the residents and property management companies coming out here today to speak. When it comes to community engagement, this is typically what I would like to see. I know that we have opposing views, and I really want to get to hearing from the residents, and I really want to get to hearing from the property management companies. As contentious as this has been, this is the ideal when we can get opposing sides to talk to one another. And so whatever we need to do to hash through this process, I want to make sure that we're also making the effort to listen to the other side. And so I just want to begin there. I'm going to try to keep it down to 2 questions. So I see that, we had the 7,317 units that were registered, those that were the multifamily and those built before February 1st of 95. And then I also see that, in terms of the single family or newer units that were registered, 3,646 for a total of about 11,000, right? 10,963. In terms of the 5,374 units that were delinquent, I see that those letters were sent out on or about February 12th. What's the game plan to get to them? Those that did register after receiving that letter, what was their response, like why they didn't register?
So when we launched the program, we had a beginning database from our rental registration program. So we sent initial notification letting those property owners know that we were open, that the program was being implemented. We then, through Ptolemy, they have a program capacity to do a sort of properties. So they do it by parcel. So when you see the 5,000 number, that's the number of properties. There could be more than 1 unit. There could be 3 units. There could be over 100 units on that property. So of the 5,000 plus properties, when we pulled those out of the database, we saw that they had not yet registered, so we sent them a notice. And from that notice, then we got a response, and definitely an increase in registration at that point in time was when things really started to kick in and we were moving forward with program implementation.
And so I think I did maybe receive, I'm trying to recall if it was an email or a phone call. Somebody, they had a house and they received a letter and they're like, no, I live here. Is there a number in terms of how many of those calls that we, I see staff nodding their head back there.
Correct.
In terms of like, hey, why did I receive this
So
letter?
on the slide, we noted that 470 property owners have communicated that their property is not a rental. So we've subtracted those from the numbers.
Okay. And then also, I do want to get like a little bit better understanding in terms of like a just cause eviction, right? So let's say a property management company owns like a 10-unit apartment complex, and you've got the one neighbor that makes a lot of noise, or having parties, or maybe they have they have a pet, and the lease says, something along the lines of only those that help those that may have like some sort of disability, and there's that just cause. What is that process, right? And let's say, right, there's two parts to that. Let's also say, because as I was reading some of the language, let's say a neighbor has another bad neighbor, and they're like, hey, you know what, keeping us up late at night, now I have to file a complaint in my name, and my contact information has to be made public. I don't feel safe. What is that process when a renter has that one tenant that probably does need an eviction or go through that eviction process?
So what is the notification process? I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, that whole process. So let's say let's say that's you, and you have that tenant.
Not being a landlord, there would be a process in terms of notification to cease and desist, and then to proceed with eviction if there was not compliance. It's more straightforward if there's a non-payment of rent. In other situations, in terms of noise or disruption, that would be another situation, and depending on the situation, could involve the police or other resources such as the police or sheriff to assist in the matter.
And I see staff in the back like nodding their head. I don't know if they have any additional comments. So I'd be open to listening to them. Thank you.
Hello, Council, Mayor. My name is Cassandra Orozco, and I'm a Community Development Analyst with the Rental Registration and Rental Stabilization. So in regards to a case similar to that may go to code enforcement. So a noise complaint would go to code enforcement. From there, they do sometimes request, I don't know what the processing may be as of now in regards to what type of information they do collect from the caller. But that information is to be kept private. I don't believe that information is to be released. So that we do also, or code enforcement also works with PD. So PD will send any noise complaints to code enforcement. Code enforcement will then send that violation to the property owner. So if it is a renter, it will go out to the renter living there, and it will also go to the property owner's address.
Thank you. And that concludes my questions.
All right, thank you, Gloria.
Thank you, Lisa, for the report, and all the staff that's here and all the residents that are here. But my question is going to go back to that TAC, the group that met.
The TAC, yes.
Yeah. How many times did you meet with all of them? And I'm talking because it was made up of realtors and community members. How many times did they meet?
I want to say around 5 times.
Within the year when you started the ordinance? Or?
Right, because we started the process in August, it was adopted in September. It was a very quick time frame in terms of gathering and communicating information.
And was it well attended by both parties?
Yes, we provided hybrid options, so there were those that attended in person, but we also had a hybrid option to encourage participation, and it was well attended.
And can you kind of just explain a little bit what that group TAC means for the residents that are here, so they know what we're talking about?
Sure, thank you, Councilmember De La Rosa. TAC stands for Technical Advisory Committee. So these were landlords, property owners, developers, community-based organizations representing tenants, all that, let's say, had a stake in the game, and we went through the draft ordinances together, received concerns, recommended language changes. They were also involved in reviewing the technical study and providing feedback.
Okay, that's my only question.
So they supported the development of the ordinances.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. That's my only question, because there was a lot of questions that were asked, and they were answered, some of them that I had. Thank you.
And Margaret?
Thank you, Lisa and team, for going through all of this. I agree. I don't know what I could ask that hasn't been asked already. So thank you, everyone, for chiming in. this is obviously a complex issue, right? It's a community issue. It's challenging, just like homeless and affordable housing. It's not going to get fixed overnight. But I do have a lot of concerns about it. I think, we're going through a really difficult time in our world right now with rising costs. We're all paying more for everything, what we eat, what we drive, our housing, our utilities. It's a difficult time, and I think we're all feeling really, really squeezed. So I want to recognize that, and I appreciate all of you coming out tonight because it means a lot, and I like community forums like this. I think they're really important. And I think the messaging has been very clear that we need to message this really well to the community going forward. Not that you didn't do that in the past, I'm just saying, going forward, we need to make sure that, because it's very confusing. I mean, look at all the calls you've had, all the questions we have, and we should be kind of in the know, but we're still asking a lot of questions because we don't understand it ourselves. So I think there's a lot of confusion in the community, and that creates fear and anxiety and everything. So thank you for answering those really, deep questions. To me, it's a business decision. It's not, sitting up here, I have to take myself out of it as emotionally and just look at it as what do we need to do for this city to move forward. I have a lot of respect for the long-term families that have been here and reinvested their families' income into these buildings so that we have beautiful places to live, and they've taken care of them, and that's really important. The last thing we want is a bunch of, unmaintained buildings that people are living in. That's not going to solve anybody's problems. So I'm really, sensitive to that. So as an investor, there has to be a return on investment, and the level that we're at, the percentage we're at, is just not sustainable. And I've talked to lots of people who own property, and they just say, I can't do it. I'm going to sell my property. That will not benefit anybody in this room. So I'm not on one side or the other. I think we are one big city, and we've got to come to a solution together that we can all get behind and that we can agree to. So I like the idea of having a committee where we have all parties invested, come together, and let's talk it through, and let's come up with something that we can all live with. But I don't believe that the levels that we're at right now are sustainable for anyone. And I'm about the city of Salinas as a whole. So, so I'm really looking at from an investment point of view. As an investor, I have to get a return on my investment. If I put my money in the bank, I might get 4%. I don't delve well in the stock market because I think that's a little sketchy. But, really, if you look at it, investing in real estate has always been a really good investment in this community, and it's stable. And we don't want to deter people from investing in our community. We need that. And we need to grow more housing, as we've said. We have to attract more housing, people that want to come in and invest in our community. So that's my perspective. So I really want to thank everybody for coming out. And I also want to say one more thing, and this might be, Renee might not want to hear this, but I don't know that the city should be in the property management business. I really feel like that's something that we have professionals doing
Point of
that.
clarification, Mayor, I'm sorry. I thought we were on questions.
Oh, I thought we were combining the two. Oh,
According to the agenda, why don't we just keep it to, if you have any questions, and then we'll go out to public, and then we'll come
okay.
back. We'll
I'll
come back.
conclude my
Yeah.
remarks. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you, Andrew. Okay. All right, we will now proceed to public comment. So, a couple things. This is, this is not a forum for clapping or applauding. Lots of signs, and so that's here, and so plenty of opportunities for personal expression. We are going to, it's fairly clear there are a couple different points of view on this. So what I'm going to do is those who are interested in the status quo, you'll have 45 minutes. And the reason it's 45 minutes as opposed to 30 minutes is I do understand there'll be a number of Spanish-speaking speakers, so that allows some extra time for translation. Comments will be limited to 2 minutes and can finish a sentence. It's not an exact science finishing a sentence. I'll do the best I can. So 45 minutes for the status quo, and then we'll go ahead and then 30 minutes for either option two or three, and then 10 minutes each for Zoom. So that's how we'll do public comment. So we will let the maintain the status quo crowd go first, 45 minutes, up to 45 minutes, 2 minutes, and then 30 minutes. So Rose, I'm thinking you may be in the other team, so you've got to wait, you still got to wait your turn.
Señor alcalde y concejales, mi nombre es Rosa María Juárez Clark. Y estoy aquí primero para darle las gracias por su liderazgo.
I really need to, I'm going to divide it by teams.
Okay.
So would you mind waiting until we do?
Can you do ours, our first team? We were here in this front row
Well, no,
sitting
everybody
forever.
was here, but I'm going to start with the group that wants to maintain the status quo. And
Point of
then,
information, Mayor? Mayor, point of information?
sure.
I just want to understand, your perspective is to give those that speak Spanish less time because they speak Spanish because you're going to only allow 15 minutes for the interpretation?
No, I'm allowing, rather than each side have 30 minutes, I'm allowing extra time because I'm presuming there will be some Spanish speaking, and I want to allow extra for that. So I'm making that accommodation as opposed to 30 minutes and 30 minutes.
Mayor, would you take into consideration that we also have indigenous Leahy speakers, not just?
45 minutes.
Okay, I just want to clarify.
45 minutes, as opposed to a straight 30. I'm making accommodation because I believe there will be a number of English speakers also, so.
Mayor, Councilmember Tony Barrera,
Yes.
we just eliminated 2 hours of agenda, 2 hours of agenda. We eliminated several topics for this certain topic. Some of these people have been here for a long time. I think, Mayor, and I'm going to say it with as much respect as I can, we need to allow every individual, I don't like when you say teams. I mean, there's no teams. We're a community here.
Right.
That's right.
And sir, if you do not allow these people to speak, I am walking out of this room right now because you know what? We just eliminated 2 hours of different topics for the urgency of this matter. So if you don't allow, you know what, this is unacceptable. You know, this is one of the most critical issues we're going to face for the next 2 years or 3 years or even longer. I think every person needs to have at least a minute to, whatever language. But sir, if you do not allow that, this council member is walking out. And I mean that.
If we allow everyone to speak, then it will be a minute per person.
Whatever, but sir, we eliminated 2 hours of topics already.
I understand that.
So let's do it then, please.
I understand that. So then we'll just take it straight up. Whoever comes up, and you have a minute.
Well, I had 2 minutes and I've been speaking in Spanish.
Okay.
Does that count?
Well, if you're speaking in Spanish, 2 minutes, yes.
Thank you.
You get 1 minute to speak and 1 minute.
What, it's 1 minute, 1 minute to speak.
Point of clarification, point of information. I would like to ask.
I call order, gentlemen.
I'd like to ask the council to weigh in on this.
We're gonna take a 5-minute break. 5-minute break. 5-minute break. All right, we will resume. So, moving forward for the rest of the meeting, in order to allow everyone to speak, it will be 1 minute for speaking, 1 minute for translation. Everyone will get a chance to speak. If you are planning on speaking, straight line, single file, and if that moves you out the door, it does. We are over capacity in the room, so after you speak, we will need to ask you to leave, because we're 100 over capacity. So, and there are people waiting outside, so I'm going to ask the line to tighten up, single file. 1 minute to speak. If translation's required, another minute. So with that, we are back open for business. And I also want to add, we are not in the business of shouting or clapping. We're going to respect folks' right to speak, let them say what they have to say, and keep moving. So we are back at it. Rose?
Buenas tardes, gracias por tenerme aquí. Estoy aquí para corregir las mentiras que se están divulgando. He visto los carteles que se están pasando donde se dice que 5 miembros del concilio van a votar esta noche para subir sus rentas. Eso es mentira. El concilio no puede subir sus rentas. He escuchado decir que la ley de control de renta bajará sus rentas. Eso tampoco es cierto. El concilio y la ciudad no puede hacer eso. He escuchado decir a gente que su renta fue subida cada mes y que se la subieron sin darles previo aviso. El control de renta no hace eso para mitigar estos problemas. Eso ya es ilegal bajo la ley del Estado de California. Y todos los de Salinas, lo único que tienen que hacer es enforzar la ley del Estado para proteger a la gente. Me duele de corazón ver cómo muchas personas están siendo engañadas por individuos que se jactan querer ayudarlos en momentos difíciles. Les están diciendo que dependen del gobierno. Lo que más necesita esta comunidad es ayudar a esas familias trabajadoras para la información sea correcta y sus recursos sean normales. Sí se puede, claro que se puede.
Translation. Or if you're done, you're done. Okay. All right, thank you. Next.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor, council members, and staff, and hello to all my beautiful neighbors and residents of Salinas. First, I want to thank City Council members for their leadership and for recognizing the need to better understand the impacts of our city policies are having in housing in Salinas. Secondly, I need to correct some misinformation that has been spread. I hear people saying that this council is voting tonight to raise rents. This is not truthful. The council does not have the ability to do this, so it cannot be truthful. I hear people saying rent stabilization or rent control lowered their rents. This is not true either. The council and the city cannot do this either. So this is misinformation. I hear people saying their rent was raised each month or that it was raised without notice. Rent control does nothing to solve these problems. This was already illegal under state law, and all of Salinas has to do this to enforce state law to protect people. My heart goes out to my fellow Salinas residents who are being misled by untruthful individuals who are preying on residents in hard financial times. You are being told to rely on the government to solve problems it cannot solve its own.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, but I'm sorry, I'm Mayor, but I'm trying to be fair.
No, I have to be fair.
No, I know, but can I just ask one thing? As an interpreter, it's a little hard to go as fast as when people speak. So can I at least finish what she said?
You can finish whatever
Yeah,
sentence
what
you're
she
on.
said.
Whatever sentence she was on.
Yes. I'm not going to add anything, I promise you. What we need to be doing instead as a community is helping our hardworking families, the information and resources that need become. Sí se puede. Yes, we can do this together as one city, not divided. We cannot regulate our way of housing crisis, but we can build our way out. Thank you.
Good evening, Jose Garamond, Montreal community. I love it. Look at this, Salinas. God bless you guys for coming out. You got to come out every time we have a meeting, not just tonight, because we all need your support. Let's help each other. First of all, I don't think we have a rent stabilization problem. We have a housing problem. I've told you that for the last 3 years I've been coming here, but you guys have ignored that. I don't know if you have your earmuffs on or what, or you're on your phone, or I don't know what's going on. But you guys need to do your job. You were elected by us. You're paid by us. You're all employees of the city of Salinas. You need to listen to your people here, your residents, your landlords, your recipients, everybody here. So please listen to them. And once again, guys, come on. Let's do something about this. Let's get this going right. Let's not divide our people. Don't do that, Mr. Mayor. Don't divide us. Make us a whole. That is your job, to make us a whole. You too, Mr. Mendez, that is your job too also, sir. To have everybody come together and give this gentleman advice when he's out of line, like the 1 minute rule. I don't agree. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Good evening, local citizens of Salinas. I'm Jesus Morales, born and raised in Salinas, California. I just want to let you, like the gentleman stated, we do have a housing crisis. It's out of control. I consider the rent, I would consider all the landlords and all these other housing properties as racketeering. This is what they're doing to us. It's to the point where it's illegal. We can't pay rent. We have to make choices on how we feed our family or pay bills or pay insurance. How would you like to live like that? It's not a great life. I have to choose to work in the Bay Area and chase shows. That's not a life to live. I would love to be closer to home and have a stable income, and have that. And it's unobtainable. And if we have this rent increase get taken away from us, or this stabilization get taken away from us, how are we going to live? Thank you. I love Salinas. Thank you.
Okay. Kathy Anderson, I live in Salinas. I'm very, very sensitive about this rental registration. When I first got married, the number one thing to do was to buy a house. And why did you buy a house? So you didn't have a landlord. And now you're telling us to give you money because you need a database. There's databases without costing $1 million for this process. We need public safety. Thank you, officers. My son-in-law's a police officer. That's what we need for the police officers and government to do. Have a safe place for the residents. Let me tell you a couple things have come up. My taxes went up $1,000 because there was some measure about the school, and my kids are not even in the school. I have to replace a roof. It's $17,000. My insurance went up. Now, my tenant was not taking care of the yard. Proud of ownership, got him a gardener. What am I to do? There are good people that are landlords. Thank you.
Good afternoon. So I'm gonna go ahead with my speech, even though I think that your guys' vote's already predetermined. So as far as your opinions on the other cities like Seattle and Berkeley, they're nothing like Salinas. Our workforce is here. It's a lot different than those cities. Some of those people can just move out to neighboring cities and without a problem. They have plenty of funds. Anyhow, these are the Salinas residents. You guys work for these people here. The property management, slumlords, people with a lot of houses, they don't live in Salinas. Work for the people here in Salinas. Come to a fine medium, and I think everybody would be happy with that, with the fine medium. Just, no increase, no decrease, something in the middle. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. Luis Chago Juarez for Building Healthy Communities, part of a coalition in defense of the ordinance for rent stabilization. We are in partnership with CCA, Center for Community Advocacy, Center for Binational Development of Indigenous Oaxaqueños and Mexicanos, Monterey Bay Central Labor Council, a collective of unions, the unions that represent the workers of Salinas, and Reinvest 831, a small grassroots organization focused on building the economic power of our residents. I have here 22 public comments, want to make sure that we get submitted. And I also have here a list of 28 cities in the state of California that have their own rent stabilization ordinance. We are not the only one, folks. There is a range which these cities have committed to. What's fortunate though, is that we stand out because we're one of the first ag cities to have a strong rent stabilization ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jasmine Topete, and the so-called American dream, what even is it now? Working endless hours, barely seeing your kids just to afford rent and groceries, that's not the dream people chase. My parents worked in the fields for years, and when I started university 4 years ago, they never showed me how much they were struggling. Even when rent kept going up, they made it work quietly while I went away to school. This ordinance didn't erase those years, but it finally gave them some peace. Now they don't live in fear of another huge rent hike. Our community is already struggling, layoffs, inflations, cuts to programs, and a fear most of you will never know, the fear of being separated from their families. And now you want to take away the little safety net we finally have? You know our community is mostly Hispanic, mostly ag workers. We aren't a business. These are the people putting fruits and vegetables on your table, killing themselves, working long, hard hours just to survive. Imagine standing in their shoes. Maybe you were once, maybe, but you've forgotten. Or maybe you've never been in them, but you can still stand with us. And lastly, think about the children. They deserve to eat dinner with their parents with a roof under their heads, to create memories, not just see them in passing hours between shifts as they struggle to make ends meet. You were elected to serve us, so don't turn your back now.
Thank you.
Estoy aquí porque hemos defendido a los inquilinos, porque es lo justo, porque estamos en Salinas, no estamos en Minneapolis, estamos representando lo justo a nuestra gente, no es un negocio, es por tantos años que nuestra gente ha sufrido por los altos costos de alquiler. Esto solamente se llama justicia. Se hizo una base de datos donde se declaró que el 2.75 era lo justo, donde los propietarios iban a recibir ganancias y donde nuestra gente iba a poder pagar su renta. No estamos pidiendo limosna, solamente estamos pidiendo que representen a su pueblo inmigrante, que por eso estamos aquí, por nuestra gente que los puso ahí a cada uno de ustedes. Por favor, representen a su pueblo con la cara en alto. Gracias.
So I am here to defend the tenants. I am here for justice. I am here to fight for what is fair. I am here because we did a survey and we saw that 2.75% was fair and that people were going to receive the fair return. So we're here because it is hard. We want to defend our population. We're not here for handouts. We want to protect the immigrant community. Those were the ones that voted for you and put you there. So please represent the people.
Yep, thank you.
Members of Salinas City Council, Mayor Donahue, good afternoon. My name is Ignacio Fregoso, and I'm a citizen of District 6. I would like to follow up on our open dialogue regarding the topic of rent stabilization. I'm completely aware how this has been a controversial topic for some time now. Nevertheless, I believe it is something that has demonstrated to provide perverse outcomes throughout history. This isn't a new topic within the political atmosphere. And what the history of these types of ideologies has taught us is that rent controls only ensures rents to keep going up year after year. I think there are a lot of assertions and foregoing conclusions that are stated over and over again, but repetition is not a substitute for facts. The facts are that whenever there's government intervention within the market, things always get worse. We can't dictate a market and expect better results. That's against basic economics and the fundamentals of capitalism. And I also want to say as well that there's dogmatic political theory that gets pointed like we're against the poor people or it's the rich against the poor. It's not like that. We need to have the market work out organically, and that's the best way that it's ever going to be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dalila Alvarado, and I grew up here in Salinas. I will read my comment. It is unfair and a disservice to the Salinas community to repeal the rent stabilization ordinance just 4 months after its implementation. The ordinance helps protect families, youth, seniors, and those who are low income from sudden or large rent increase. The ordinance doesn't mean that landlords can't increase rent. Rather, it places a fair cap on it. Additionally, it targets multifamily units built before 1995. Therefore, it doesn't impact the new housing developments like the misinformation that's been spread, including by members of this council. It's deeply disappointing that certain council members ran on platforms such as protecting youth and seniors and affordable housing, and yet they're working precisely against these vulnerable groups. The rent stabilization ordinance should remain in place, and the council should stop working for the special interest groups and instead serve the Salinas community.
Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Tony, and I live here in Salinas. And I would like to start by saying if you are on city council and ran on a platform of protecting undocumented families, youth and seniors, affordable housing, and this is all on your website, yet now you are leading the charge to repeal one of the only local protections that directly supports these exact groups, that's not just inconsistent, it's deeply disappointing. The studies that have been cited from some of the several cities come from real estate-backed think tanks, not independent community-rooted research. Salinas is not Berkeley, Seattle, or Minneapolis. Berkeley had a small drop in rental units that happened under a totally different policy. In Minneapolis, yes, they added housing supply, but they also supported tenant protections. They didn't choose one over the other, they did both. That's why we should focus on They say we should focus on rental assistance instead, but rental assistance is temporary. Rental stabilization is predictable. We need both, not just one.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes, cada uno de ustedes como autoridad. Y nosotros venimos haciendo esta reunión porque la ley, pues no sabemos qué es lo que hace porque nos está subiendo lo que es precio de la comida, nos está subiendo precio de lo que es gasolina, nos está subiendo precio de la casa y no alcanzaba dinero a nosotros porque nos da muy poco tiempo de trabajar también. Ahora ya es regla de 40 horas en la semana, entonces no nos alcanza, por eso venimos a pedir una ayuda que nos ayude o que se resuelve este asunto como justicia. Es todo.
Good afternoon, authorities. I'm here in this meeting because I really don't know what the law does. I really don't understand. All I see is that food prices are up, gasoline prices are up, housing prices are up. We don't have enough to be able to make ends meet. We work 40 hours a week, and at the end of the day, we cannot make ends meet, for we're here because we need help, and this is something of justice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Bill Philippine with Pacific Valley Bank. Just here wanted to talk about with the facts. The last 15 years, this is the toughest time to refinance, purchase, or even build multifamily. We have a housing shortage. How are we going to do that? It's balanced between the rental income received and the payments. We have rising interest rate costs, rising supply costs, insurance, if you can even get insurance today. And we have an imbalance that I have not seen in 15 years with the ability to develop housing. The area needs housing, and there is a balance between the rent, the payment, and providing affordable housing for the community that we live in. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, City Council members. My name is Bella Sandoval. I'm a student at Rancho San Juan High School graduating this year. I stand before you today because as a concerned student, representing not only my classmates, but also the families in our community who are at risk of being profoundly affected by potential loss of the rent stabilization, this issue is not merely a policy change. It represents a matter of survival for countless families who are already struggling to keep their heads above water. Rent stabilization is a crucial safety guard that helps prevent families from being priced out of their homes. If this policy is changed, we face a future where only those with significant financial means can afford to live in our city, depending inequality and disrupting the fabric of our community. It is time to take a stand and recognize the stakes at hand. Losing rent stabilization isn't just a policy change, it's a direct attack on our community. By maintaining these protections, you're not just doing the right thing, you're making a statement that we will not stand by while our neighbors are being pushed out of their homes. We cannot afford to be complacent with this. Young people, do better.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the City Council. My name is Bida Leon, and I'm a student at Rancho San Juan High School, and I want to express my strong support for rent stabilization. Many of my friends and families are struggling with the rising cost of living, and it's become increasingly difficult for them to find affordable housing. And I'm graduating this year, and as the child of a single mother and who has gone through housing insecurity, we need to have proper rent control. If it weren't for the kindness of my community, I wouldn't have surpassed the obstacles of housing insecurity. A stable home environment leads to success and growth. This can be backed by psychological studies done by psychologists such as Abraham Maslow, who states that housing and homes are the first tier that leads to success and growth. The goal of the city should be to equip future generations with the tools that will allow them to come back to give back to our community. I urge you to consider the impact that rent stabilization can have on our community and ensure that everyone has access to safe and affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Dr. John, Dr. Deb, District 3, Salinas. Many unique factors about unaffordability of housing in Salinas we know. Many households in Salinas are getting relief today because of these audiences. We see, feel, and live the community health adverse effects of this perfect storm scenario. Most obvious is the homeless situation, but more common, pervasive, and hidden is the price gouging and tenant abuse that the free market rental approach allows. This is harmful to families. These ordinances need to be given the chance to achieve their expected outcomes, including curbing the rise of the unhoused, preventing price gouging and other tenant abuse and evictions, all relieving rent burdenship. Consideration of a citizen rent stabilization committee, not a TAC. A citizens committee that includes residents and landlords, and an analysis of the ordinance impact after 12 months to make the necessary adjustments. Please give us modern, data-driven leadership. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Louis Vallejo. I'm a local landlord. I hope to be one in the future. Rent stabilization or rent control is just another example of eminent domain. It's reducing my property values and taking monies from me and giving it to the public. Tenants are never going to leave my below market rate rentals. They will stay. They can't leave because of other prices outside of that. I really believe that the state instituted multifamily rent control was doable, but it does cost us money in not being able to make improvements to our properties. The issue of ADUs, we had 2 that we were planning to build. They're on hold now. We don't think we're going to be able to build them. So I'm looking to seek incentives from this council to help build more rental units. Supply and demand, it's real simple. Reduce the cost by having more available. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mark Foley, a landlord here. The rent stabilization that was pushed through by the last city council, I feel like they're almost all gone now, and I feel like maybe the people have spoken. Rent control has never worked to alleviate the very thing that causes rent to go up, housing supply shortage. Rent control causes people to get out of the rental business. Last year, when the old city council pushed rent control, they never had discussions. As far as I know, we provided them a lot of information as landlords, and we never saw them really talking to us about that. I feel like some of the stuff I gave them, hopefully they read it, maybe they didn't, but anyway, let's see, that is, supply and demand were never mentioned as an alternative to this rent stabilization, which accomplishes the opposite of that, which is really rent destabilization. Rent stabilization,
We got it. Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Adam. I'm a renter, and as a renter, I'm telling you that this is like shooting ourselves in the foot. There are fewer options to rent, and it's only going to get worse. At the previous city council meeting, I informed you that over 140 units were either being sold or had already been sold since the implementation of this ordinance, the majority of those in East Salinas. I'm here today to give you an update. 212 units have either already sold or are currently in the process of being sold, and their owners are specifically citing these ordinances as the reason why they are divesting from Salinas. And as has been brought up earlier, there's so little housing in Salinas that losing even a dozen is painful for us. So I'm asking this council to stop the bleeding, repeal these ordinances, and let's work on real solutions like building more housing or launching a rental assistance program, which is helping dozens of renters in Monterey actually get more affordable housing, because rent stabilization does not actually make housing cheaper.
Hello, City Council. My name is Eric Phelps. I'm a lifelong resident of Salinas, California here, and I am a property owner, rental owner, and property manager, several hundred units throughout the city of Salinas. I heard staff mention it was a quick time frame creating this, a lot to understand. They only had 5 meetings. This was all put together in a rush, and you can tell that just by the way that the confusion of even trying to understand it. Even some of the city council members that pushed it through didn't realize the current AB 1482 already had a renting increase set at 5% plus CPI. Rents are going up. You guys are dealing with that at Sherwood Hall. The boilers, the older units need it. We're replacing boilers, roofs, sheetrock, kitchens, bathrooms, all those that are older than 1995. I'd be interested to see what was built since 1995. In fact, that was right about the time we had a housing crunch and a rental problem because we didn't have enough supply. It's always been supply. Sewer costs, garbage, everything's gone up. I guess I ran out of time. You guys, let's just abolish this. Thank you.
Thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Juliet Valeria. I am a youth leader with CCA. I'm here tonight to bring awareness of the importance of protecting the tenants in our community. I hope you guys consider supporting the community with these continued protections. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here representing my mother, who is a Mexican immigrant. She was born and raised in Mexico, and I'm a first-generation citizen. I'm also representing my grandparents, who all four of them were farm workers here in Salinas. My mom is a property owner with properties in East Salinas, and we dearly value our tenants that we've had for 10, 20, 30 years. My mom and my late father worked blue-collar jobs and saved every penny to buy their properties. At the time, their places were dumps and very unsafe. They spent all their free time making improvements, upgrades, and maintenance so that the hardworking farm workers can have a safe place to call home where they can be proud to live. Again, some of these people have been with us for 10, 20, 30 years. Over the past year, our insurance premiums have quadrupled. We've made hundreds of thousands of dollars in improvements, and given the rent stabilizations, we're challenged to cover these in-cost and premiums, utilities, while maintaining the quality of upgrades we pride ourselves on doing for our tenants. This stabilization, as it stands, threatens not only our ability to continue to do this good work, but it also hurts the very tenants it's meant to protect. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mike Hanley, the broker owner of Town & Country Realty. First, I want to acknowledge and express empathy for the many renters in our community who are struggling. As someone who works closely with tenants and landlords every day, I see the financial pressure on families and understand that fear that comes with rising housing costs. Affordability is a real issue, and we all want solutions. But we have to confront a difficult truth. You cannot legislate affordability. You cannot force housing to be affordable simply by capping rents or adding more restrictions. These types of policies, while well-intentioned, tend to backfire. They make it harder to operate rental housing, push small landlords out of the market, and scare off the very investment we need to grow our housing supply. Affordability is a function of supply and demand. When housing is scarce, prices rise. If we truly want to make rents more manageable, we need to create more housing. That means removing barriers, incentivizing new construction, and fostering a climate where builders and investors feel confident putting their money into Salinas. I strongly urge the full repeal.
Thank you, Michael.
Mayor, council members, my name is Tony Flores. I stated this in my previous meeting. I'm planning to migrate all my housing investments outside of the city limits of Salinas. Rent control ordinance introduced by the previous council is deeply divisive, unfairly casting landlords as villains. Responsible landlords strive to retain good tenants and often keeping rents at or below market rates. Tenants are, after all, the customers, and in a competitive market, landlords are incentivized to create attractive living environments. However, government-imposed rent control disrupts this balance. It discourages housing investments, and reduces supply, and ultimately drives rents higher. Statewide rent control has already triggered a cycle of escalating rent increases, leaving landlords unable to adjust rents to match market conditions. Those who kept rents low have been hit the hardest. Meanwhile, the government has taken no steps to alleviate broader financial pressures. Property taxes remained at 1.15%, burdening homeowners and landlords alike. Income tax rates also hover at 35%.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm one of the small private landlords that he's talking about. It's a struggle every month to pay all the bills because everything goes up. We've had to sell cars in the past to meet all our bills. It makes my stomach hurt. It gives me a headache to think about raising rents because I understand where my tenants are coming from. But if I can't pay my bills, I will lose my places and they will lose their homes. My husband has said he does not want to put any more money into Salinas, and it has devalued our properties because if we went to sell with a rent control in place, people are not going to be interested. Seriously. And I have a lot of deferred maintenance because I'm trying to just keep everything afloat. And it's hard. It's really hard. I understand hard. So does my husband. When he came, his parents, when they came to Salinas, they were farm workers, so they know what it's like. And it's really hard out there, people. Everything goes up. If you can make the utilities go down, maybe we can keep things good.
Okay, thank you.
Tan condido que vivo Carlos de la Cruz Nava, tanya bashiu ka yukunya na kubi kanta nya precio renta 2.75 nya hakumia na ko nya chokana ta shundo chavindo vi ini chavindo nya chaviu 2.800 12 meses cercane 33.600 parte que se cobrana nya tago piso parte que se cobrana sin parrilla parte que se cobrana baño ta nya IT vira shana sanda na nya tago kana ta shundo chavindo ra shaba nya 2.75 na ko nya chi ni no ne kubira ni chi no na ko no ni a chi ni conde gratis quando ci kisha comblindo chavindo no inquia tago kana ta shundo chi chavindo renta chavindo luz chavindo chiquie chavindo telefono chavindo seguranza carro do chavindo ko kana ta shundo parte kisha kasta kando shi moshina vale se endura ya ko kana ta shura nya pashido kando shindora mismo mi lo ona ko wanya chi condiendo chavindo renta ra nya ka chavi ando kan shindo.
Gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Carlos, and this day I'm here because I'm asking to please leave the rent increase at $275. It is not, we cannot make ends meet. I pay $2,800 in rent. I don't make a lot in the year. And the thing is that if something gets ruined, for example, if the bathroom gets ruined or anything, we have to pay for that on top of it. So I think $275 is a good amount. We should leave it at that amount. And we really, if we increase it, then we're not going to be able to pay electricity, to pay insurance and all that stuff. Our children also need money to be able to support them. So I'm asking you to please leave it at $275 and do not increase it more.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Eric Larson. I'm with Teamsters Local 856. Our workers, they work for Taylor Farms, Diorigo, Dole, Bud Antle, Organic Girl, and many other local companies. Rent stabilization is a package of important public policy initiatives. It creates a best practice of registration of rental properties, anti-harassment education, landlord-tenant mediation services, just cause eviction protections, and finally, it includes rent stabilization. All good stuff. Rent can take 3/4 to an entire paycheck, and rent is killing our workers' families' budgets. I encourage you to continue to reach out and listen to our diverse community. Both sides, or maybe even three sides. And I encourage you tonight to keep listening and hold off on any action.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. There, no shouting or...
Buenas tardes, estoy hoy aquí para compartir que estoy en el apoyo de la Ordenación de Estabilidad de Renta y pido su apoyo, que sigan apoyando a la comunidad y no remuevan las protecciones, ya que hay mucha gente que no tiene suficiente dinero para pagar la renta y tienen que acabar viviendo con otras familias para pagar menos o terminan en las calles. También hay gente que trabaja en los files y no tiene suficiente dinero para poder pagar la renta, cual lo hace tomar decisiones como en limitarse en compras o en otros materiales para así poder tener dinero para la renta. Gracias.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm here because I'm in favor of rent stabilization because a lot of people do not have enough money to pay the rent. And the thing is that a lot of people, they have to live with other families or they end up in the street. A lot of families work in the fields and they don't have enough money to pay all their expenses. So we really think that we should encourage this rent stabilization and please let it move forward.
Thank you.
Hello. The rent stabilization program was not written well and should be canceled. As currently written, an owner of a rental house can't have a tenant move out so the house can be sold. That's ridiculous. Who wants to buy a house that they may want to live in if there's a tenant in there? It can be very difficult to sell a house with a tenant, especially if the house is not well kept. That's just a ridiculous law in this thing. By the time the owner pays $175 for the registration to the city and pays higher insurance and higher sewer, the rent increase this last year of less than 2.75% did not leave much profit at all. It's a myth that there's a 2.75% rent increase. Depending upon when the tenant moved in and when the anniversary is up, some of the rent increases under the program are less than 2%, which is, again, just not sustainable. Rent control is people controlled by the government. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Victor Garcia with the Teamsters Local 856 here out of Salinas, California. Salinas is facing a growing housing crisis with rents skyrocketing and pushing longtime residents and working families to the brink. Maintaining the current rent control is a crucial step towards stabilizing our community, preventing displacement, and ensuring that everyone has access to safe and affordable housing. By placing reasonable limits on rent increases, we can provide much-needed security for our neighbors, support local businesses by keeping residents in town, and foster a more stable and equitable Salinas for all. Thank you.
Hello, council members and mayor. My name is Manuel Garcia, and I'm part of the group of CCA. I'm also here to ask you guys to continue support for the rent stabilization, but specifically more the implementation. I personally went through this process, and the level of harassment by these landlords, including shutting your water off, blocking your parking your movers, they are using this tool as harassment to get rid of people and people that speak up for themselves. In honor of Pope Francis, I'm here to speak upon for the marginalized people that have no voice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Donahue and City Council members. My name is Erica Cruz. Today I've come here in support of the Residential Rental Regularization and Rent Stabilization Program. I'm asking for your support because each year rent seems to be increasing while struggling families have been trying their best to pay them off. Many families and individuals here have jobs that don't increase their wages, which is why I hope that as a council you take into account the realities the residents face. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Craig Cumming. I own Mangold Property Management. I'm one of the larger property managers in the city. I would disagree that rents have been skyrocketing. If you look at a 20-year analysis of the rents, it averages about 3%. Some are higher, some are lower. But what's right for the city, that's your decision. I think it's weighing both sides, really looking at what the expenses are, not taking our word for it. Let's get together and talk about it. I do know that right now, the CPI, or the rent increase that we're allowed, is 75% of 2.2%, the March published CPI. So that's 1.65% if the rent's $2,200. That's a $36 rent increase. But after the fees are paid, that takes away 4.7 months of that rent increase. So you really get $22 rent increase, which is really 1%. So it's really the fact of the matter of, you know, is this fair? Is it even sustainable? So let's get together, talk about a right solution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Don. I'm not sure how to pronounce your name.
That's all right. I answered anything.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Israel Villa Guzman. I am a student at Hartnell as well as an athlete. I am here because my people, and my people include any race, whoever is in the same side as me who wants to defend this problem that we are facing today. And I'm just here because rent does seem to go high each year. From where I used to live, it was 2 bedrooms and a bathroom, and it used to be $1,000. The next time I noticed, it was $2,500. And then now I am homeless currently, but I'm trying to face my battles head on. And as a 20-year-old, having a job is kind of difficult, trying to get an apartment that is even worth $1,200 Most of them are 1,500 all the way to 2,000, and it's kind of difficult for someone as me being in Salinas trying to find a place. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Audrey Wardwell, and I am asking respectfully for you to repeal this ordinance entirely. I wanted to add a little background because there seems to be a little confusion on the process that took place. I feel the short time frame that this was enacted, it was shoved down all of our throats. We had very few meetings, and none of our feedback was taken into consideration. And so everyone is very clear, we asked for 1482 to be enacted. That's what we asked for. So that would have been 5% plus CPI. And none of that was heard. We asked, and CHISPA also made it very clear that anything 5% or below would be unsustainable. The EPS report said that. And now we have rates as little below inflation, which is absolutely unsustainable. And then as far as our community, look at all these people here. This is a community issue, not something that needs to be regulated.
Okay, thanks, Audrey.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Amy Salmina. While these policies may have started with good intentions, they are inadvertently harming both housing providers and renters, damaging our local housing market and putting tenants at risk. This isn't about choosing sides. It's about governance and understanding the appropriate role of the city government. The city's focus should be focused on services like public safety, infrastructure, community development, and not managing private rental agreements or imposing regulations that unfairly penalize one group to benefit another. We already have strong statewide protections under AB 1482, including rent caps and relocation assistance, which are in effect. The added local rules are unnecessary and burdensome. Instead of punishing small landlords, we should encourage new housing development by reducing or waiving impact fees, which are going to be increasing next council meeting. Also, adjusting zoning codes for smaller, more affordable homes. Let's partner with local landlords rather than drive them away. I urge you to repeal these ordinances. Thank you.
Thanks, Amy.
Hello, my name is Judy Myers. First of all, my father drove field truck for Bud Antle. My mother worked in a packing shed, and I picked strawberries to buy my first car. My comments tonight are in regard to the just cause eviction and tenant protection. I am the owner now of a house that I inherited in December when the lady died. I rented it about a year and a half before she died because she could not afford to stay in an assisted living facility. So I had to rent her house that she lived in almost all of her life. And then when she passed and I got the house, I was going to let my daughter live in that house until I found out that I had to pay 3 months worth of rent to these people to ask them to leave. My daughter had to stay there 5 years. If not, I had to pay them to move back in the house and also to pay them whatever cost them to move out. This is simply ridiculous that my own daughter can't live in a house that I inherited. That's the only house I have that is rented right now. I'm not a big landlord. I'm not a customer.
Okay,
I'm a homeowner.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Lo de Menos. Estoy aquí para hablar por la familia que luchan cada día, no por falta de amor, sino porque están sobreviviendo. En el condado de Monterrey hay más de 47.2 casos de abuso y negligencia infantil relacionado con la pobreza. ¿Por qué? Porque el alto costo de la vivienda y otras necesidades básicas que obligan a los padres a trabajar sin parar, dejando poco tiempo y recursos para sus hijos. Esto no se trata de solo de igualdad, dar lo mismo a todos, sino de equidad, que es reconocer que hay familias que comienzan con desventajas y necesitan más apoyo para salir adelante. Esta ordenanza no es algo grande, sino es un pequeño paso hacia la justicia. Estas familias no vienen por limosnas, sino para construir un mejor futuro para sus hijos. Debemos apoyar políticas que elevan a los más vulnerables y no que los que hundan más y que estemos a favor de los que hacen dinero, porque no se trata de hacer negocios, sino de justicia.
Good afternoon. I am here to talk about the families that fight each day. There is 47.2% of cases of abuse negligence, and this is related with poverty. Why? Because the high cost of living and other needs that are basic obligate parents to work nonstop, and they don't have enough time to take care of their children. This is not about equality, to give everybody the same, it's equity, because we have to recognize that there are families that are starting out and they have a disadvantage, and they need more support to continue moving forward. This ordinance, it's a small step towards justice, and these families do not come here for handouts. They are here to build a better future for their children, so we have to support their policies and elevate the more vulnerable so they don't get into worse issues or worse problems. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, señor alcalde y miembros del concilio. Mi nombre es Columba Ríos. Soy líder de CCA por 15 años. Estoy aquí para pedir que apoyen la ordenanza de estabilidad de renta, que sigan apoyando a su comunidad y no remuevan las protecciones. Por favor, esperen asesorar la ordenanza hasta en octubre como se había acordado al comienzo. La comunidad confía en ustedes, no la defrauden. Yo en lo personal puedo decir que confío en la concejal Gloria de la Rosa, porque la conozco hace 29 años. Tanto ella como el señor Armenta me apoyaron cuando yo pasaba por necesidades muy grandes. Y me consta que ella, antes de pensar en su propia persona, piensa en el bienestar de su comunidad. Espero contar con su apoyo. Gracias por su tiempo.
Good afternoon. My name is Colomba Rios, and I have been organizing with CCA for 15 years. And I'm here to ask you to please support rent control. And please let it live until October so you can really see if it's going to work or not. Don't kill it now. Let it see how it's going to work. We trust the council members. I know that you're not going to let down the people. I really trust Gloria de la Rosa. She helped me in a moment where I was going through a very difficult time. So I know that she's a person that she thinks first about the community and not herself. So I really hope that you let this ordinance live until we can see in October, as we agreed from the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Guadalupe Hernandez from District Number 4. Thanks to the ordinance, we are benefited because last year rent was increased by $100 and our rent is only $50. This helps us pay our other bills, and also we have protection against being evicted. We won't be unfairly evicted. If that were to happen, we can find other homes. As a student, you can help me continue studying to have a better future. My parents are farm workers and earn the minimum wage, and they have bills to pay and are worried day by day, wondering how would they pay their bills if there is not too much work in the fields. We have rights also, and we also have the right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes, alcalde y concejales. Mi nombre es María Chávez, vivo en el Distrito 4. Todo un año nos unimos y logramos esta ordenanza. No la quiten, necesitamos esta ordenanza. Estoy aquí para hacerles saber que la ordenanza de estabilización de renta no fue un regalo de la ciudad a los inquilinos, fue una demanda de la gente, fue negociada, luchada y ganada. Quitarla sería un acto de vergüenza y no apoyo a los inquilinos, que hablamos del sufrimiento, abuso, intimidación y de muchas cosas que vivimos por algunos propietarios, que gracias a nosotros ya pagaron sus casas y apartamentos. Pero como ustedes no están sufriendo, como estos propietarios no tienen ni idea cómo nos sentimos. Cuando pasó esta ordenanza, nos sentimos protegidos, apoyados por el concilio, y así quitan, no van a hacer mucho daño si lo quitan. Gracias.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. My name is Maria Chavez, and I'm from District 4. And I'm here to please beg you to not repeal the ordinance. We need it. Don't take it away. This is not a gift. It is something that we fought for. It is a demand from us. We fought for it, and we won. So I think it would be a disservice to the community to take it away. Once this ordinance was won, we felt protected by City Council. We felt that the abuse was going to stop. Landlords abuse us, and we have helped them pay their homes. We have helped them pay their apartments, and we have suffered a lot from landlords. So I please ask you to not take away this ordinance. We need it, and it is something that makes us feel protected. Thank you. And it would be a shame to take this ordinance away.
No.
Sorry?
She spoke 7 or 8 times now.
Okay.
She's an interpreter.
That worked perfectly. We needed a little comic relief. I'll give you the $20 after the meeting. Thanks for doing that.
Hi, good evening. My name is Dr. Jaime Gonzalez. I'm a local physician at a local hospital. The reason I'm here is because as physicians, it's our job to protect the health of the public. And this is a public health issue. Housing insecurity is a public health issue. And so when you look at, there's data showing that housing insecurity leads to a myriad of negative public health outcomes, including decreased access to health care and basic needs, decreased likelihood of being insured, decreased likelihood of access to preventive care, increased likelihood of foregoing needed medical care, increased rates of moderate to severe psychological distress, forced to rent substandard housing with mold and other and crowded situations, as well as housing insecurity can lead to homelessness, which leads to increased risk of mortality and morbidity. So I ask all of you, how is this going to help the health of Salinas? How is repealing the ordinance going to help the health of Salinas? And that's why it's important to do this.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Michael Sepulveda. I'm also a physician here in Salinas. I've been here for over 20 years, also born in Salinas. I'm going to take off where Dr. Gonzalez left off, and I'm going to put it in more simple terms. You make X, right? If you have to pay rent, that's the Y. That only leaves you with so much money. After you pay out food and transportation, you're only left with so much money. If you increase one of these variables, you have to take away from something. And that ends up being the health care of this community. I also see the numbers increasing, just as he said, because people are not going to be able to afford some of the basic medical needs that they deserve or need, creating increasing disease and further strain in our health care. And it's talking about our local health care with our true kind of safety net hospitals, which are Salinas Valley and not DB that. You're going to actually put more burden on those two healthcare systems. So I also imply that you do not raise rents. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jason Pineda. I live in District 3, and I'm here as a community member to ask. I'm also on disability, and I have Section 8. I'm asking as a community member for the City Council to give the ordinances time to support community health and renters, and to establish a rental stabilization committee to inform council and to inform the City Council and to modify or amend only after the assessment period. And also, I just want to speak against the claim that renters or landlords won't be able to make repairs with the ordinance going on. And I've been a renter. I have a property manager, and they already don't do repairs. I had to wait 3 months to get my refrigerator replaced when I moved in. It was broken when I moved in there. We have, in our common area, we have a broken dryer that's been broken like the whole time. We have 2 washers and 2 dryers, and one's been broken the whole time. So listen, anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good evening. I'm Eloise Shum. I'm District 3 resident, and I do not support the repeal of the ordinance because up until the time that they were starting to want the ordinance, you were having landlords that weren't only your landlord, but that were your lord and master and your boss. And they made it so that everything was a short-term rental. So now with this ordinance, people can have some breathing room, and they're not worried that they're going to get evicted or they're going to get thrown out. And it's just really wrong to go back to the way it was. I mean, now it's as if, or before, even now, you have to make 6 figures to rent a place in California.
Yeah,
So
thank you.
it's too much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bill Freeman. I'm a longtime resident of Salinas, and I'm here in opposition of rescinding the rent stabilization here in the city of Salinas. The average income for the people in the city of Salinas is $34,000. The average rent is about $2,000. So after paying rent, you only have about $10,000 left for food, clothing, gas, and medication. Secondly, the fight for affordable housing is my fight, just as their fight is for affordable housing this evening. And I believe that by doing this, you make it more livable for the people that work in this agricultural town. This is not a town where people make millions of dollars to pay for rent, for expensive places to live. We're a working class town. We always have been. We're always going to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Eleanor Elliott, and I live in District 5. I moved to Salinas 40 years ago and returned after a brief hiatus to retire here. I've paid taxes in Salinas. I worked and volunteered here. I have hoped my children and my grandchildren would be able to stay and raise their families here, but I find it heartbreaking that they're having to relocate out of the area in order to survive. When you're taking away protections like this ordinance, you're telling me that my lifetime of contributions does not matter. You're telling my children that they don't belong here anymore. I'm asking for fairness and for dignity. This ordinance didn't happen by accident. We fought for it. It was fought for a long time. It exists because renters in Salinas, your constituents, mostly working class, BIPOC, and farm worker families, were being crushed by a system to displace them. We need leaders who will represent all residents of this city, not just the ones who contribute to your campaigns. If you want to be remembered as leaders, then lead with respect, vote to protect your constituents, leave the ordinance in place and strengthen it, and do better, please. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Joel Hernandez. I'm the Executive Director at the Center for Community Advocacy. So I'm here for a simple kind of recommendation, and that's to recommendation number 1, which is to review it in a year. Let's make sure that we collect the data. What is the impact of this ordinance? I think it's short notice to do anything now. But the other recommendation is to include for the Technical Advisory Committee to come again and look at what that looks like a year from now. So that's the recommendation before you. Aside from all the stories that you've heard, it is a mental health issue as well. It is a health issue. It is an ordinance that's surrounded by housing, but the impacts relate to mental health and physical health. You heard it from the physicians just a few minutes ago. So think about that as you make your decision today. I recently was reviewing some scholarships, and you cannot imagine how much impact housing has on students that are trying to leave but cannot leave because they have to stay locally to support their families with housing. So consider that when you make a decision today. Thank you.
Buenas tardes. Yo bashika isha renta 1,200 shabi in cuarto ra nasa nuna lo mi dugo gacho nyo aba zai 3 días va 4 días a la semana ra tashi na 4 horas 5 horas va gacho en la semana. Gracias.
Good afternoon. I am here to talk about rent. I have to pay $1,200 in rent. I am not able to work as much. I can only work 3 or 4 days a week, sometimes 2 or 5 times, and it is really, really hard to be able to pay rent. So I'm here to support this. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. It's been a minute. My name is Brian Higgins, resident of Salinas, and I am the political director for the Monterey County Republican Party. And for too long, the clowns have been running the circus. And tonight, it was really refreshing to hear Councilman Barajas talk about supply and demand, because that's the real problem. What we've encountered here in California is limits on the supply of housing. Home builders know how to build housing, and government on every level, whether it be the state, the county, or the city, has gotten in the way. We have an immense shortage of housing, and that's the only way that rents are going to become stabilized. More and more people are moving to California. You can't lock the rent in place with more people coming in. You're still going to have the same problems. You're still going to have people living in garages. You're still going to have people living in sheds or tiny little ADUs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Brian.
Hello, Council. David Masonev. It took 5 years for Creek Ridge to get heard, to get approval to build on the other side of Baranda. I remember that last year. 450 units, some odd units are proposed. But it took 5 years for that to be heard. Seems crazy to me. Playground equipment that can't be installed by the city when the city owns the playground equipment and they have to wait for themselves to get their own permit, seems a little crazy. That happened a few months ago. You have a lady that came up today and said, I've been asking for the park bathroom to be fixed for a year, and I don't want to use the outhouse because it's a mess. Really? Wow. City needs to make permits process simpler. Okay? We just need to step out of the way. Thank you.
Thanks, David.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor, City Council. I oppose the rent stabilization ordinance. The fact that the nonprofits, CHISPA, and the Housing Authority of Monterey County are exempt from this tells you everything you need to know. That's they're funded by taxpayers, so we're already funding that. And the fact that we're asking the private sector to carry the cost and the burden of that is not acceptable. The Technical Advisory Committee, there were people in the housing sector that were on that. They were kicked off that by the previous council, and so their voices were never heard. So I do support having the Technical Advisory Committee reconvene. Thank you.
Thanks.
Point of information.
No, public
privilege. I'd like a clarification if his statement was accurate or not.
Okay, we're just doing public comment at this time. We are just doing public comment.
Hello, City Council. My name is Crystal. I come here to stand against the repealing of ordinances. Please support this ordinance because this has helped my family and other families.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Francisco Rodriguez. I'm Executive Director with the Monterey Bay Central Labor Council and a member of Teamsters 856. You heard some of our members already and their stories. We're here to ask that you do not take any action on this until you have enough data to make a assessment, a well-informed assessment of how this ordinance is working. This ordinance went into effect at the beginning of January. It is not even May yet. You do not have enough data to make an informed decision. So take your time and use the data when you have it to make the best decision that you can. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council. Good afternoon, Mayor. I'm here in support of the rent stabilization. Rent stabilization helps low-income field-working families like mine by keeping rent from going up too quickly and drastically. This means that my family can spend more money on things we need like food, healthcare, and education. As the cost of living keeps going up, it also helps improve quality of life by giving my family stability and removing the stress of worrying about having rent increases or having to find a new place to live. We're humble people asking for fairness, not handouts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Robert Daniels Jr. I'm a community organizer with Building Healthy Communities, also a founding member of the Monterey County Black Caucus. In every city across the country, we see a similar pattern. Rising costs push out low-income Black and brown families under the guise of market forces. While protections meant to level the playing field are stripped away, this is not just a housing issue, it's about intentional erosion of equity infrastructure. I'm not here to argue that the ordinance is perfect, but its repeal should not be on the table until residents have been meaningfully engaged and a justice-rooted process has been proposed to evaluate how it can be approved and not erased. To this community, the proposal to repeal the Rent Stabilization and Tenant Protection Ordinance is not just a policy decision, it's an indication of the city's governmental values. And from a racial equity standpoint, it sets a deeply troubled precedent. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'm representing from college. I'm a full-time student. As it is, it's already hard trying to have a full-time and to even getting the money just to pay the rent. Don't be the reason why all these people end up in the streets or even why break families apart, as well as that the landlords are over here taking advantage of us just because we're not getting enough minimum wage or getting a raise, or in general, not even finding a job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, hello, my name is Atsiri. I want to talk a little bit about my experience. I work for a school district and I also have a part-time job and I am also a student of part-time. It is very difficult to choose between going to school or maybe finding a place to live or choosing your rent, your insurance. I don't think it's something a student should pick at my age. I am 20 years old and I have a job, a good job, and I can't afford rent on my own. I have to have a roommate or I have to live in a garage or something, and I don't think that should be an option for a person that works 12 hours every day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lucia Ruiz, and I'm here only because I was watching you guys on YouTube, and I was very not happy with some of the statements that were brought up regarding this housing being used or pertaining to being a business and for investors, because I grew up here and I was 24 years old when I bought my first home. When my mother came here, I'm a native of Texas with 4 small children, didn't speak English, didn't drive. She was able to obtain 2 jobs to support us and made her way raising us here in this city and was able to purchase her home. So at 24, because I lived at my mother's, I was able to save my money and put a down payment on my first home. I had 2 homes here in Salinas. I sold them very easily, posted them. In 2 days, one sold. 5 days, the second one sold, and I moved to Nevada.
Thank you.
It's not a good business.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Marina Gómez. Pues yo nada más estoy aquí para decirles que se pongan un poquito la mano en la conciencia. Yo acabo de recibir el aumento de renta y me están cobrando el 8.8%. Es mucho lo que nos están cobrando de renta. Y como si ven ahorita, los trabajos están muy difíciles para que pueda uno agarrar un trabajo. Entonces, por eso estoy aquí, porque me llegó esta carta y yo quería que ustedes supieran lo que está pasando ahorita conmigo y con todos mis vecinos. Por favor, se los pido de todo corazón y pues, ¿qué vamos a hacer, verdad? Necesitamos el apoyo de todos ustedes para que nos puedan escuchar. Muchas gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Gomez, and I'm here because I want you to ask you to put your hand on your conscience and see what is happening out there. I received this notice today that they were going to increase my rent 8.8%. That is a lot. It is really hard to get a job. It is really hard to get enough money to be able to make ends meet. And this is happening. I wanted to come here and let you know this is happening to all my neighbors. So please, with all my heart, I ask you to please help us and please listen to us. Thank you.
Hola, buenas tardes. Hola, buenas tardes. Yo vengo aquí porque el dueño ya es un abuso lo que está haciendo. A mí ya no respetó la regla de 10%, sino que subió 575 subió la renta. Y no mandó aviso ni nada, y ha amenazado. Y yo digo, en el trabajo estamos trabajando 4 horas en el field. ¿Cómo vamos a pagar tanto la renta, la comida, el gasto está subido? O sea que ellos tienen que tomar conciencia de que no estamos ganando bien para pagar tanto de renta y queremos que nos apoye, que cancele todo eso, ¿verdad? Que respete nuestro derecho, nuestra voz también vale. Y eso es lo que quiero hablar. Gracias.
Good afternoon. I'm here because honestly, what the landlord has done with us, it is an abuse. He did not respect the 10% and he increased $575 in rent. He didn't even give me a notice or anything. He just increased the rent, and it's really hard for us because right now we're only working 4 hours in the field. I don't know. I really feel that he should be aware of how difficult it is for us. Rent is really high. Food is really high. All the expenses are so high. We really can't support us, so we really need you to help us. This is a right. This is something of justice, and it is our right. So please, we're here to so you can hear our voices. Thank you.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Josefina Martínez y yo estoy aquí para hablar por mi comunidad inmigrante, porque es injusto lo que los dueños de casas están haciendo con la comunidad. Por favor, pónganse en nuestro lugar. También nosotros somos humanos igual que cada uno de ustedes y no tenemos ese privilegio de estar sentados ahí así como ustedes. Nosotros trabajamos en el campo y es muy difícil trabajar en el campo. No sé si alguno de ustedes se ha dado una vuelta allá a preguntar a la gente cuánto ganan o cuántas horas trabajan para poder sostener una familia. Yo pienso que en lugar de ustedes es muy fácil sentarse ahí y tomar decisiones por personas que realmente están batallando, porque ustedes no miran ese lado de la moneda. Así que nosotros estamos pidiendo lo justo, que cuando tomen esa decisión piensen un poquito en esa comunidad inmigrante que diario lucha para llevar la comida en su mesa y para también poner la comida en la mesa de ustedes. Gracias.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Josefina Martinez, and I'm here because landlords have been very unfair to us. I would like you to put yourselves in our shoes. You are humans just like us. And the thing is that we don't have the privilege to be sitting there where you're sitting. We have to work in the field. It is not easy. It is really hard. So I'm really asking you to see that we don't make enough money. I'm here to represent my immigrant community. We're all struggling. It is really hard, and it's not fair what they're doing. We struggle, and we have to work a lot to put food on our tables, but not only on our tables, we also work a lot to put food on your tables too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bueno, yu nani yu Diego Pérez rapashi yu ka yu nyana sandaka na renda andavi nindi chichani pike un chavi ni quando era parte del loni ora tas nessa undi ni chinyu queva io stava uvia kivi un yakivi quando savatura que kan yu visava vicino di qua un comium vi cheke sa che chutani da sa che kananya chavi ni renda ra yora chavi ndi india chavi tundi no don kwachi vali se vandi chi chavi ndi ya ta ya no carro chi chavi tundi celular chi ya ni kwa chavi ni comida di ndia kan kasani lo deva da chkano je shin ndi davi ndi chi takava chi shandi ora ne se chi gutundu anandavi ndi kanate ndo na ya ni kastiara kotonindo nya nueva ashindira kasiando ra nanda ka esa kwasana kove ni kubitu kachindi kyani chavi ni chavi vandi y yo después donde chavi vandi nge siendo na kastia ta kondo nandeha ra kasiani londo chikando nya va shindi ndabe nindi ta konisanti ta konisaochi sengo shi se na carne y hueso con divosa nando na ya ni ta chavi ndo ta shi ta sinya mani nondo.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Diego Perez, and I'm here to ask you to help us because rents are really high. We are not, right now, work is not really well. We're just able to work 3 or 4 hours a day. And on top of that, we have to pay for childcare, for food, for our phones, for insurance. So it is really, really hard to be able to make ends meet. Please consider we are humans too. We're not asking for handouts. We're not asking for free rent. We're just asking for a rent that is affordable and that we are able to pay. And you guys are sitting there. We're asking you to please help us and listen to us because our children also need help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Hap Albers. I'm a real estate broker. I focus on selling apartment complexes. In the ordinance talks in the second major paragraph about bringing investment into the city of Salinas. I can tell you from my practice, it is driving investment away from the city of Salinas. It is driving the price of apartment complexes down from 5 to 25%. And basically, when I talk to people, they say, we'll buy anywhere but Salinas. Don't bring it to us. It's driving money away. The
Thank you.
opposite of what you wanted.
My name is Derek McLean. I work for Aladdin Properties. I'm also a tenant of Aladdin Properties, so I see both sides of the coin here. I believe that AB 182 should have been the way to go first before you did more study on your current initiative. I have a privilege of my property management company. We try to keep the rents below market value. Also, the property management tends to work more with the tenants to help them out when things go bad. We helped out a lot of people during COVID. So not all landlords are bad. That's, you can't lump everybody into that one deal for landlords. Same thing goes for tenants. So it's a double-edged sword. So I highly recommend for AB 142.
Got it. Thank you.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Antonio Aguilar y disculpe, vengo aquí con la familia, con primo y tío. Aquí venimos para esta comunidad. Disculpe, es que cada vez que cuando estamos en la renta y al principio cuando nos hacemos un contrato con ellos y parte son como 6,000 depósito y parte de 3,000 de renta. ¿Y cuántos son eso para entrar a un contrato? Son mucho dinero y a veces nosotros estamos aquí y cuando se acaba el trabajo, el campo, a veces hasta 3 meses, 4 meses no trabajamos. Y a que no trabajamos, pero sí conseguimos dinero para pagar la renta. No vivimos gratis. Y lo que pasa es que a veces nos sube, nos quejamos. Y ellos dicen, no, pues eso es, así es. Y a veces cuando otra persona tira basura y nosotros nos la cobra, pues tenemos que pagar el agua, el gas y basura y todo eso. Parqueadero también. Gracias.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Antonio Aguilar, and I'm here with my family, with cousins, uncles, the community. And I'm here because rent is really high. When we sign a lease contract, we have to give $6,000 in deposit. Rent is like $3,000, and it's really expensive. It's a lot of money. We're just working 3 or 4 hours. So it's really hard to be able to pay and live. And if we complain, they say, well, things are like that. It is what it is. And we have to pay on that. On top of that, we have to pay for garbage, for water, for services. So it's really, really expensive.
Thank you.
Mayor, Council, my name is Nelson Vega, and I would like you to rescind this, this ordinance for one reason, because it's not applied equally to all the people in Salinas. When I'm talking about the ag industry, the building industry, all the industries and the people, even the government. This is a community problem. If it's a community problem, it takes a community to fix it. It doesn't take to take it out on the poor landlords and say, we're going to punish you and you only get 2.75 or 75% of 2.75 or whatever that formula is, that we can't keep up the properties. It's going to be counterproductive. You certainly haven't gone to Taylor Farms, for example, and say, hey, by the way, you can only raise their salaries by 60 cents. You'd see the outrage they would come. Pay them an extra $5 an hour. Let's see, I guarantee you they'll be able to afford the rent. But they're not here saying that. They're taking it out on the landlords, and that's wrong.
Okay, thank you.
City Council, Mayor, my name's Orlando Osornio, and for years of hearing renters, landlords, and property managers, rushing to get rid of this might be good for your donors, but it just makes life more expensive for everyday renters. I'm here to say that the same thing I said when I voted in favor of this ordinance was we need to listen to the people who are facing real problems in the city. Many residents made it clear with us, rents are too high, and I don't think it's asking too much to say, let's give it some time to see the real effects. I haven't had a single landlord tell me that this ordinance would make them homeless, but I have heard from renters who worry every month about how they're going to make rent and whether they'll end up homeless. So today, I'm asking the City Council to respect the work that's already been done and allow this policy to continue until we have enough data to make an informed decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, City Council. I am Carla Viviana Gonzalez, former District 1 representative, educator, and community member. You know, in the lead up to the implementation of this policy, we received thousands of signatures, and I remember at the time commenting that I had yet to see another policy that had this much support, this much advocacy from all districts, from all parts of Salinas. And to see that so quickly it is potentially to be repealed is frankly surprising and incredibly disappointing. There is not enough data to make a data-driven decision here. Should you wish to bring this back in a few months to make necessary refinements, that would allow for a much more constructive discourse. Your public put you here to represent them, not the pockets of your donors. They have done the work, they want to be heard. I implore you to do the right thing and to not ignore them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I am a homeowner and a voter in District 4, and I want to thank the community development staff, the city attorney, Barrera, Sandoval, the consultants, the landlords, the community-based organizations, and the tenants who participated in the process last year to finally address the persistent housing crisis that has plagued Salinas for years. And I remember reading a couple years ago an expose by the Los Angeles Times that revealed, for example, that Sherwood Elementary, 36% of students are housing unstable. Imagine what that does to students, their parents, what that does to educators. I think that the rest of you on the dais have to decide who you work for. Do you work for the companies that funded your campaigns or for the thousands of families who work for low wages in the agricultural and service industries and spend their hard-earned money in our local businesses? Coming into office, immediately calling this new ordinance into question before even seeing the impact, I find disgraceful. And I want you to know that your constituents will not be fooled by the disinformation that you're spreading. It doesn't harm low-income landlords, as you know. It doesn't prevent construction, as you know.
Thank you.
And you need to decide what's your legacy
Thank
going to
you.
be, Gloria, Aurelio. Please
you.
consider it.
I think Rosa copied my speech.
My name's Liz, District 1 resident. I am a board member for Alsa Center for the Fine Arts. I am a board member for the Salinas American Little League. I am a board member for Christmas in Coster Park. Those 3 organizations alone serve the people that are imploring you to do something right for them. Those 3 organizations lose children every year because they have to move. I came into this country in 1988. I landed in Acosta Plaza. I then moved to 618 North Sanborn Road. Then I moved to a Chispa apartment on Roosevelt. Then I left to college. I became a renter. And I have always been burdened by rent. I know what it causes these families. I know the struggle that they have. And landlords have protections, even with this ordinance. No one's mentioning that. They can appeal. There is a process. Is it perfect? No, it is not. But you gotta give it time. You gotta give it time to realize that. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Cesar. I'm a renter in District 3. I'm here in support of the 3 rental ordinances because if I remember correctly, it was 3 separate ordinances that were passed. So however you feel about the stabilization, at least protect the tenant anti-harassment ordinance. But I grew up in this community. I had the fortune to leave to college in LA, where I worked while I studied to pay myself through college, and I came back to give back to my community. It shocked me when I returned that I was facing similar prices to LA here in Salinas, knowing that the job market is so different. How does that make sense? And this ordinance protects the people who make the businesses in this community run. I'm very frustrated right now at the prospect of losing the security, of being pushed out.
Thank you.
Muy buenas noches, tengan todos ustedes, señores concejales. Yo solamente quiero decirles unas cuantas palabras. Yo soy un campesino que se levanta muy temprano para ir a levantar todo lo que se da en este bonito lugar, Salinas, California. La vida comienza a partir de nosotros. Nosotros somos los que levantamos las cosechas, las frutas que nos comemos antes de irnos a trabajar. Sea cual sea nuestro puesto profesional, abogados, doctores, licenciados, sea cual sea el oficio que ustedes hacen, todos y cada uno de ustedes, nosotros estamos primero y después ustedes, porque ¿quién no se alimenta? ¿Quién no ¿Quién no se alimenta para irse a trabajar? La vida comienza a partir de nosotros y nosotros como seres humanos necesitamos ser escuchados. A eso venimos aquí. No es la primera vez, hemos estado aquí constante y vamos a seguir viniendo aquí hasta que seamos escuchados y se haga justicia el problema grande que tenemos. No tenemos dónde vivir y ojalá se mejore esta situación. Gracias a todos.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, City Council. I am here just to say a few words. I am a field worker that works in this beautiful Salinas, California. And I want to say something. Life starts with us. We're the ones that get up in the morning and harvest the fruits that all of you eat. It doesn't matter if you're a doctor, if you're a lawyer, but if you don't eat, you cannot work. So we're before you. And who doesn't eat? So we really work hard. And we're going to come here one and again and again and again because I think it's fair for us to be heard. It is justice, and we don't have a place to live, so this is an issue that we're all going through. So please hear our voices.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Omar Perez. I'm a resident and renter in Salinas. I'm here in support of the rental stabilization ordinances and keeping them. Repealing those ordinances would be a disgrace to this council. It's shameful that you all are thinking this. The community was voting you all in here, not your special interest. Maybe your special interest and your donors did put you there for this reason. But I beg for you to support this ordinance and keep it intact, allow it to do its course, get the appropriate data to make an appropriate analysis. If we let the market do its thing, the market would do what it does, exploit the labor, exploit our community and exploit our workers. And so yeah, maybe we should step in and regulate things and put things in place to protect our workers. And that's not a bad thing. That y'all here representing the community and the residents, not your donors, not special interests, and not the big ag corporations. Thank you.
Hello, Council. My name is Yabi, and I'm here in speaking on behalf of my parents who work as immigrant workers in the fields, always, all their lives they have. I just want to say, as a petition to you guys, that you guys should not make it harder for us because it's already hard as it is. I'm sure you guys have seen the field workers. Everyone here has worked hard to get where everyone is. I'm sure you guys have worked hard to be where you are at. So please consider us as Hispanics, Latinos. Do not make it harder, and just please consider everyone here who wants a better future, and that's why we came to this country. Thank you.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Sabino López, reside en Salinas por más de 50 años y representando a la comunidad por más de 35 años trabajando en esta organización de CCA. Yo estoy aquí nada más para recordarles, este es un asunto de sobrevivencia. Lo que estamos representando aquí es la situación de nuestra gente que está viviendo por sobrevivir. No estamos aquí para defender lucros, para defender cuentas de banco, estamos aquí para defender a la gente que quiere sobrevivir en contra del otro asunto, que quieren tener más cuentas, más dinero en las cuentas de banco, y si no hacen tanto dinero en el banco, ese no es negocio para ellos, venden su casa, y aún si la venden no pierden, porque las casas están muy caras, van a hacer mucho dinero todavía, van a vivir bien, ellos no tienen problemas, pero nuestra gente, que el trabajo escasea, que el trabajo no le garantiza, no tiene los aumentos que ellos tienen, cada año quiere aumentar, y nuestra gente, ¿qué recibe de aumento? ¿Qué recibe aumento en el trabajo? Lucha para que le den un aumento de 20 centavos, $1, y es una gran cosa. Y cuando tienen que pagarla completa, no le aceptan en partes. So, gracias, mantengan esta estabilidad de renta, por favor, y denle chance a que trabaje, y luego la podemos seguir hablando de ella. Gracias.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Sabino Lopez. I've been living in Salinas for 50 years. I've been a community organizer for 35 years with the CCA, and I'm here to remind you that this is a thing of survival. You know, it is very hard. People are we're defending our community. We're not defending more profits or more bank accounts. We're here because people are having a hard time. They're struggling to survive. We're not here to help the people to have more bank accounts or more money in their banks. This is not a business. They say that they're going to lose money, they're going to sell their houses. Well, they're never going to lose. Houses are very, very expensive right now. And what about our people? They never have an increase. It's really hard for them to make ends meet. And if they get an increase, it's like 20 cents or $1. And if they have to pay the rent, they have to pay it in full. They can't pay it in parts. So I'm here to please ask you to please support the ordinance and not repeal it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Sofía. Y pues yo lo único que quiero pedirle a todos a ustedes, los he estado observando, que miro que algunos como que siento que como que no quieren apoyar a la comunidad, porque ustedes han escuchado cómo están abogando, están pidiéndole ayuda a gritos que no cambien esta nueva ordenanza. Miro como que no les importa, la verdad. Los he estado observando. Y no se me hace justo que nosotros estemos aquí desde las horas de la tarde con la calor y ustedes no nos escuchen. La verdad, les exijo que no cambien esa nueva ordenanza que ustedes mismos lo pusieron. Ahora, por parte de la comunidad, ustedes están donde están para apoyarnos, no para estar en contra de nosotros. Es todo lo que les quiero decir y muchas gracias por escucharme. Gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Sofia. Well, I'm just here because I want to say that I feel like you're not really. I've seen the way you're not really listening. I feel like you really don't care. We're here. We're asking for help. We're yelling for help because it is really a difficult situation, and I feel like you guys are not really. You don't care. I don't see that you really care. You should be here to help the community. I'm here. I'm not only asking, I'm demanding to be heard. And I'm asking you to please do not change this ordinance. You are here to support the community. You're not here to be against us. So we please ask you to support us. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Jaime Villegas. Estoy aquí representando igual a la comunidad de Salinas, soy un residente de aquí de Salinas. Simplemente a mí se me hace una injusticia lo que están haciendo. Están afectando más que nada al pueblo mexicano, están afectando a las personas que trabajan en Salinas. No son delincuentes, no son gente mala, es pura gente de trabajo. No les están pidiendo nada de otro mundo, simplemente que los apoyen. Simplemente que los apoyen en no aumentarles la renta. Esa misma gente que ustedes miran aquí es la misma gente que los puso donde están ustedes. Toda esa gente votó para que ustedes estuvieran ahí sentados y representaran a Salinas. Lo hicieron con la confianza de que ustedes iban a tomar las mejores decisiones para Salinas. Salinas es una buena ciudad, es ciudad de gente trabajadora. No les están pidiendo cosas grandes. Simplemente traten de apoyar a la gente, que es la gente que los puso ahí. Muchas gracias, es todo.
Good afternoon. My name is Jaime Villanueva, and I am from the Salinas community. And I'm here because what you're doing is really affecting the community. It's really unfair. You're affecting the Mexican population, and Salinas is a good place, and we are good people. We are not bad. We're not criminals. We just here because we want you guys to be fair, to not increase your rent. We put you where you are. We are the ones that voted for you and put you there because we trusted that you were going to make the best decisions for Salinas. So we're not asking for something that is so big. We just want you to not increase our rent so we don't struggle that much. Thank you.
Hi, Bonnie Costa, and I just had a idea. What is this, 275? Is that going to be every year from here on out? Also, what I think we can all agree on in this room is there's definitely a supply issue. We need more housing, regardless whether this goes through or not. However, if this does go through, I strongly suggest to look into putting a 2.75 cap on utilities as well, including insurance, water, sewage, trash, everything. I think we could all agree on that as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Chris Barrera, Realtor and President of LULAC Council 2055. We are renters, we are hardworking residents, seniors, veterans, farm workers, and people who are living on a fixed income, paycheck to paycheck, just trying to stay alive. There are laws on the book to protect renters, but when the city is shorthanded to enforce, that's pretty difficult. There are plenty of good owners and property managers who do the right things, but there are also those who gouge whenever possible, never repair anything, and the first action is eviction, basically slumlords. But to raise rents every single year just because you can, that's wrong. There is such a thing called human decency. During the election, you were endorsed and given campaign contributions by ag, real estate associations, and powers that be. And one of the main objectives is to repeal the rental stabilization. Now it's time for you to pay up to your donors. What is the hurry? Don't do it. You're supposed to represent your constituents and protect them, not special interests. Salinas is more than 55% renters, so please do your job. LULAC 2055 strongly supports rental stabilization. Thank you.
Good evening, Eric Peterson. And you've heard enough horrific stories from renters. You don't need my horrific stories. But I'd just like to make a couple quick comments on observations from tonight. There have been a number of comments about people being forced to sell property. That means somebody got to buy property. Some real estate people, my visual aid walked away, some real estate agents got commissions, some loan people probably got commissions, and there's all the other stuff that goes into a house sale. So property sales happen every day for a lot of reasons. The other thing is, I don't know how it can be done, but there needs to be something done about fact-checking. I'm not an expert on this. I've heard a lot of stuff that's not true. And if I know it's not true, there's got to be a lot more. So I don't know how it can be done. We run into it a lot in other areas, but we need it. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Miguel Pelayo y bueno, un minuto es mucho para lo que les tengo que decir. Fíjense que si Donald Trump conectara un poquito su mente con el corazón, no firmara tantas órdenes ejecutivas sin sentido. A la hora que llegue el momento de votar por esto, yo nomás les pido que conecten poquito su mente con su corazón. Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
So I don't need a minute to say what I have to say. I feel like if Donald Trump would connect his heart with all the executive orders that he is signing that make no sense at all, if he would connect his heart, he wouldn't do it. So that's what I'm asking you to please, when you vote for this, connect your heart to what you're signing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Matt Huerta, Salinas resident and affordable housing professional of 25 years. We have not built enough housing to meet the needs of our community for over 40 years. We cannot rely on just one strategy to help resolve short and long-term needs. Yes, we agree that we need thousands of new apartments and single-family homes. This takes years to happen. Many other communities have proven that new housing and investment can still move forward while having a moderate rent stabilization ordinance and protections to keep our workforce and families housed to prevent homelessness. Give these new protections time to work and bring back specific improvements in October. If you repeal these ordinances, you are going to spend more time and funding dealing with homelessness, a bigger health and safety problem than we already have. Let's move forward, not backwards. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt.
Hello, Wes Wyatt, Salinas Monterey County Homeless Union. Today is actually a year since Johnson versus Grants Pass was heard, which made it legal just to steal everybody's stuff. I wanted to throw in here that I'm supporting the rent stabilization. You should give ordinance more time to demonstrate their effectiveness and impacts, and establish a rental stabilization committee of tenants, landlords, and other stakeholders. Also, I mean, a lot of you can't even really vote on this because you should be recusing yourself from this vote to begin with. I've heard, I'm famous or infamous, depending on who you ask, and some of that includes electeds, and I've heard from some electeds, even in the springtime, oh, you hear what that city council is doing? They're crazy. And that's actually the getup of this $1.25 million, five-person team here, $250 a person. You can't be voting on this stuff. It's so immediate. It's just so obvious. And that's why Civil War, dude.
Thank you.
I was being attacked by one of your council members for the same reason.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else from the public?
Hi, my name's Maria. Good evening, all of you. I'm pretty sure all of you guys have a spot due to the community who did a lot of lobbying for you, who went out. This ordinance went through and came through because all the door knocking these residents did for you all to have this ordinance. It's only been 4 months. It makes no sense to remove it already over some people who are actually having a good stash in their pockets, who aren't worried about paying the rent. And not only that, but if you look at our agenda tonight, we're not only talking about the rent stabilization going out the window, we're talking about increasing water, we're talking about increasing the sewage. I don't understand how you expect our youth to come back to Salinas knowing that they can't afford it, knowing that you need experience for jobs, knowing that you all are well grandparents by now. So I don't think that you're even considering your grandkids. I don't think you're considering the future generations. All that to say, you're here for a reason.
Thank you. All right, anyone else? All right, we will, let's see, what do we have on Zoom? Okay. Patty, call them out.
Erica, 2 minutes.
1 minute. Patty, everything's 1 minute.
Sorry, 1 minute. My timer does say
yeah,
1 minute, so 1 minute, Erica.
1 minute. Okay, perfect. I just wanted to say a couple of facts. In case you were unaware, it is a fact that the staff has not approved one single rental increase since this got started. And we have a very large community. That's just at least a fact. It's also a fact that there are 9 tenant free and legal locations that they are able to go to for tenants' rights and protection advocates. I don't know for the managers or landlords to have that same effect, but I know that we have a wonderful standing with the ones that we do, and they wish that more people were like us. I do know that it is a fact that rents had to be lowered. I do know that it's a fact that nobody's talking about walking back utility costs. It used to be $25 a month for sewer. Now it's $85. We were hit with a $170 registration fee. Plumbers that used to charge $65 to $75 now charge $280 to $450 an hour. If we have to have a line hydrant, it's $1,000 to have a kitchen sink hydrant. These are physical facts. That
Thank you.
Thank you. Lori Mazuka, 1 minute.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Lori. I'm attending this meeting as a concerned citizen of Monterey County. I strongly urge you to repeal all of these ordinances. I logged 45 years as a renter until the City of Alameda's rent control ordinance chased my landlord, his rental, and me out of the market in the city within 1 year of implementation, as well as 1,500 other rental units that disappeared that first year. If I may, I'd like to offer an analogy of what a seawall does to adjacent beaches, synonymous as to what rent control ordinances do to the housing market. Seawalls are hardscapes that don't allow for the natural ebb and flow of the tides. Instead, they erode beaches. Like seawalls, rent control is an inflexible hardscape that does not allow for the natural ebb and flow of the housing market. Just as seawalls erode adjacent beaches, rent control policies erode the housing market, the community, and adjacent communities nearby. I ask the council to please deeply consider repeal of these ordinances. They were rushed into place, were not thought through.
Thank you.
Anil Babar. 1 minute, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Anil Babar. I just want everyone to look at the facts about rent control. It's going to force many owners to sell or convert their properties to ownership or sell it all outright. This happened in Mountain View, where after its rent control ordinance was passed, 5% of all units were lost. It'll limit the ability to maintain older properties. Just look what Salinas has. 300 buildings equaling over 5,000 units that are at least 50 years old or more. And in 2019, an independent study conducted by Stanford found that rent control led to a 15% reduction of housing supply and a 5% increase in rent because of San Francisco's rent stabilization ordinance. AB 1482 provides tenant protections that provides reliability, stability, and predictability. It allows tenants to anticipate changes in rent and allows landlords to keep up with inflation. Rent control doesn't need more time. It's been studied at length and it's proven to do more harm than good. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Nick, 1 minute, go ahead.
Hi, I'm a tenant here in Salinas, and I'm actually in favor of repealing the rent control bill. I've heard a lot of tenants talking about the issue tonight, and I think it's pretty misunderstood. I've studied this a lot and understand that if something like this stays in place, it's gonna basically, decrease supply and new construction in the town, and that's gonna cause rents to go up over time. So, I think we should pull it back and really fix the root of the problem, and rent control feels like more of a Band-Aid to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Esther, 1 minute.
Good evening, everybody. You should have a timer on the screen for us on Zoom. Esther Malcolm, Monterey County Renters United. Your city is a majority renters, and their voices need to be heard. They're the ones that are becoming homeless, not the homeowners or the landlords. And you can't afford to add more homelessness to your streets. It doesn't do anybody any good. I'm curious as to those of your donors that are asking you to repeal this. How are they going to replace the workers that they're going to lose and continue being profitable and making money on the backs of these people? They need to be housed, they need to be heard, and stabilization is just another tool in the toolbox. It does not replace building homes, and that's what you need to concentrate on as well simultaneously. Thank you.
Carla Lobo, 1 minute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. As an owner in a property in Salinas, I think this ordinance and the 4 ordinances that were actually passed is great. And I stood here 5 months ago, which we haven't given this opportunity to these ordinances to see what it could be fruitful. It's a well-balanced effort that promotes stability for renters while giving landlords a clear structure and support through a new platform. This program is still in its early stages. Again, it was implemented 5 months ago, only a few months, and it's already registering results and solving issues, but reaching its full potential takes time. We need to give this ordinance room to grow and meet its goals, ensuring compliance, fairness, and transparency. Extending support and time for implementation is not just reasonable, it's necessary. You are the example for the rest of Monterey County. This ordinance is not about winners and losers, it's about everyone, renters and landlords, having a fair shot at stability and accountability. Being an owner—
Thank you.
Faraz, 1 minute. Go ahead.
Yes, good evening, Council. My name is Faraz Sheikh. I'm yet another community physician here to testify to the importance of rent stabilization. Economic analyses have already proven that moderate rent stabilization policies, such as the one passed last year, do nothing to constrict housing supply. Repealing this ordinance will absolutely be an assault on our community and lead to increased illnesses, hospitalizations, and deaths by economically squeezing people more than they already are. Landlords and their representatives today have whined today about their profits while facing zero risks of foregoing their own essential needs. Meanwhile, tenants have voiced concerns about the dire threats to their basic human dignity. Council members, your decision on this issue will define where you stand on people versus profits. Make the right decision. Do not repeal this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jennifer Mills, 1 minute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
I am a property owner landlord, and I have multiple units out there in Salinas. I'm very upset about this rent stabilization. I try to keep our rentals up by fixing things. And if this actually passes, I plan on selling my rentals and taking my money somewhere else and out of Salinas. Thank you.
Andrea Manzo, 1 minute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
My name is Andrea Manso. I'm Executive Director for Action Council and Building Healthy Communities, Monterey County. I think you've heard from many of the residents and local leaders today that we need to give this rent stabilization ordinance time to assess its impacts. There were actually many residents that were engaged in fighting for this ordinance long before the TAC convened. This was not a rush decision, and it would really be disrespectful to all the work to override it before giving it a chance. Our community is speaking loud and clear, and your role requires you to enact the will of the people. So I ask that you do not make any changes until we assess the ordinance. Thank you.
Jamie, 1 minute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, 1 minute.
¿Puedo hablarlo en español?
Si prefieren español está bien.
Me gustaría que me escucharan los residentes tanto como los propietarios. Yo trabajo como manejadora de propiedades aquí en Salinas, entonces yo miro los dos lados de la moneda. Entiendo lo de los propietarios porque hay muchos residentes que no son responsables, meten 8 o 10 personas en un apartamento, que eso causa que todos los biles suban para los propietarios. También entiendo para la comunidad, para los residentes. Toda esta ordenancia, en mi personal experiencia, está causando mucho temor hacia la gente porque estamos dando oh my God, how do I say it? We're giving their personal information to a third party. How is this even, hello? What happened?
Did we get that?
Sorry?
Did we get?
Okay. So yes, I would like to speak in Spanish because I want the residents to be able to hear me because I am a property manager, so I can see both sides of this issue. As a landlord, I can understand the landlord's point of view because there are a lot of tenants that are not responsible. They put 8 to 10 people in one unit, and that increases the bills for the landlords. And that is really hard for us. But I also can see it from a personal point of view because I see that there's a lot of people that are struggling to pay rent, and with the rental registry, it is really hard because we're giving personal information to a third party.
Thank you.
Alicia Matters, 1 minute.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Donahue, esteemed council. My name's Alicia Metters, and I am a long-time resident, born, bred right here, Monterey County. Well, born in San Francisco, bred right here in Monterey County. And I just continue to say I will not be pushed out by the high cost of what it costs to live in Monterey County. But as an employee of Monterey County, member of SEIU 521, city and county workers are facing a retention and recruitment crisis due to the cost of living. We all know it costs a lot to live in Monterey County. And that's for even some of us who are supposed to be well paid. And it's only going to get worse with federal budget cuts. Programs like rent stabilization bring hope to frontline workers and help them stay in their homes, stay on their jobs, and continue to serve the people of Salinas and Monterey County. I support the rent stabilization program so that we can rebuild a thriving working class here in Salinas. We know the budget continues to be balanced on the working man's back, and we know.
Okay, thank you.
Juanita Aguilar. One minute, go ahead.
Hola, buenas tardes, ¿sí me escuchan? Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Juanita Aguilar, soy residente del distrito número 1. Formo parte del grupo de vecindarios prósperos de VHI de nuestra ciudad y, como siempre, ¿verdad?, apoyando a los residentes de cada distrito. Y bueno, por medio de esta, ¿verdad?, estamos aquí porque pues se nos ha enseñado a proteger a las personas más vulnerables. La Biblia nos enseña a amar a nuestros semejantes, a proteger a los pobres y a defender a los oprimidos. Quiero compartir que uno de los logros de la estabilización de rentas de este año pasado vino a dar un alivio aparte en muchos residentes de nuestra ciudad. Nuestra comunidad se siente más segura ante cualquier represalia o cualquier abuso por parte de todos los alrededores. Hemos escuchado buenos comentarios y también algunos malos, ¿por qué no decirlo? Cuando visitamos a los vecinos que solamente se les ha cobrado por parte de los propietarios el costo del porcentaje y cosas por el estilo. Entonces, pues realmente cuando se trata de que las familias no sean desplazadas injustamente, que los integrantes de la familia, llámese niño, joven o adulto, no sean desarraigados, que nuestros adultos
Good afternoon. My name is Juanita Aguilar, and I'm from District 1, and I work with Thriving Neighborhoods. And we're here always, supporting each one of the districts. The Bible tells us that we have to protect the vulnerable. We have to protect our fellow men. So that's why we're here, because the ordinance gave some type of relief to all the residents. We felt more protected against the abuse of the landlords. We felt safer. And I've heard a lot of good comments. I have to be honest, I've heard some bad comments too, but at the end of the day, like for example, some percentages that were not charged, but at the end of the day, this helps the families stay together. Families are not displaced, and it helps to give stability to the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pedro Moreno, 1 minute.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, dear Mayor and Council members, my name is Pedro Moreno. I am honored to be a physician for the last 30 years, working in Salinas Valley for the farm workers. And I have worked with Gloria de la Rosa in the past also. I think I cannot say any more than what you have heard. My heart breaks every time my patients come and tell me, doctor, my rent is up. Doctor, what can I do? And honestly, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say because over 30 years, my patients are more depressed, are having more medical problems than they had at the beginning of my tenure. So I ask you and I plead you to please listen to all those people who have talked today. They are telling the truth. Those are real stories, and I hope you will make the right decision. It's a difficult decision you have to make, but I pray to God that you will make the right decision.
Thank you.
Iram.
Oh, yes, hello. Hi, my name is Iram Coronado, and I'm a resident of Salinas. I just definitely want to highlight that we're looking more and more like the great city of Gilroy with the 1-minute public comments. And I just have a few things to say. As we want to uplift the great economy of Salinas, we have to think about what makes that economy. And it's the farm workers that cannot afford rent. That you all are basically monopolizing the lives and health of these farm workers, which you all take great pride in saying, oh, big ag in Salinas. But other than that, I do want to point out that this is a level of structural violence. As we usually think of violence as a form of militarized weapons, no, this is structural violence. And there's children, there's moms, and there's fathers out there that are sleeping in cars. And you all should be very shameful if you all do not pass this. Thank you.
Emily, 1 minute.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, so one of the things I've been very concerned about that nobody has stated is with the landlord petition form, since I'm a manager, is we're required to give all of our tenants' personal information to the city. They're putting a portal together with everybody who lives in the unit, the addresses, phone numbers, and emails. And therefore, people move in and move out, they're supposed to put where they're moving to. We're supposed to require that information over, and I'm very concerned of why everybody in Salinas is being tracked. I'm concerned that those websites can be hacked, as well as it's a government site, so that information can be overseen. Also, regardless of the rent, a lot of these ordinances and protection clause, there is a substitution 1-for-1. I might have to put a sex offender next to a family of a single mom, and it makes me nervous. I think it's very concerning that we're not allowed to look into who's living in the units anymore or background check our tenants. There are a lot of ordinances in here that have been passed through that don't.
Thank you.
iPhone, 1 minute.
Hello. I just wanted to say that we need to build houses. Necesitamos construir más casas. Esa es la mejor manera para bajar el costo de rentas. So this is how we lower rents. Salinas needs to become more efficient. Necesitamos ser más eficientes. Landlord reviews should be done on a case-by-case basis. El uso de propietarios debería ser visto caso por caso. There are examples of rent control online. Hay ejemplos de estabilización de renta. Están en el Internet. Salinas needs to expand beyond being desirable. The agricultural seasonal jobs are not enough for the people of Salinas. Los trabajos de agricultura temporales no son lo suficiente para la gente trabajadora de Salinas. Rent is only high because we aren't keeping up with the demand. Build more homes, not apartments. Las rentas son altas porque no hemos construido para complacer la demanda. Necesitamos construir casas, no apartamentos. If we control profits, we control prosperity. Si controlamos ganancias, controlamos prosperidad. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yvette Hernandez, 1 minute.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Yvette. Pertenezco al distrito número 5. Y la razón por la que estoy haciendo este comentario es porque estoy a favor de la ordenanza. La verdad es que no tienen idea de cómo es el estrés de las personas que tienen que trabajar por un sueldo, que tienen que cumplir sus pagos y que a final de cuentas no alcanza. Estamos muchas familias en la comunidad al borde de poder ser personas sin hogar, homeless, por la dificultad que se hace tener un salario apropiado para poder pagar nuestras rentas. Se supone que cuando vamos a aplicar a un lugar por rentas tenemos que ganar 1/3, 3 veces lo que cuesta la renta y ni siquiera podemos pagarla una familia completa. Toca que meter otras personas para vivir con nosotros. Entonces, tal vez ustedes tienen otros privilegios que nosotros no tenemos y tal vez no tengan estas necesidades, pero deberían tocarse un poco y poner su mano en el corazón para poder ayudarnos, dejando esta ordenanza para poder ayudar a las familias de la comunidad de Salinas.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Yvette, and I'm from District 5. And my comment is because I am in favor of the ordinance. You have no idea how stressful it is to be able to pay rent with the salaries that we have. It's not enough. We are a one paycheck of becoming homeless. And our salary, even though when you rent a home, it says that you have to make 1/3 of your rent has to be 1/3 of your salary, that is not possible for us. We have to add other families so we are able to rent a home. So you maybe can't understand this because maybe you have other privileges. You can't understand the needs that we're going through. So we really please ask you to put your hand in your heart and help us and let the ordinance do not repeal it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, one more, okay.
Rosalind Green, 1 minute. Rosalind, 1 minute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello. Okay, thank you. I don't have time to introduce myself because of the 1 minute public comments, but I just want to say this ordinance was never perfect, but it was a step toward justice. Instead of working with the community to improve it, you're moving to dismantle it in a way that sidesteps accountability and equity. That's unacceptable. Housing instability is a racial justice issue. It's a public health issue. You don't build thriving communities by stripping people of the few protections they have. If you care about equity, don't repeal this ordinance. Expand the conversation, host a study session, engage the people most impacted, do the real work of governing with, not over the community, with the community. I repeat, And if I have a second left, my name is Rosalind Green, and I am the Black Power Building and Justice Reinvestment Director at Building Healthy Communities and founder of Monterey County Black Caucus. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Nayeli, 1 minute. Nayeli, go ahead, 1 minute.
Okay. Hello, am I being heard now?
Yes.
Okay. Hi. My name is Nayeli. I am a part-time student, certified nurse assistant, and I have been a renter since I was 18. I'm also the head of my household. My mother cannot work because my youngest sibling is severely developmentally disabled. We do not receive or qualify for any assistance, and even though I work hard and earn a pretty decent wage, it's becoming increasingly difficult to keep up with the rising cost of rent. Like many working class families, we don't get significant raises each year, yet rent keeps going up as if we do. The math just doesn't add up for people like us. Repealing this ordinance would be a direct blow to the very people who make this city run. I urge the council to protect the rent stabilization and stand with the working class and the most vulnerable in our community. Thank you.
Padres Unidos, 1 minute.
Gracias. Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Alma Loredo. Yo soy parte del Comité de Padres Unidos Building Healthy Communities y estoy aquí, pertenezco al Distrito 2 y me en comentarios acerca del apoyo para el control de renta. Necesitamos su compromiso, ya que las familias que sostienen la economía de Salinas son las que sacan adelante el condado y ahora está en sus manos que ustedes hagan posible la diferencia en la vida de las familias y a mantenerse responsables en sus posiciones que tienen ahora como elegidos en la ciudad. Demuestren su liderazgo y apoyen esta ordenanza que va a permitir que muchas familias no tengan tanto estrés y puedan salir adelante y dejar de vivir más de 2 familias en una sola casa, o queremos dejar de ver ya familias que viven, tienen que vivir en automóviles porque es lo que les queda. Así que les pido que por favor demuestren su liderazgo y escuchen a la comunidad.
Good afternoon. My name is Alma Loredo, and I'm with Padres Unidos. I am from District 2, and I'm here to ask you to please support rent control. These are the families, the people that are benefiting from this ordinance are the families that contribute to the economy of Salinas. They are the ones that are working, and these are the families that need your help. So I really ask you to please show your leadership, be responsible, and help these families. These families deserve to be able to live and not be so stressed out because they can't afford to live by themselves. Many families have to live together. They're in risk of becoming homeless or to live in their car. So I really please ask you to be responsible and show your leadership. Thank you.
And I believe this is the last speaker, Tracy. 1 minute, go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, so one of the things I wanted to put out with a lot of the language is something that some people aren't really processing, which is technically what the city has done. If they would have just adopted the ordinance ASB 143, all of the things that people are concerned about are covered. With a lot of these other laws, they've basically almost eminent domained these owners' properties. You've taken away the owners' right to their property, which is also against the 5th and 14th Amendment. You guys have taken something without a due process or a compensation, and I don't know if people are aware of it. It's just in the language of the way that the law and these statutes were written. It is something that just needs to be brought up, basically taking away the property rights. And now it's saying that the city of Salinas is basically the manager by the way that these laws are written. They're the ones that get to enforce the rules, the warnings, being able to get rid of dangerous tenants. We have a lot of families. Most of my tenants have been with me for over 10 years, and I'm so scared.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you, everyone. With that, public comment is closed, and we will come back to council for comments and action, and I will start with Aurelio.
Right. Didn't know I was going first, but disclaimer, I'm the most long-winded council member. Just want to thank everybody for sharing their testimonies this evening. I spent this weekend replying to emails from residents. I think I stopped around 10 o'clock at night, but continuing to read till about 1 o'clock in the morning. And I know how people feel about this. For those of you that shared your personal stories, I'm going to give you a very, very brief version of mine. You know, I was born in Oregon. My parents were farm workers. My dad worked in the fields. He couldn't read. My mother worked in a packing shed for the company Ore-Ida. For those that don't know, Ore-Ida comes from the two states, Oregon, Idaho potatoes. My two older sisters also worked in the fields, picking onions and potatoes. If there's a smell I'll never forget is the smell of onions and onion bags. When I was about 5 or 6, my dad took me out there to get me to start working in the fields as well. He had me start off doing some weeding. I remember being a young man slicing all 4 fingers because I didn't know what I was doing out there, but there I was at the age of 5, already working in the fields. My father died when I was 6 on Christmas Eve, December 24th. I remember my Christmas morning, my sister having to tell me the news and asking me if I understood what that meant. At 6 years old, you don't understand what that means. So tonight, when people talk about their trauma and that being triggered, I know exactly what that was like. It's very difficult for my mother at that time to live in Oregon, so we packed up and we moved to Salinas in 87. She had developed rheumatoid arthritis and battled it. Went to Barden, went to El Sal Junior High, when it was called Junior High. And, well, my mother passed away too when I was 13 years old after a battle with arthritis. Didn't know where I was going to live, didn't know where my next meal was going to come from. I bounced around living from aunt to aunt. And lived in a garage. So those that have talked about living in a garage, I know exactly what that's like. You know, a garage, it's cement. It takes a toll on your feet. I remember my Sunday nights having to take a knife and cutting off the callus from my heels. So yeah, I know what that's like. I know how frustrating that gets. I remember at one point, I was so frustrated. I stabbed my heel and the knife just stuck there. The callus was so thick, no blood came out. Went to Tallahassee for a year, graduated from North Salinas High School, graduated from Hartnell College, went over to San Diego State, got my bachelor's degree over there, and I came back. I had roommates from Salinas, had roommates from Castroville. We were known as La Clica. San Diego State, we were student activists then. Many of them are still activists now. Came back to Salinas when all my friends decided to stay in Southern California, so I know that argument. I came back because I love Salinas. I came back because Salinas was my home. Worked for the county, got involved in the nonprofit sector, gave back to my community. Have a volunteer list that would probably take like the rest of the night to get through. I pride myself on the volunteer work that I've given into this community. After working for the county and several nonprofit agencies doing youth and drug prevention, went back to school for my master's degree, paid for it, still stayed in Salinas when I could have gone anywhere I wanted. And as a commitment to higher education, took courses through Cornell University, one of our most prestigious universities in the United States. Got 2 certificates in diversity, equity, inclusion, and public sector leadership. But I choose Salinas. I got very lucky, found a beautiful wife, gave her 2 wonderful children, and Salinas is still my home. I will never leave Salinas. I will die here. Working in the philanthropy field, I feel very lucky to say I worked for the Community Foundation for Monterey County. We were taught to convene people, right? Through my academic training, I was taught to know the difference between individuals and how systems affect them and how to bring institutions together. So tonight, what I'm saying is we have a very large community. Overwhelmingly, we heard tonight that we have a major issue with the cost of living. And I've also had the opportunity to meet with property companies. They're people too, right? But yet it's so easy to criminalize and start labeling people. You're this and you're that and you're this and you're that. Really easy to divide this line and tear our city apart. So easy to gaslight on the internet, take things out of content, rally people up. And here we are. In terms of the rent stabilization, tenant protection, and just cause, the tenant anti-harassment, hey, hands down, we need those, right? But what I'm hearing is that it doesn't quite work. It's broken. And it's okay to fine-tune it, right? But if there's something that I've noticed tonight, and as we've been going through this process, and it's something that I was trained in the art of reflective listening, I don't think I saw that through this process, right? Like, we really need the CCA, the BHC people, our community residents and leaders, our comité leaders, sit down in a room with those that are renting and try it. Those of you that have never done reflective listening, it's when you sit, like, you clear your mind, you listen to the other person speak, and then, and I'm going to give credit to the nonprofit agency that taught me this, Sun Street Centers. You put your finger on your head, and you say, what I'm hearing is that you own this property, you're renting it to me. The price for water, the price for utility, the price for trash, the price for maintenance is going up, right? It's affecting them as well. So here we are, we've set this percentage that is very stringent. State of California under Assembly Bill 1482 clearly states that there are limitations, right? So if you're renting 2-bedroom apartment, 1,800, under current existing law, can go up to 1,980. What we have is, it limits that to $49.50. It's just an example. So yeah, if you're renting and you're like, whoa, I'm now limited, that stresses you out, right? And so we've got to take this back to the drawing table, right? Like, you know, and it's not just the rent stabilization. I mean, you know, the state, you know, probably needs to increase the minimum wage again. I mean, we've got to figure this out. We need to be active, and that includes the city council, like with our legislatures, And so we've really got to, come together as a community and walk out with a solution. I don't believe what we have here with the previous council, well-intended, but I'm hearing that's not worked. On top of that, I did hear from those property companies, management companies say that when they reached out to the previous council, that none of them got back to them. Their voices weren't heard. So we can't be doing this back and forth and back and forth. We're going to listen to you, but not to you. We're going to listen to this group and not that group. I wish tonight's meeting really would have been more of a town hall meeting where we could have that facilitated and have that conversation and jot down notes and figure out, what's going to work for tenants and what's going to work for property management companies. But unfortunately, that isn't the case here. So I do want to see like a redraw or revamp. For now, if it needs to be repealed, then it needs to be repealed. But we have to have protection for our tenants. We have to make sure that they are free from any sort of harassment. And then we also need to make sure that if a property management company has someone that they've got to let go, that they're not tied up in a bureaucratic process. So I want to see what my other council members have to say. It's very clear that we've got some more work to do, and I'll end there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Gloria?
I'll have Margaret
Okay.
talk first.
Okay, all right, Margaret.
In a moment here.
Okay, I think I used most of my time during Lisa's when I was not supposed to be commenting and supposed to be asking questions, so I'll keep it brief. Thank you, everyone, for coming out. We heard you loud and clear. I really am disturbed that this is a divisive subject. I think everybody is suffering a lot right now with a lot of things, as we talked about. Rents are high. They've been high. Housing prices are ridiculous. It's a supply issue. If the city could build houses tomorrow, we would do it, but that's not our role. I wish we could. We've literally outgrown our city, and that's a big part of the problem. And we all want it fixed tomorrow, but it's going to take time, and we all have to be really patient in this process, because we're not going to fix it in 2 or 4 years. It's going to take a lot of people working together. As I said, to me, it's a lot of supply and demand, and I feel everybody's pain. I know people are suffering, and I come from a farm worker family, so we employ about 2,500 employees. And so without farm workers, we don't have a company and we can't supply the world. I totally get that. So I'm not immune to it. I did hear tonight, do better. I heard that from several people. And I think, most of you were probably talking before you came here. We are going to do better. And that's our role here, is to do better and to make improvements. Where things are not working, we do have to fix them and tweak them. And I feel we're at a point right now where there's parts of the ordinance, the rental ordinance, that are good, but there's a lot involved. It's very complicated. And like I said, it's a lot for people to understand and very confusing. So instead of trying to fix things and move things around and try to make it work, I think we're better off starting from scratch, going back, doing our homework, getting the right information, talking to other people in other communities and see what they're doing. Obviously, rent stabilization has worked for some communities, but we have to have the right percentage, and we have to do what's best for our community, because we are unique. We're a big little city, and we're a rural city, but with big city problems. And I want to see our city really focus on the things that we need to be focused on, like all these infrastructure challenges that we have. They're big. They take a lot of staff time. They take a lot of money. And that's where we need to put our effort in right now. And I agree with Aurelio that I think if we all come together and put our heads together, we got a lot of smart people in this room and on Zoom and in the community that can help us come up with solutions. So I am very confident that we can find a better way forward. And I don't know if it's, can I make is it a motion?
You can.
Okay. So I want to make a motion to direct staff to return to the council as soon as possible with draft ordinance to repeal the 4 ordinances that are on the table today.
Second.
All right, we'll proceed with comments.
Okay. Well, you heard
both of my colleagues, and I'm going to say, yes, this ordinance was very complicated. And I want to thank all of you for being here tonight. Quiero dar las gracias a todos los que vinieron hoy en esta noche. Los escuchamos, entiendo lo que está pasando, pero no tenemos viviendas. Y por eso muchos de ustedes, cuando rentan, tienen que traer más, en veces otra familia o a lo mejor dos, para poder pagar su renta. Entiendo eso, entendemos eso, pero necesitamos que comenzar a fincar viviendas para todos y tenemos que traer esto para atrás, porque para mí, no, como les digo, estaba muy complicado y tenía dudas, muchas dudas, pero no quiere decir que no los estoy apoyando y que no los estoy escuchando. Entiendo, tenemos que tener asistencia para los renteros. Más adelante se puede hacer, pero tenemos que trabajar juntos. Somos una comunidad de renteros y de propietarios y tenemos que dar esos derechos a ustedes, los renteros, y apoyarlos. Y tenemos agencias que están aquí presentes que hacen eso. CCA, mi respeto, también CRLA reciben fondos para ayudar a los renteros. Para mí, tenemos, como les dije, una necesidad para fincar viviendas ahorita, no mañana, pero pronto, y necesitamos que hacer cambios en los permisos, el departamento de permisos. Muchos inversores o personas que quieren fincar casas, tenemos muchas barreras en ese departamento. Tenemos que comenzar a ver ese departamento para que puedan fincar, porque nosotros oímos esas quejas de los que quieren fincar, que no trabajamos muy bien en esta ciudad. Esa tiene que ver un cambio ahorita. Y también oímos los dos, teníamos que oírlos a ustedes y también a los otros, los que son propietarios, ¿verdad? Y nosotros no podemos subir las rentas. Nosotros no lo hacemos, ¿ok? Porque alguien dijo que nosotros queríamos subir las rentas. No es verdad. Y déjenme ver. Entonces ya dije eso. El comité que tenían, que trajo mucha gente, se tiene que volver a juntar. Y a lo mejor aquí hay mucha gente, como dijo Margaret, que son cualificados, pero traer a todos en la mesa y como comunidad hay que trabajar juntos y hacerlo mejor. Gracias. Say it in English?
Okay.
Well,
a quick summary.
Somebody translate it. Or do you want me to translate it?
Do you know what you said?
No, I just said that this ordinance, and it had so many pieces, it was very complicated. But do we need to work together? Yes, we do. We need to work together as a community. But I have to say that we have a shortage of housing. So we need to work with our permit center and streamline it so developers can start developing now. We know that. And we need to support the renters, the landlords. We know that there are some landlords that maybe are doing things they shouldn't do. But you have two agencies here. You've got CCA that is known to help tenants, and you have CRLA. So they need to hear our residents. And we need to bring back a rental assistance program, and we need to, again, bring the community together in that technical assistant committee. Okay, I said it.
Thanks, Lori. Okay. All right, Jose?
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to start off by thanking everyone who came today and participated and engaged in this very important conversation. I know it's been a conversation that, you know, has been a long time coming. This ordinance really impacts a lot of people in a lot of different ways. But in terms of moving forward, I, you know, ditto to some of my colleagues in terms of focusing more on the supply side economics component of housing. But in terms of, you know, backtracking a little bit, I'm 26 years old. I'm a renter, right? And I want to be able to stay in Salinas. I was born in Mexico when I was 2 months old. My parents brought me here. If you want to talk about hard work, I've been working at the Pulgas for as long as I can remember. I was 4 or 5 years old. I was 10 years old, walking around with my little brother, selling naranjas around the market, going door to door in apartments in East Salinas. A lot of the very residents that I represent today still remember me from when I was a little kid, knocking on the door, selling watermelons, corn, oranges. And that's the values that my family instilled in me, right? We didn't come here to be lazy. We came here to work hard, be successful, and create a better future, particularly for myself and my siblings. As some people mentioned, this housing issue isn't something that happened overnight. It didn't happen last year. It didn't happen over the last 4 years. 40 plus years of lack of action have led to us being in this situation today, right? There's people on this dais who have been sitting here for over 20 years and received your housing element annual reports year over year, saw the same numbers I saw, the very poor, minimal results in terms of getting housing built, right? You want to talk about equity? Why are we building H2A housing outside city limits, right? Why aren't we allowing those people to live within our city? We have no incentives for senior housing. We have no programs to streamline that. We have no programs or incentives to streamline student housing, right? We need to work on the housing and the supply side of the housing issue to really start moving the needle. I mentioned other jurisdictions that have been able to address the issue of rent increases and help stabilize rents by increasing the supply. That's simply economics, right? Taking emotion aside, when you look at the numbers, look at the cold, hard data, the data tells you this does not pencil out. The data tells us we need to focus on building. We've expended a lot of city resources, a lot of staff time. We have several people just on this dais who have six-figure salaries who've invested a lot of time into focusing on that. I reviewed our RENA numbers, right? We are currently 1,303 units behind for this, at this point in time, for this current cycle. We didn't even meet the previous RENA cycle needs allocations, and I'm sure we didn't meet the previous one before that, right? If you want to do something about it, let's hold each other accountable. Let's hold this council and future councils accountable to actually getting the housing built, right? Let's focus on policies that actually get more units online, right? Even if this ordinance stays in place, we still have no units. I just became an uncle to two beautiful twins, but last December. And from these RENA numbers, I don't see any housing being built for them. Of the 1,672 units that we kind of should be at in the 369 units, there's elementary schools. My middle school class was more than 369 students. We're not even building enough housing to keep, you know, one grade level in one school to even have an opportunity to stay in this community, right? So that, and then also the housing component is also largely tied to economic development, right? I've heard a lot of young people say, you went off to college, and I feel you come back, the jobs aren't here. The Reservoir, which is you know, a nonprofit organization who's coming into our community that's really looking to move the needle in terms of bringing venture capital into the ag tech sector for rural California, just released a report recently over the last week. 90% of people in Monterey County that get a degree in STEM leave Monterey County. 90%, right? If we want to give our youth, our future, a fighting chance, we need to change those metrics, right? Economic development is that. Economic development doesn't happen on its own. The city of Soledad, which has less residents than in District 1, and I represent anywhere between 27 to 29,000 people, has an economic development department 2 to 3 times bigger than ours, which is saying a lot. They have a director, they have a coordinator, and they have additional support staff. We don't even have a director. We have a community development or economic development analyst, right? We haven't been deliberate about this. We took apart and dismantled our economic development department years ago and haven't been deliberate about it, right? In terms of who is most impacted by this, it is young people, right? If you thought rents were high when some people in this room got into the rental market, think about it right now, right? I'm a renter, but I don't live on my own. I have to have multiple roommates in order to be able to pencil it out. And that's the situation for many multiple people. Sometimes it's not just a roommate. Sometimes that's an additional family that you have to bring in. Sometimes that's multiple families that you have to bring in, whether that's putting them in a living room, putting them in a garage, which, again, I've also lived in a garage. I've been displaced from a garage. I've moved around in almost every corner of the city precisely because we've been displaced, right? Precisely because we haven't built housing. Again, reiterating, I'm 26 years old. The last major housing development that I can remember is Montebella. They're still not finished with it, right? The people that were, young back then, who might have had the dream of the prospect of owning a home in Montebella, they've probably relocated somewhere else, right? We still haven't built that out. We keep getting held up in permitting. We keep getting held up with bureaucracy, and we need to get past that. We need to move forward and get housing built, and those are the types of solutions that I'd be supportive. But I also hear our renters. We need to protect our renters. There's landlords who, take egregious actions and don't follow the law, but there's already state protections for that, right? There's already a recourse for that, and we should really follow that. So I would like to present a substitute motion to, yes, rescind the 4 series of ordinances, but to also include a rental assistance program, and also bring back to this council a monthly housing report. I don't want this housing issue to be out of mind. Every month, I would like to see a report about where we're at, how many new units are we getting, and what are we doing as a city to help streamline that? What are we doing to get that timeline from 5 years to get something discussed and approved, not built, not complete, approved, 5 years? If we want to get past that, we need to streamline all that. So the request would be a substitute motion to repeal the ordinances, include a rental registration program, and have staff present that back to the council, but also have a monthly housing report presented to this council that holds us accountable to delivering results for our residents.
Is the request for a rental registration or a rental assistance?
Rental assistance.
Okay.
Is that more of a friendly motion than a substitute motion, City Attorney? We're just adding something to that?
Councilmember Barajas framed it as a substitute motion, so we'll treat it as a substitute motion.
I need to ask the maker of the motion if they would accept that?
No, you need a second.
Is there a second for the substitute?
Can you repeat it?
The motion to repeal the series of 4 ordinances, but bring back a rental assistance program and have a monthly housing report for this council so that we can better track and keep housing top of mind moving forward.
I'll second it so we can vote on it. Second.
Okay, there's a second for the motion, and then proceed with discussion?
Proceed with comments too.
Okay, so that's, so that's now the motion on the floor as we proceed with comments.
That's correct.
Okay. Councilmember Barrera.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, as I was talking to the city manager and the city attorney yesterday, is there any way, Mr. Callahan, you said there was no way of doing another substitute motion after the second substitute?
So Councilmember, you can make a substitute motion, but then that would be it. Then we would be done, right? So if you want to make a substitute motion, which is different than the motion that Councilmember Barajas just made, you may do so.
Thank you, sir. You know, there's no doubt, to my colleagues, I appreciate your words because there's a lot of wisdom in everything that's been said. There really is. And I think sometimes as we get passionate about certain issues that we fail to listen to the other sides, to the other points of views. And I want to tell you, I'm one of your politicians, but I don't think as a politician. I'm your public servant. And I work for every single one of you. And these are very difficult issues to deal with. But one of the things that I've heard about, whether it's a previous council, the current council, some of you in the audience right now have been working on this issue for several years. I see some of you. You've been here for several years on this issue. Some of the staff has been on it for several years. Whether you're making wrong decisions or not, you've been involved. You know, we do live in a very expensive place, there's no doubt, a beautiful place. For some of you landlords, congratulations, and I mean that. It's very stressful to be a landlord, especially if you don't have the right tenants and you have to deal with high cost. To the renters, every day, imagine there was a gentleman that came here, he and his wife work every day, sometimes during the agriculture season, 7 days a week, nonstop, and their check is not enough to even pay the rent. That's on top of paying groceries and paying other things. That's in the now. That's the real reality. We talk about our $7 to $11 billion agriculture industry, but look what it creates. Hardworking people, but don't even make enough to even have a garage for them and their children. That's the reality. That's the state that we live in right now. You know, it's one thing I heard that we all agree on is that we do need more housing, more supply and demand. And for some of you that may think it's easy to sit up here and make choices for a lot of people, it's very difficult. But we've been elected to do just that. I'm going to do what Miguel Pelayo suggested earlier. I'm going to think with my brain. The numbers don't add up. You know that. A lot of you landlords have multiple units. Some of you even said in the hundreds of units. Congratulations, man. How awesome is that? Some of you have maybe 1 or 2 units that if your tenants don't pay the rent, you end up paying for that. That's difficult. And yet with all the utilities that come with it, it's not easy. But to make quick decisions to say, oh, it's over, some of you, when we leave here, some of you are going to be clapping, and some of you are going to be very upset. But is that what we want? No. What we want, how can we bring the community together? And the attorney just told me that I can make this final substitute motion, and I'm gonna put the olive branch to my colleagues. I'm going to put this olive branch to my colleagues. It's not about you and it's not about me. It's not about the landlord, it's not about the renter, but it's trying to come up with solutions that people that are going to get up to work tomorrow can go to work and say, you know what, I got a little bit of less stress because I'm going to have $100 more to pay my water bill. Or maybe the landlord and say, I got a good tenant. I don't have to spend too much money on my maintenance because my tenant helps me out. That's called compromise. So I'm going to put a third substitute motion. And to my colleagues, Mr. Pelayo challenged us today. Let's think on the numbers with the brain, but think on these human beings with the heart. And now we're going to ask, I'm just going to ask my colleagues for 6 months. And this is my substitute motion. Come back to council in 6 months what's relevant data, once relevant data has been collected on the Salinas rent stabilization ordinance, no less than 2 community engagement stakeholder meetings. I see Mr. Davy, I see other people. Some of you are brilliant when it comes to the numbers. Imagine landlords and tenants getting together and coming with solutions instead of the politicians. Some of you are very wise at this business. But I'm asking for no less than 2 community engagement stakeholder meetings with landlords and tenants, just like you suggested, Mr. Aurelio. Once data is collected, Ms. De La Rosa, once data is collected, have data, the stakeholder feedback be presented to the original members, TAC members, to address concerns with the ordinance. And Ms. De La Rosa, my colleague, today you mentioned CCA, BHC, hardworking people that have gone and solicited over 6,000, 7,000, 8,000 signatures because they believe in what they're doing. And nobody's paid them. These are volunteers, people that get out of work and go walking door to door. And I'm going to ask you, my colleagues, if we can give Ms. Britton and her staff time to come back to council for follow-up once the above is complete. Once the data is collected, if we can allow that, I'm just asking you for 6 months. Man, if we can just wait for 6 months, and yeah, you know what? Everything that you brought up, we'll discuss it, we'll get it done. Let's bring it back in October. And that's my third motion here. Thank you.
Okay, so if I may, Mayor, just procedurally, this is going to get complicated, so let me, thank you for that substitute motion, Councilmember Barrera. Here's how this works procedurally. Because we have an original motion that was put on the floor by Councilmember Dierigo, which is seconded by Councilmember De La Rosa, and we have a substitute motion, the first substitute motion, which is made by Councilmember Barajas and seconded by Councilmember Salazar. The substitute motion made by Councilmember Barajas has a priority now. We will take a vote on that one, and if that one, we'll see where that one goes, and then the next motion in order would be Councilmember Dierigo's, and then we would get to yours. So we won't be entertaining a second to your motion at this point, but that's procedurally how this unfolds, okay? So now we hear, Mayor, from Councilmember Sandoval.
Okay.
His comments, please.
It's a bit confusing, but typically I thought the substitute motion came first. Rich in land, rich in values, says it right back there. You know, I have a story too. I'm not gonna bore you with my born and raised in Salinas story, but yo también me di la pulga. I also sold in the flea market. My parents worked very hard to build what they had too. You know, I met with Mr. Chuck Dreyer, a gentleman I used to go to church with. And when I first got elected, you know what, I think something that everyone here on this council can agree to is we've had issues with our permit center. We've had issues with our building department, and I wish that we didn't, because I think that adds to the frustration of a lot of landlords and a lot of businesses here. I also echo Mr. Peterson, who said, I wish we could have fact-checking, because I could see our staff and they could address a lot of these misconceptions or statements that are being made. It's really frustrating to hear on one side of the coin that we want to protect tenants, but we want to take away your rights, but we want to protect you. It's difficult for me not to see that financial contributions may have some impact on people's decisions. Let's be clear. If we repeal these ordinances, I heard 2 of my colleagues, maybe 3 over there, say we need to protect our tenants. Why would we repeal tenant protections? Fine, you want to revisit rent stabilization, so be it. You know, you have the majority, but why not? Why take away those protections to tenants? I couldn't find a legitimate reason. Let's be clear. Right now, we heard earlier that if you have a refrigerator or maybe mold in your carpet or some issues, you can bring that to the city and get it resolved. We heard a gentleman standing right there in the doorway saying that he's had to do his own repairs. I've heard the landlords agree that there are bad landlords and there are good landlords. But right now, there's an option for all those people who have properties that are messed up, who have not had repairs for months, to come to the city and have those issues addressed. So if I could get one of my colleagues to tell me what is the justification for taking those type of protections? I haven't heard it. I'm not saying that any of these landlords are bad. There's a lot of false information. I've sat with some landlords, I've sat with developers. I've heard them too. I heard the struggles. This rent stabilization, it is not perfect. There are opportunities for landlords to petition the city so you could have reasonable returns on your investment. So that narrative is false. Some of my colleagues and some of the public comments said that the city council is not gonna raise your rent. Technically, they are correct. The city council is not gonna raise your rent, okay? But technically, it's also wrong, because right now, the city council can limit the amount that your rent can be raised to 2.75%. So guess what? If you pay $2,000, right now, you're right, your rent for those properties could be $60 increase, as opposed to $200. So the results and the discussion that is being had today or be voted in the future, they will raise your rent. Prove me wrong that decision is not going to cause our residents who are already struggling to have higher rent. The landlords, you know what? The number one calls I get, other than streets and sidewalks and freaking potholes, is our building department, is our permit department. When I got elected, man, they have made some amazing progress. Community development, man, we just funded a new position. You're right. That department was gutted a long, long time ago. When some of these council members happen to be here. We've struggled with development for many years when some of these council members were here. It is not an either or. It's not, we cannot get rental assistance. I mean, we can't provide you rental assistance, so let's do that. It's not either or. Why can't we build every day? I mean, why can't we start building? This council's committed to building, but it's not either building or rent stabilization. Don't believe that lie. We can do both. Rent stabilization is a tool in a toolkit that is, yeah, I like Councilmember Barajas. Come back every month. Let's see what we can do. Let's have developers at the table. Let's have CCA. Right now, we are in a position to be able to help multiple people. And to the landlords who say they can't afford it, I get you. But there's a process for you to do that. I'd ask my council members too, why are you taking the protections that they have? I don't get it. I'm gonna quote some of the letters that we received today. And you know what? There should be some fact checking on all ends. But there's been statements here about the council deciding to remove TAC members. Prove it. I encourage opposing views. I do, I listen. I encourage it. That's why I said everyone should have an opportunity to speak, okay? Despite your views or your criticisms of this council. But right now we have protections from intimidation, harassment, and bad living conditions. And we're about to strip those away from our residents. Right now, we instituted where now landlords cannot add these hidden fees that are really rent, where they charge you additional for parking, where they charge you additional for administrative fees, where they charge you for utilities without actually showing you if that's actually the utilities that you're paying. You know, there are some landlords here, when you renew your lease, they're gonna charge you $200 to renew your lease. Why? Those are just administration, those are just other ways of collecting rents. It's not the either or. I say, yes, absolutely, let's see what we can do. I really wish, but the way we have dialogue on this city council is we do not have dialogue. I cannot ask one of these council members for a single question, they will not respond. Because the way we're structured here is question, 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 question. Then you all make a comment or ask questions which we may not answer. By the way, I know that we can answer, just so you know. Then comment, 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 comment. Zero dialogue. You won't hear any responses from my colleagues. It's a really unfortunate way to govern because we should be able to have dialogue. And you should know there was extensive community outreach. Could there have been more? I'm all for that. But I can tell you this, if anyone here can prove that there was more community outreach on another issue impacting so many people, I'd love to hear it. But there wasn't, okay? So now you have the council members saying, let's repeal it like that, without any community outreach. These council members before me, transparency, community outreach. We're about to vote on a sewer rate increase. We're gonna tell you there's gonna be community outreach, but guess what? We're already deciding to push it forward. I watch our other meetings where they talked about our development impact fees. That's where we charge developers to build. You would think if the council members who are saying this, that let's support developers, are on them, then they would have had objections to the increases to developers. I watched that meeting. I encourage you all to watch it. I remember a council member that let us say, well, nobody's here to complain. We must be doing something right. No, the fact is that some of these meetings are when you all cannot participate. You may not even know that those development impact fees are there. Let's really say, well, let's really do what we mean. We're going to vote on developmental impact. I'm sure the council is going to say no more fees. That's not going to happen because the reality is we have costs associated with our programs. Our housing staff, I want to commend them. They did so much work, okay? It's an insult to say that there is not data. And let me explain something to you folks. When we ask questions, don't make a mistake. Maybe somebody didn't read their material. Yep. It's not always if we don't understand the issue. It's important for us to ask questions so that you can hear the answer to those questions, because you're not going to get your questions answered. Okay, so I find so much contradiction in what my colleagues have to say. It's really unfortunate. I want to just echo what the doctor said. These things not only affect people's health, they affect students' education. When students move, it affects them. We can keep people housed. You know what's going to happen? We're complaining about resources for our city. This could increase homelessness. Imagine, what's our housing staff going to do? They spend all this time. I mean, what an insult to you. My apologies. I've seen the hard work that you've done, and I know that you've put countless hours and we've invested. We can all talk offline later, folks, if you are interested in finding out what our staff did. But I just want to commend them for all their hard work. And Ms. Brenton has made incredible leaps. But let me tell you, I met with the developer, and this is what he told me. He says, after 20 years of working in the city of Salinas, for the first time, this was less than 6 months ago, I felt like they were there to support us. I felt like they were there to help us find solutions. This guy said he's been here 20 years. If you have an issue with the permit department, feel free to reach out. There's commonalities between a lot of us. Those are things we want to support. Small businesses, yes. You know what? I feel helpless at times. You wouldn't believe how many. My wife is probably watching. She's gonna tell me to be tough. You wouldn't believe how many phone calls I field about people being displaced, people being evicted, being told that we're gonna remodel your apartment, so you have to get out. Hey, when in reality they might do a little paint job in 2 or 3 months. 2 or 3 weeks, move somebody in at what, twice the rent? Raise it $1,000 to the next family. I've lived in some of my neighbors have had that where their property has sold and they were paying $3,000 and the next neighbor was paying $4,000 and the following neighbor was paying $5,000. There's a lot of good landlords out here. I wish that my colleagues would accept the olive branch that Councilmember Barrera is saying, is bring everyone to the table, create a TAC committee made up of half of landlords, half of residents, and have those real discussions and come up with a solution. 4 months of implementation, it is bad policy. It is a bad policy decision to turn that around. So I'm going to ask my colleagues again, would you consider bringing the community together and having that discussion and sitting with constituents? And by the way, I attended some of those meetings, not only with landlords, but I watched meetings thanks to Wes White, who recorded those housing meetings. I did not see my colleagues at any of those housing meetings. This has not been something new. I also haven't seen, this caught a lot of people off guard because not one of my colleagues ever mentioned rent stabilization this last year. They didn't mention this community meeting. Man, I really wish that they would do what they said and really push for community engagement before directing our city manager to come back and wipe this out. It's something that's given hope to our residents who've never had hope before. And yes, we'll support landlords, absolutely. I'm going to say that, and I'm going to ask my colleagues to the left if anybody would consider actually bringing the community together in doing that? That's a no. I encourage the community to stay engaged. You know, there is a lot of misinformation, and I really wish that our city would make a conscious effort to every time, even if it's me, to correct a statement that's false or something that's misleading. I'll take the criticism too. But to sit here in silence, sometimes we let people create these narratives that may not exist. So I encourage the community to stay involved, stay engaged. You know, if they bring it back the next council meeting as they're directing our staff, then there will be no community engagement. And hopefully the media will cover some of this, letting renters know that, guess what, we approve something that benefits you, but before you get a chance to benefit from it, it's going to be taken away from you. So those conclude my comments.
Yep. Thank you. I've gone through a lot of pieces of paper to make lots of different notes to decide what to say. So I think it's very clear. Everybody's trying to do the best they can up here from their perspective, and they vary, and in the end, that's a good thing. And one of the things that we've heard across the board is the community needs to work together on this. I'm not going to laundry list this thing, just a couple of things. I'm going to support Councilmember Barajas' substitute motion. And I'm going to support it because at the end of the day, I believe the focus on rental assistance is the best approach to the problem, that the current stabilization or the current ordinances are ultimately not sustainable. I believe the registry has had sufficient period of time to run, and when everyone became aware of it, what came out of the woodwork, I don't have my 30, 40, or 50, I just lost count of all the emails I got. That tells me, and I think there is an issue, there's a balancing act between real concern for what we're hearing in terms of the economy and its impact. However, the simple fact is a group of people were chose to bear the burden of everything that's going on in the economy. And I have a problem with that. And I view that as a matter of fairness as well. And what I ultimately believe is that this is not on a sustainable course, and the sense of security that people are feeling is ultimately a false sense of security as units get put on the market and ultimately rents go up. Good policy is made to stand the test of time, and the trajectory of the stabilization is not trending in the right way, and it's best to deal with it sooner rather than later. And 1482 does provide the types of protections that I think people are looking for. So I simply believe, and I have gray hair, and I've got a few decades on me, I believe, no one told me what to think, this is what I think. And so on that basis, I cannot in good conscience not address this, because I ultimately believe this is not going to work over time and protect the folks that it's designed to protect. So it's better to address that now. So that's number one. And it is important to note, there is 1482. Second of all, what I like about what Jose has said, and I think this needs to happen more and more, that we need to start introducing on a routine basis, how are we doing creating metrics that are important to the community and tracking them and announcing them. So even though housing is not going to get built right away necessarily, it's important that we're consistently tracking that conversation. And I'll do you one better. I think we ought to start introducing a metrics. How many streets did we pave? How many potholes did we fill? We understand the community wants to begin to have some accountability and some transparency and some measurements of how we're doing. So I think that's an important element to introduce into the conversation. The other thing is, we understand that we need to pivot immediately to bringing the community together to talk about this issue. So this motion does not preclude immediately engaging with the community and working together on the issues that concern everybody in this room. So, and I'll just stop there. There's no reason to go. But here's the other thing I do want to say. This issue of what's going to get built, what is getting gutted is Salinas's current rental inventory. So if you grant it's going to take years to get out of the problem, what you have in play right now, the marketplace is already saying, a couple months ago, it was 100 homes. Now it's already saying it's 200 homes. And you heard Jose, and I would never want to meet him in a policy blind alley. He'd have his way with me on facts and figures. But if that number, by the time you get to October, continues, I would suggest that's a problem. And so what's important to understand is that, and I'll share this. Renee and I happened to be at a meeting, and we were talking about roundabouts in Baranda. And so the traffic engineers from out of town explained to us why they were good for us. Maybe they're good for us, maybe they're not. Tonight's not the night for that conversation. And one person in the audience thanked the engineer for their expertise, acknowledged it, and said, that's really great for the rest of the world. But this is Salinas. This is Salinas. The problem, in my mind, with the current situation, regardless of how well-intentioned, is that it takes direct aim at the current stock of rental inventory and begins to move it over time, and not too far over time, further out of reach. And so that's a problem. So that's why I have a problem with it. I believe it is not in the best interest of the folks that we're trying to get the right outcome for. I also know we've heard loud and clear there's a heck of a problem here. And I also believe and know this is a community that when it puts its mind to things and works together, it makes progress, because there's the rest of the world and there's Salinas. So I'm confident Salinas can immediately turn to begin to address this issue. But I'm going to support Jose's motion, and so we will call for the vote on the substitute motion.
Can you restate the motion?
Mr. Chair.
I can go ahead and restate it. If there's a discrepancy, make sure to correct me, please. Motion made by Councilmember Barajas to repeal the 4 ordinances, but bring back a rental assistance program with an addition of a monthly housing report presented to the city council that holds the city and the council accountable. Motion was seconded by Councilmember Salazar. Okay, I'll go ahead and call for the vote on the substitute motion. Councilmember Barajas?
Yes.
Councilmember Barrera?
No.
Councilmember Diarigo?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Rosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Salazar?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval?
No.
Mayor Donahue?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you, everyone.
Shame on you. Shame on all of you.
All right, thank you. All right. All right, we'll either you can head off into the evening or we'll clear the room.
What's the police when you need them?
All right, we will now proceed to the sanitary sewer rate.
We have to walk outside. I want a cop walking with me right now.
Yeah, you're not driving to Sacramento, are you?
I am, but it's all right. It's okay.
Nobody cares about the sewer increase? Okay.
I'm going to go short. I went to a lot of places and I want to go home.
Oh, I know.
I'm not going to go.
No, I'm not gonna do any. Nobody cares what I did the last.
Let's finish here. Tell them to call him up. Let-
Is there a stray city engineer in the house? All right.
What?
All right, if I could ask everyone to move into the foyer, please, for the ongoing conversation. We've got a little business to contend to, and we have some folks that are heading up to Sacramento, so. All right, Adriana, let's give it a let's see if we can do a sanitary sewer rate increase.
Maybe just need to be closer? Again,
Oh, yeah, okay. All right. Good evening. Thank you, Mayor. This item has come before you a number of times. Tonight, we are asking you to approve a motion approving a resolution accepting the sewer rate study, approving the sewer rate schedule, and directing staff to distribute Proposition 218 public notices for a meeting that will be held, if you approve, on June 17th. So, as I've mentioned, this has come before you a couple of times. This has come before the Finance Committee a couple of times. Just a real brief recap. Our city maintains a sewer system that extends more than 280 miles. This is a gravity sewer system. This also includes, in addition to that, force mains and 11 sewer lift stations. The existing system was analyzed by our consultants in the past year, and a sewer master plan update was approved by the City Council. What that master plan update found was that we had a lot of deficiencies in our system. It also identified areas where we are anticipating development. This is primarily north of Bronda. And it took all the improvements that we need to make and developed a capital improvement program. So what it also, following that, we brought our other consultant, and what came out of that was the authorization for this rate study. After that analysis was done, what was discovered was that we, at our current rate of $545 per month, we will have a shortfall of approximately $400,000. As I mentioned previously, what this has meant is a lot of the work that has been done as emergency work. What that means is that costs are higher than they should be, because we're now reacting instead of trying to do it proactively. Some of these images show you some of the work that has been done over the past couple of years. So part of that master plan update, as I said, was to develop these projects that will help us bring back the health of our system. The program was set up and divided into 3 different categories. It was basically the operating maintenance, lift stations, and future. What you see here is a tentative schedule of how that may be accomplished. The projects that are being worked on now were actually funded through the ARPA. So this does not come out of the sewer fund as it should have been. So we came to you, as I already mentioned a couple of times, and on March 11th, you directed staff to complete the sewers rate study and incorporate an increase of up to $16.35 for the following year with a 2% annual rate escalation for the next 10 years. And now I will pass it on to our consultant to summarize some of that work that was presented to you.
Thank you, Adriana, and council members. Happy to be here. As you have heard this before, I'll try to be brief. The rate model that my company prepared takes a look at all of the costs that the city needs to spend in order to maintain and operate the sewer system. And so that includes operation and maintenance, it includes capital facilities, it includes debt service, it includes establishing a reserve fund. As this slide shows, your current operation and maintenance are just around $4 million, and those will escalate each year. This includes salaries and benefits, supplies, and other ongoing operation and maintenance charges. The next component of the sewer rate would be the capital expenditures. That was the chart that you just saw in terms of annual expenditures based on the sewer master plan, and so those costs will vary. I think, sorry, I like zoomed through, sorry, was pushing buttons and didn't know it, apologize. So this shows the annual costs, and they do vary. Cumulatively, it's about $115 million in capital costs. We then calculate what the rate needs to be based on what's called an equivalent dwelling unit and divide the cost by the total equivalent dwelling units in the city, which is approximately 60,000. One residential unit equals one EDU or one equivalent dwelling unit, and other land uses would have different rates based on their comparison to a single family unit. And so this is the proposed rate structure. As Adriana mentioned, it would increase in the fiscal year 25-26 to $16.35 from the current rate of just over $5. Would escalate by 2% per year over the 10-year period, so you end up at just under $20 in year 10. And we will fund over that 10-year period the $115 million in capital expenditures through a mix of pay-as-you-go funds, which is using the sewer rates as they come in, as well as proposed bond issuances. And with that, this is the sewer rate schedule. You have the attachment. I don't think anybody can read it on the screen, but this shows the rates for each of the various land uses. So a residential, again, is a 1635, and other land uses will vary based on how much sewer they're expected to generate. With that, hand it back.
Thank you. So with that, this is the timeline that we came to you. We basically have gone through various meetings, presenting you stage by stage where we are. Like I said, we started with the sewer master plan update. Then we continued with that development impact fee update, and then the sewer rate began last year, and so now we're here. We did present you the findings and ask that you approve the schedule, and now we are here asking you to approve and to allow us to move forward with this Proposition 218 public noticing.
Just comments. Yeah, I'd like to apologize. I did make an incorrect statement the last time about the city of Pacific Grove, that their tiered water structure was not based on usage, so my apologies for that. But I did see that the city of St. Helena does have different tiered structure depending on usage to encourage conservation. And from what I read is they have lower rates, but as usage increases, it gets a little more expensive. The Elsinore Valley Municipal Water District also apparently has some tiered rate structures with conservation incentives. But I just wanted to share that I misspoke and provide some information about some other agencies. I know that there was talk recently, I think at our finance committee, about providing financial support for a program in the future, but I understand there was no funding identified. Is that still correct?
That is correct. At this point, we have not, as stated in our staff report, we will be coming forward to the city council with a more defined program and identifying a funding source for that.
So, yeah, our city engineer is correct. Based on council direction or action today, we will bring back a program with the funding source. So if that's something you prioritize for us to bring back, we will bring it back. The other nuance to understand with our system, unlike some other cities, is that, as you know, we are serviced by 2 water companies. And so part of the issue with rates and tiers is that you're looking at the water usage. So we would, not that it's not possible, but we would have to work out agreements and partnerships with the water company as well. So that's the nuance of Salinas, and it's not, other cities have it as well, but we don't have water, and we only have a portion of the wastewater system, not the entire system, because we belong to M1 Water. So that's sort of a nuance that we have here when we look at our utilities, that like other cities in Salinas Valley, most of them have both water and wastewater, or like Watsonville did and other cities do. So that's something we just have to work through based on council direction.
Is that, since we're not prepared to go in that direction, but is that something that could be revisited, or once we approve this rate structure, or?
Sure, I think looking at how it operates in the future, we would, based on council direction, we will bring back a report and see kind of what's happening in the impact and kind of look at other things that we could do. Absolutely.
And so this process, basically, we give direction to move forward, and then, residents get notified, and then they can you explain that process? I stepped out, so I'm not sure.
Yes, so that process basically, it is exactly what you just said. So following council approval for us to move forward, what we would do is we send out notices to all the property owners.
Right, okay. Yeah, and just my final comments, I can't support the increase without a tiered system or a way to actually support our seniors and most vulnerable populations. Sometimes we get accused of doing something and not being prepared to implement, or, and I just can't make that in good conscience. I also note that if this is going to be similar to the Monterey One water issue where we send out notices, and the majority, and I'm gonna, I'd be willing to bet a cup of coffee that the majority of people that are going to come here are going to be senior citizens. And there is almost no way that we are going to get the majority of residents to respond to a notice until it's probably too late. So I'm anticipating we might get 300-400 people to respond to those notice, trying to, what do you call that? Thank you, Jose. Protest. So I just want everyone conscious. For me, and I know what's going to happen is we're going to let people know, hey, here's a notice. They're going to try their best to communicate with their neighbors, and then they're just not going to be able to meet, the threshold, because we just don't have that much community engagement. So I just want to be on the record that I wish that wasn't the case. So for that reason, I can't support it.
Mr. Mendez, with that said, is that the case? Are we that bad on communication?
Well, it just depends on the Prop 218 process, right? And we're utilizing the process established by state law. So part of the challenge is we will notice all the property. We are in talking, we're going to be out. I'll be presenting to the chamber. We'll be talking to other folks. Our city engineer is already asking to talk to, BHC and other communities. So we're going to try our best. And we just had a conversation about our ability to connect last item, right? So I think that's, just being real candid, we can do absolutely everything that we think we're doing, and we'll still be accused of not communicating.
Yes.
So we will try our best to communicate. The 218 process is the process that's been laid out for these fees. The council has like you did before, a policy call on this.
Yeah.
We represented the challenges that we're dealing with, and you will give us direction.
Yeah, you know what, and Ms. Robles, thank you, but there's no getting around these fees. This is something that, you mentioned the word reactive. It's things that we need to get done. But I think sometimes I have a difficult time. Like today, everybody gets information differently. We heard 4 or 5 individuals that speak a different language besides Spanish. So I know sometimes we say, we're going to send a notice from the weekly, and then we're going to do the Herald, and that's it. So we did what we're legally supposed to do. But a lot of people listen to Spanish radio. So sometimes I don't know if we go, I'm not going to say above and beyond. And you're right. It doesn't matter what we do. Some people are not going to hear it. But have we done our due diligence as far as communication? Have we used the resources to reach out? Like some of you have been to the Firehouse Recreation Center. You got anywhere from 50 to 75 active individuals, senior citizens. And sometimes they'll ask me questions. Hey, I got this letter. Can you help me with that? And they're not disputing anything. They just want to make sure that they're being informed correctly. It's just food for thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So thank you for the presentation. On slide number 8, for the rate studies for the EDUs, the growth rate for future development is assumed at 1% per year. Obviously, we had a pretty robust discussion on the last item previously, and I think the general direction is we might want to work towards that growth rate being greater than 1%. So kind of factoring that in, should we get to a situation where the growth rate for the future growth area exceeds 1%, how does that impact the rates that we're collecting? Would we have to increase rates higher than the 2% step year over year? Or what kind of impacts might we see with an increase in development?
Actually, that's a really good question. If we see more growth, that actually would mean that perhaps the rates didn't need to be as high as we're setting them. So we sort of conservatively assume a 1% growth rate. We also recommend, even though we're establishing rates for a 10-year period, that the city looks at them in the middle of that period to make sure that all of the assumptions are working and that they make sense. But actually, more growth would be a good thing. We just don't want to build them into the model in case they don't come.
Thank you for that clarification. Excited to hear that, you know, potentially if we deliver results, we will see that trickle down across the board, right? On the attachment for the residential low-income sewer service assistance program, it's very clear it's modeled after the Monterey One Water. I do have some questions. Here for some of the assistance restrictions, it says applications are reviewed annually. Applications for fiscal year 25-26 will open April 1st, 2025. Obviously, I'm not holding you guys to that date. We're well past that. But that being said, they're being reviewed annually. But another consideration is, under additional requirements is the rebate is not transferable to a new address or a new person. That being said, if I'm a property owner and I qualify for this and I end up purchasing another property in the middle of the year and I sell the other one and I want to apply for the subsidy on the other property, would I still be eligible? Would that be considered a transfer or would that be considered a new application?
So, great question. And I think part of what we want to hear from you is what you like of this and what you don't like of this, and then we will adjust accordingly. We are modeling after the M1 because that's sort of the best model we have locally to utilize, but understanding that it might not, we've heard a lot about Salinas, right? It might not really fit us. So we want to hear these sort of impact and feedback, and then we will come back to you with we'll tweak this as she directs us to tweak it, and then we'll bring it back. Because one of the things we're doing is we're trying to piggyback, at least at the beginning, with another program so we don't have to create this huge, our own process. But if we have to, then we will bring that forward.
Thank you for that clarification. So what I'm hearing is we could potentially not necessarily have a defined application period where it could be,
Correct.
you know, potentially on a rolling basis. I'd be keen to see that, right? So it's not limited to one specific time period, have applications on a rolling basis, and maybe a little bit more information as to the impacts, not so much the pros and cons, but the impacts of having, for property owners, their feedback on not being able to kind of make that quote transfer, right? Should they decide to move, should I decide to move in another location within the city, what their perspective is on that. Like, is that truly fair for people that, you know, they apply for it because they can't, they have that need, and then you move in for whatever reason, that suddenly says that you don't qualify, right? Without looking at the additional factors. As for the communication, how will people be noticed? Do they just kind of get a letter in the mail? Do they get a phone call? What exactly do we do?
So the public notice is actually a brochure. You have a copy of it as part of your package. And we try to put as much information in there as possible. We also utilize QR codes, and we've already developed a website that has additional information and that we will be beefing up as we hear more feedback.
Okay. And then this is more so like a note/question, but in terms of communication, I think our PIO is a great opportunity to leverage that.
Yeah.
But in terms of a greater strategy, I think we should really be focusing in terms of communication, right? If you look at our city social media, there's nothing on this.
Not
Right?
yet.
We haven't posted anything about this. It was highlighted in the agenda highlights that we shared yesterday, but at no point did the city make an intentional outreach to make this known, right? Yes, it's on a public agenda. Yes, it's publicly noticed, but we should focus in terms of communications, and again, this doesn't necessarily apply to you guys, but just in terms of communication and getting that engagement and participation from people, we should be posting it, right? Have a sole post dedicated, this is what it is. Maybe we even post the brochure itself, right? But to follow up with that, the notices, are they only sent in English or are they also sent in Spanish? Or does it have like a QR code or something that says, here's the information in other languages that you can
The
access?
information, the basic information, the mailing information is in English. The inside is both English and Spanish, and the outside has a QR code that basically guides people to a fully Spanish version of that brochure.
Okay, thank you. Answers my questions.
Thank you. All right, Aurelia? Good question. Gloria?
I want clarification. So if someone, like a senior citizen, is having a hardship case, we are going to be able to work with them? It's a long night, so
Correct. So the goal is that we will have a program that will provide assistance for anyone who qualifies, whether it's a low income, whether it's a senior citizen.
oh, okay, so it's open to everyone. Okay, that was my only question.
Kind of going off of what Councilmember Sandoval was mentioning, I love the idea of a tiered system for equity purposes, but do you think that you'll be able to get us information on a more regular basis? Like, I don't want to get 5 years down the road and then realize that we're completely missed the mark. So can we get that more frequently so that we know how we're tracking? And then I would be in hopes that at some point we could move to some kind of a tiered system. Do you think that's a reality or more of a pipe dream?
Good evening, members of the council. My name's Carrie Wagner. I'm with Wallace Group. In regards to the tiered structure, they might be looking at it two different ways, but really I think what you're looking for is those paying for the sewer that they are actually discharging, the amount of wastewater. It was discussed earlier, there is a challenge in the fact that you have two water purveyors who serve all of your residents, and the information is challenging to get that information. Wastewater use is also only indoor use, and water use includes indoor use and outdoor use. So you can't equate one to one. And you have different users, commercial, industrial, who all may be indoor use. And so there's lots of nuances when you start evaluating wastewater flows on a actual usage basis. Many agencies do it, and that's mainly because they have the opportunity because they control both the water and the sewer. It is something that can be looked at. It is a much more challenging process from a city engineering perspective or council or a staff perspective. And Monterey One Water, the city would have to physically take over the operations or the management of the collecting of the sewer rates, as Monterey One does not process their sewer rates in that way. So that is a challenge right now, and the city is up against needs to get the Prop 218 going now to be able to raise funds so that you have adequate bond coverage right now, and there's not enough time to go down that path, but it could be something that could be evaluated by staff in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Just before we go to public, can you just pick up on the bond issue? Because if we, or whoever should, just because if the bond situation goes awry, they could call for the question.
Thank you for the question, Selena Andrews, Finance Director. So the issue that we're facing now is that in December, just of last year, we were downgraded 4 notches by S&P. Our sewer rating was downgraded. And so that is because we breached the rate covenant. And we had already started this process, but in the meantime, this happened. So that's the urgency that, Carrie from Wallace Group just brought up. So that is a concern, and there is a potential of those bonds being recalled in the amount, I think it was 11.6 million. So it's, if they were to be recalled, the city would have to refund those, that monies in, from its general fund.
former heavyweight champion of the world, Joe Louis, once said, "It's not that I like money so much, it's just that it calms my nerves." So my question to you as the finance director, mindful of this idea of tiered and being sensitive to seniors, fixed income, et cetera, I'm going to guess you sleep better at night and your nerves will be calmer if we head down the road and then we make sure as a city we, rather than 10 or 12 years after, why didn't we get it this sooner? But this bond issue really, I think it should have the full attention of the council, and as we engage with the community, I think it's important that folks understand that.
It is, and I do appreciate that comment. It's a best practice to revisit fees when we're doing cost recovery every 5 years, and we just hadn't addressed these fees for quite some time.
All right, thank you. All right, with that, we'll go ahead and head out to the public and see if there's any comment on this issue.
Good evening. I'm Amy Salmina. I spoke earlier. I only wish everybody stayed in the room to see what another cost we're going to get as property owners, right? This is just as important. I think, Mr. Sandoval, you do express that, how important these rate hikes are when you talk about water and garbage and all of these things that come up. So I really do appreciate that, because this is a very important subject here, and everybody's going to start getting a rate increase, and it's needed. And just hearing your presentation speaks volumes of what's really needed within our city. So thank you.
Okay, thanks, Amy. Anyone else?
Liz Camacho, District 1 resident. Fun fact, so I co-founded a company that focuses on water conservation. My kids can tell you how many gallons it takes to make a hamburger. So I drill water conservation to my kids, and I feel that a rate increase based on, and I'm a homeowner, single family home. I feel like a rate increase across the board, it's penalizing me for the efforts that I make. Now, I understand that there's multiple water sources, but when we buy a house, we buy a 4-bedroom house, 3-bathroom, 4-bed, 3-bath. So we know how many toilets there are. Now, we have ADUs also that need to be taken into consideration. I have neighbors building ADUs left and right. They're paying the same rate. And so at the same time, even though we can't have a tier system, I would like a gradual increase as well.
Okay, thank you.
We're going cold turkey. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? All right. I'm sorry. There is somebody on
Yes,
Zoom?
Mayor, we have one on Zoom,
Okay.
iPhone 5626. 1 minute.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks for taking my call. My name is Mike, and I'm a property owner for many, many years in Salinas. My sewer line over there used to cost me about $1,000 a year. And the fee was different. It would have cost me more, but if I pay a yearly fee of $1,000, that would cover it. Now I'm paying over $4,000. Same unit, nothing changed. So all these increases is going to pass to my tenant. And some of my tenants, they're sick. They're older people, and they're in dialysis. I really don't want to raise my rent. These are farm workers. I'm in East Salinas. And last year, I'm on Ryder Avenue. They came on Ryder Avenue to clean the sewer line, and they pushed all the trash into on the end of a cul-de-sac. At the end.
Okay, thank you. All right. All right. I think.
We have one more,
Is there one
Mayor.
more? Okay. Okay.
Carla Lobo, 1 minute.
Thank you. I spoke earlier on the last ordinance that were repealed, which is astonishing and just, I'm shocked. And now we're talking about increases. The last caller specifically stated that he is now paying $4,000 a year, which is like a $300 for the tenants, his tenants. I'm also a property owner, and I've also done property management. So, one, to debunk some of the information that was told, having a third party get our renters' information. Property managements already do that for a third party, depending on what platform they use. But not only that, like, the conversation shifted to like getting information out to the public when it's contradicting and hypocrisy when the last conversation didn't even engage in that. Like, you had so many people there and so many people talking about equity and having landlords and residents together, but yet you wouldn't even vote for that. Like, you're contradicting your own words, and that.
Okay, thank you. All right. All right. We will bring it back to council and look for a motion on this item. Do I have a motion to proceed with?
Motion to proceed?
Yeah. Is there a motion?
So moved.
The sanitary.
Staff's recommendation.
Yeah, staff's recommendation.
I will second that.
Okay. All right. All right, let's call for the question.
Councilmember Barajas?
Yes.
Councilmember Barrera?
No.
Councilmember Diorigo?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Rosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Salazar?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval?
No.
Mayor Donahue?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. All right, we will go ahead and go to council member reports, appointments, and future agenda items. Andrew.
I had a great Easter. Family was had a lot of fun. You know, there's a lot of great community events going on. I want to commend our community outreach team, our communications team. You know, I am able to direct so many people to the city website to update them on upcoming events. So I think that's a great thing. Other than that, that's all I have for today.
Okay, thank you. Tony?
Mr. Mayor, I want to request that when we close this meeting, 50 years ago, 32 field workers died on a bus over there in Chular. It was a historical event just to hear some of the men and women from that 50 years ago, imagine, giving testimony of the tragedy. So, in their honor, the ones that died and the ones that are living, I like that.
We'll close with a moment of silence. Okay, thank you, Tony. Okay, Jose?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be as brief as possible. So just want to remind everyone, we have an East Area Specific Plan Community Meeting on Wednesday, April 30th at 6 p.m. over at La Paz Middle School. Again, this is really important, and had an opportunity to also join the parent group over at Alisal High School to share a little bit more information about the East Area Specific Plan, what's being proposed, and just to get them a little bit more engaged along with our youth. Also want to remind the community that we are accepting applications for our Community Arts Grant Program. We're accepting applications through May. You can check our city website for more information. Encourage you all to apply. We have some exciting things coming to District 1. On Thursday, May 1st at 3 p.m., we'll be inaugurating the all-inclusive playground at Williams Ranch. And this Saturday at 10 a.m. at Natividad Creek Park's Outdoor Theater, I will be having my first Café con José event. It'll be an informal conversation with our community, just inviting you all to share some of your concerns, some of our priorities, and how the city can best be of service to you all. Tomorrow I'll be joining some of my colleagues over at the California League of Cities City Leaders Summit in Sacramento, and next week I will be out down in Southern California for the California Community Choice Aggregate Conference in Irvine. And this Sunday, just want to let you all know, we have the Lesbian Day of Visibility event with Salinas Valley Pride over at Heirloom Pizza here in downtown Salinas from 5 to 7:30 p.m. We're purchasing the first few pizzas, having some board games, invite you all to join us. And lastly, an awesome internship opportunity with Salinas Valley Recycles. We have a youth council, so all high schoolers who are interested, have an interest in, waste and, environmental stewardship, This is a great opportunity to get involved. You get to work with your board of directors and take on a project, and we get to help support you in executing that project. And it's all student-led, so I encourage you all to apply. And that's really it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jose. All right, Aurelio.
Just very briefly, just want to share, last week had an opportunity just to visit with some of our local businesses on Brandon and Trinidad Road, checking in with some of our restaurants, China One and Lafayette Mexican Grill, and just asking them what they feel about their district and anything that we can do to help out. I'll conclude that.
I have a lot of things. I attended a SUBA meeting yesterday, and the chief did a presentation. And I also attended the Salinas Solid Waste Board meeting in Gonzales, a community human service in Delray Oaks last week. The ribbon cutting for Cluster Park, did that happen? I guess. I attended that. I put it down. Hebron Heights, yeah, I'm tired. Hebron Heights, the Easter hunt, I want to thank all the Parks and Rec staff. It was very well attended. I went to the Rabo egg hunt that the Compass Church put on. Boy, that was really well organized, and a lot of kids, and I kudos to the sheriff department for going in the helicopter and you know, letting go of the eggs from up there. So that was something else. But anyways, I attended also a Downtown Street Teams event. Now I'm going to go into a question for legal. If there's graffiti in private property, and the property owner, how long do they have to remove it?
I'll follow up with you in an email, Councilman.
Okay, good. Yes, I just want to hear, I just want my residents from that area to hear that I asked that question. Then traffic in the city. People need to slow down. Geez, they're racing through our streets. Also, can I have a report on the lights on Laurel? We have no lights yet. Okay, and the Asian Festival is happening this Saturday. The ceremony starts at 11 o'clock in Chinatown, and Earth Day at 12 noon is the opening ceremony this Saturday. So a lot of community events that are happening. Thank you.
Margaret?
All right, I'll keep mine really brief because I'm probably as tired as Gloria, if not worse. So I was able to attend Measure E and G this week. I'm really happy to see that those commissions are working very well. They have quorum, they're doing business, and they're very busy and they're very engaged. So I'm really happy to see some of the new representatives step up. So that was pleasant. The CASP Awards was wonderful. And when was the chamber event? I don't know. The chamber event was recently, and one of our own fire heroes was recognized, and that was really special. And then Dennis and I got to have a fun day on Easter and go to Lucky's on South Main and meet the Easter Bunny and lots of little kids that did a coloring contest, and then they did an Easter egg hunt within the store, and that was really fun. I was really grateful for them to put on something like that for our community, and the families were really, really happy about that. That was a lot of fun. And then I will be hitting the road very early tomorrow morning, and I'll see you guys in Sacramento.
All right, well, I will just add, because all of the, a number of the things have already been covered. I was there, and I too can confirm this is a busy city, and Margaret, I saw Margaret in the morning, and later that evening, we both happened to be at Salinas High. Did a fabulous job with their play, excuse me, Mary Poppins, and quite impressive to see Mary flying through the air, and their rendition of Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. I think I got it right. Pretty good for 10 o'clock at night. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. And with that, we adjourn. All those who are going to Sacramento? Oh, thank you, thank you. He was a good man. We've got some time before the conclave, so we'll pick him up later. Tony, thank you for reminding me of that. Okay, please take a moment of silence. Okay, thank you. And thank you, Tony, for coming.